Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku's medicine was Quirk Depressents? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Aizawa-sensei? Izuku mumbles as he walks up to his teacher's desk after class. It's Wednesday, and lunch has just started. He has sent his friends away to the cafeteria, saying he had a question for their homeroom teacher, with a promise to catch up in no time. Aizawa lets out a grunt in acknowledgement, busy with gathering the essays his students had just finished to stow them away in his messenger bag. Izuku is fidgeting while he waits for his teacher to finish up, hand playing with the sheet of paper he keeps folding and unfolding over again with anxious energy. It's not the first time he asks to leave the dorms on a weekday, but usually it's with a group of friends to pick up some groceries or snacks. What makes this outing different is the fact that it's for a much more personal matter. One Izuku isn't too keen on sharing with his friends, least of all his teachers. I was. He takes a breath to center himself. I was wondering if you could allow me to leave campus tonight? Aizawa-sensei slips his bag strap over his shoulder without missing a beat and adjusts his scarf mindlessly. Why? H asks, his tone as dry as usual. Izuku doesn't let it get to him. He knows by now that it's just how his teacher is. He's not trying to be rude deliberately or anything. I don't have painkillers anymore, and, yeah. He finishes lamely. It's true, but it's not the only reason, though he doesn't want to outright talk about it. There's a beat of silence, then Aizawa stars to make his way out of the classroom. Izuku follows dutifully, his gaze turned towards his feet because he's pretty sure by now the answer going to be a blatant no, based on the man's reaction so far. They walk a few moments in silence, and they've just made the last turn into the hall that leads to the teacher's lounge when the hero speaks up. So, the pharmacy, then? Yeah, Izuku confirms with a nod. All right, Aizawa agrees emotionlessly. Izuku is taken aback and it shows in the way his feet stop moving and his lips parts with a small surprised, "Oh," that's barely a breath out of his lungs. His teacher stops and turns to look at him, stuffing his hands in his suit's pockets. I'll ask Mike to go with you, and if he can't? What? Wait. No, Aizawa-sensei, you can't just... Aizawa lifts an eyebrow at the boy's outburst, and Izuku can't help but deflate in response. You know the rules, Midoriya? He drawls out. They exist for a reason, remember? Well, yeah, but I can't ask Yamada-sensei to waste time on something like this. The pharmacy is just a few blocks from here. Iota wouldn't even have to take the train. It's only a dozen minutes walk at most. I can go alone. Or, he adds hastily at the warning glare his teacher sends him, or I can go with Uraraka and Ida. You know I can't allow hat. It's either with a teacher or you don't go at all. If something makes you uncomfortable going with Mike, then you can... No. Izuku waves his hands frantically in front of his face, cheeks burning red. No, Yamada-sensei is fine. It's just... He sobers up, brow furrowed in contemplation. Isn't he busy enough as it is? His voice is quieter, and Izuku has to force himself to bring his eyes up to look directly at his teacher. He doesn't want to sound rude or anything, it's just he knows present Mike works 3 jobs, so he can't have much spare time, right? Izuku doesn't want to impose on him. Fine, Aizawa sighs, carting one hand through his mane. You can ask anyone else to go with you, as long as it's a teacher, he relents. Izuku has a wonderful idea, but something must have shown in his eyes because Aizawa is quick to stomp on it before he can get too enthusiastic. No. Midoriya, no. You can't ask him. All Might doesn't count. But he's a teacher. Izuku arguments, he tries to level puppy eyes at his teacher but it doesn't work. It never does. You know what I meant, Aizawa growls. His tone is sharper, a flare of protectiveness swelling in his voice. If anything happens, he can't protect you. What's the point in bringing him then? Yeah, okay, Izuku mumbles, shoulders sagging in acceptance. The thought of his idol being completely unable to do hero work anymore still sends a pang of hurt in his heart. Will you come then? He wonders out loud. Aizawa stills, then blows a small huff through his nose. Yeah, sure. I don't mind. He very much minds. He knows it comes from a good sentiment, but Hisashi's schedule is less cramped than his own. It's true he has 3 jobs, but his hero work is pretty much on the back burner while school is in session, unless it's an emergency, and his radio shows are mostly done in the weekend. Whereas Shouta has patrol almost every night, leaving him with very few hours of sleep between teaching, planning classes, grading, and consulting with the local precinct when necessary. When he leaves the dorm with Midoriya that evening, right after diner, he notes dejectedly that the last time he closed his eyes to sleep was the previous late afternoon for a pitiful 4 hours before leaving for patrol. His eyes are dry as can be, and he's supposed to go back out at around 1 in the morning as Eraserhead. Midoriya is the sunshine of his hell class. He knows this, so he expects the boy to be all happy-go-lucky and talkative the whole way to and from the pharmacy. He admits he's concerned at first when the teen greets him politely, then leads the way silently the whole walk to their destination. However, his body language is relaxed in a way Shouta has rarely seen when he's surrounded with other classmates. He seems a bit lost in thought, eyes staring up at the sky occasionally to drink in the sunset, but otherwise he looks peaceful enough to ease Shouda's worry. Shouta waits for him just outside the doors of the pharmacy. It's a hot day and the evening breeze is light and refreshing. He wants to close his eyes, take this chance to relax a bit since he can't nap, but he knows he has to keep his senses on alert, even though the neighborhood is silent. It's not that he expects danger exactly, but he would never forgive himself if something were to happen and he wasn't attentive enough to prevent it in time. The pharmacy's sliding doors open automatically to let out his green-haired student, who's holding a small white paper bag in one hand that rattles with every step he takes. Midoriya offers Shouta a small smile when he spots him leaning against the wall casually. "Got everything you needed, then?" he asks, and the teen holds up the bag in answer. "Let's get back, it's starting to get dark." He pushes himself off the wall, and it's only once he's walking right beside the boy that he spies a scarred hand fiddling with a smaller package half hidden in his hoodie pocket. Shouta notes his shapes, long and thin, and feels his stomach churn with anxiety. Shouta can proudly say without a shred of a doubt that he trusts Midoriya with his life. However, the boy has lied one too many times about his well-being that Shouta is hard-pressed to even think about trusting Midoriya with his own health. That fact that he's currently withholding information about something that garners a visit to the pharmacy doesn't sit well with him. Shouta sees how Midoriya is calmly enjoying the evening walk, absolutely oblivious to his teacher's observations. He almost feels bad to break the peace and quiet, but his kid's well-being will always come first. "I thought you only needed some ibuprofen," Shouta states, unsurprised when Midoriya jumps slightly at his voice. Well, yes, but what's the syringe for?" "And it can't eat anything else but that. The shape is too thin and too long." Midoriya turns wide viridian eyes at him, slowing to halt just at the corner of the street they were about to cross. They're at the last intersection, only a few meters further, but his student keeps still. His face has gone pale and he works his jaw like a fish out of water. "That," he squeaks out in a shrill, panicked voice. "It's no thwatty, I think." A mixture of embarrassment and guilt color the teen's cheek bright red while he tries to ground out a pitiful try at an excuse. Shouta doesn't react outwardly, keeping his expression neutral and impassive, even though deep down he feels his heart in his throat at the implications. Either his kid is doing drags, which he very highly doubts, or he's hiding something from him, again, which is much more probable. Something involving his health. Although he briefly thinks he might be overstepping his bound. Maybe this is something entirely embarrassing. Midoriya ends up averting his gaze, and to Shouta's bewilderment, a dark look shadows his features for a fraction of a second, there and gone so fast that the hero wonders if he simply imagined it. The teen lets out an awkward laugh, and levels a rictus of a smile to him while one hand plays nervously with the curls at the back of his neck. "Actually," Shouta grumbles in the most uninterested voice he can muster, "I don't want to know." He takes a grounding breath, then walks away and deliberately ignores the look of pure horror on the teen's face. Out of the corner of his eyes, just before he turns his back fully to his student, Shouta sees the boy's skin pale tremendously. Shouta is almost all the way across the street before he hears the hurried steps of his students scurrying after him. Aizawa-sensei. The last consonant is drawn out, a long high-pitched note that makes him think of a whining toddler. It's not what you think. Indignation wraps the teen's voice in an octave higher than usual, each word's pronounced with more force that Midoriya is used to. The boy huffs a frustrated breath when Shouta refuses to react, and they walk side by side in silence for a few moments. Yude's main gateway is visible when Midoriya sighs dejectedly and mutters a small, "It's really not," like a petulant child, eyes downcast. "What is it then?" he inquires. Although he feigned indifference, knowing the reason why his student is suspiciously hiding a syringe from him is incredibly important. And there's that hesitation again. Hesitation that proves this to be either an embarrassing discussion or a more delicate topic. Monthly injections, the teen mentions with squared-off shoulders as if about to go into battle, for my condition. Your condition? Shouta quirks an eyebrow. What condition? He was not made aware of any condition. It's in my file, Midoriya says, as if it was obvious, which would make sense. Except he doesn't remember reading anything about Midoriya having a condition. He never reads student file before the assessment test, or even before the end of the very first week, to avoid giving himself a prejudiced view of the aptitudes of his class. He does peruse all of them thoroughly after that though, and he always makes sure to take note of anything he deemed important. Right? He grunts, but something must show on his face or perhaps in his voice, because Problem Child suddenly rounds on him with a deep frown of concern. It is in my file, right? There's no point in denying it, so Shouta tells the truth. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. The teen then rambles his racing thoughts at such speed it is nearly undecipherable. He does get one word out of it all, and he repeats it incredulously. Forgot. The teen shuts his mouth with an audible click. You just forgot to fill out the medical portion of the school application forms? No. The teen hurries to correct. Not me. My mom's the one who filled it for me, he admits bashfully. What's your condition? He asks, because right now this is the most important piece of information he doesn't have. I always mess up the words. Midoriya starts with a sheepish smile, but it's abbreviated as HOFH. Shouta is silent for a bit, racking his brain to find the familiarity of this, then stops walking altogether. When he figures it out, an anger rises from within his chest. You mean to tell me, his voice rings out, low and deep in warning, and he sees his student gulp at the dangerous aura emanating from him, although Shouta barely cares about this right now, that your mother forgot to mention you have a heart condition? It's not exactly a heart condition. The boys hastily arguments. I would never have been accepted in the hero course with a heart condition, he adds. Shouta refrains from mentioning that he would have gotten in anyway, because his mom forgot to inform them of it. But it can lead to heart diseases if left untreated, he explains, as if it makes everything that much better, which is why I have the injections. Prevention. Let me see, Shouta grounds out with an open palm stretched towards his problem child. What? Your medication. Let me see it, he demands, wriggling his fingers impatiently. It's prevention, the teen repeats in retaliation, as if it makes any difference to Shouta, although he still deposits the little packet in his awaiting hand. Shouta carefully slips the medication out of the box. It's a small pre-filled syringe with an automatic applicator, in all likeness to an EpiPen in case of allergies. He holds the syringe closer to his face with both hands to read the script printed in small characters on the label wrapped around it. He reads the name of the medication and feels his breath catch in his throat. This can't be. Midoriya, green eyes peer up at him, completely innocent. How the hell is this prevention? There's surely an explanation for this, he thinks. Maybe he read the label wrong? Another careful look tells him that no, he did not read this incorrectly. Is your quirk a danger to your own heart? In one way, it would be plausible. Considering the raw power behind the teen's quirk, it isn't too far-fetched to think it can not only break bones, but organs as well. My quirk. Confusion is written clear as day on Midoriya's face. It's medication for cholesterol, Aizawa-sensei. It has nothing to do with my quirk, the teen explains, completely oblivious to Shouta's panic. His heartbeat is thundering in his ears. He doesn't know what to think about all this, because this is no heart medication, he chokes out. Was? Is this the first time you take this, Midoriya? He asks urgently, and he's answered with a shake of green curls. No, it's... How long have you been taking this? He can't help the coldness that creeps into his tone, almost accusating, even though he doesn't believe his sunshine student of a problem child would sabotage himself with this. Do you know what this is, Midoriya? The teen's throat is visibly working around unsaid words, before he gives up and shakes his head soundlessly, feeling the imposing edge to his teacher's behavior. It's quirk suppressors. Izuku's mind is reeling. At the end of his walk back from the pharmacy, last evening, Aizawa-sensei had sent him back to his dorm room, promising they'd discuss this issue more thoroughly in the morning. As it was, the sun was already getting up, and Izuku hasn't slept for a single minute of the whole night, his thoughts always circling back to last night's discovery. Quirk suppressors. It didn't make any sense. Izuku was still persuaded that there was a mix-up at the pharmacy this time around. He has been on this medication since he was a child, almost as long as he can remember, to prevent cholesterol from building up in his arteries. Without proper medication, by now he would already have serious heart issues. Clearly that's not the case. He's been feeling extremely well, stronger than ever, so this has to be a one-time mistake. Izuku is just glad his teacher caught it before he'd injected himself with potent quirk suppressors. He has no idea how it would affect one for all, and he has no desire on finding out the hard way. Still, it means that the school has no choice but to launch a thorough investigation, starting with a meeting to question Izuku himself, then an inspection at the local pharmacy. There's still a chance this is some kind of sick game from the League of Villains, although Izuku doubts his enemies could have access to this kind of information. Even Aizawa-sensei wasn't aware, apparently, so how could anyone else be? It's anxiousness that keeps him awake all night, and it's with that same anxious energy that Izuku speeds through his morning routine before heading out early to the main school building, where he's supposed to meet with Aizawa-sensei and Nizu-san. As the principal, the white bear dog mouse has a duty to get involved and help resolve this huge misunderstanding. It's strange, he thinks, to be walking through the empty halls so soon in the morning. The school is deserted, even the early risers who always arrive first aren't even near entering the building at this time. The rising sun paints an elegant canvas on the horizon and its light casts an orange glow through the wide windows, transforming almost sterile white halls into warm and welcoming corridors. Izuku basks in the beauty of it all and lets the peace and quiet calm his racing heart. He has no reason to be nervous. He reminds himself he has done nothing wrong and this is just a mistake on the part of the one who prepared his medication. Maybe they mislabeled it? Still, it's with nervousness that he knocks on the principal's office door and with a shaking hand that he pulls it open at the creature's invitation. Buying and using quirk suppressors is not illegal in itself, but it is extremely regulated and can only be used on either a doctor's order to treat quirk side effects or during counseling while the patient learns to use their quirk safely, or by police force to restrain and incapacitate dangerous villains. Outside of any of those situations, holding on to quirk suppressors is out of bounds. Like end up in jail kind of out of bounds. Izuku should have expected the police to be on the case. But as it is, he's caught unaware when he opens the principal's door to come face to face with none other than Detective Tsukachi, who's sitting in one of the armchair next to the small coffee table in front of Nizu-san's desk. Hello, Midoriya. How are you doing? The man's smile is kind and inviting, not at all intimidation. Ignoring his nervousness, Izuku greets Detective Tsukachi and closes the door behind him before settling down in the comfy armchair right across the man. Only now does he notice his homeroom teacher leaning against the wall beside the door, arms crossed over his chest and somber expression painting his face. Izuku offers him a small smile with a subtle wave, and Aizawa-sensei tips his head back in greeting. Thank you for coming, Midoriya-kun, Tsukachi-san, says the principal, sitting at his desk while nursing a steaming cup of tea. As much as I'd like this to be a simple social visit, we have a serious case we need to solve. I believe you have questions for young Midoriya, detective? Yes. Tsukachi turns to face Izuku with a small reassuring smile. It's just for formalities, Midoriya. Eraserhead already filled me in on the situation, but because unregulated quirk suppressors use is a serious issue, I'm obligated to confirm your version of the story. This conversation will be recorded for the official report. Is that all right with you? As he says this, the detective places a small recording device on the low coffee table between the both of them. Yes, sir, Izuku answers with a little bit of trepidation. He knows he's not in the wrong here, however he can't help but feel nervous. His hands are already starting to feel sweaty and the interrogation hasn't even started yet. His heart beat furiously in his ribcage and it almost drowns the first question the detective sends him. Your name is Izuku Midoriya, correct? Izuku nods in affirmation. Please say it out loud, Midoriya. Yes, sir. Please state your age and occupation. Izuku gulps anxiously but is reassured by the kind smile and head dip the detective gives him. 15 years old, and I'm a student in the hero course of UA Academy. Thank you. Now, please tell me how you came into possession of a potent dose of quirk suppressors. Potent? The dose in that small syringe was potent? The thought is even scarier than he had imagined. I went to the pharmacy to pick up my monthly prescription medication, which is prevention for cholesterol buildup, but I think the pharmacist made a mistake? He doesn't mean to make it a question, but his uncertainty pierces through his voice. Izuku-sensei was accompanying me, and he's the one who noticed I had the wrong thing. His passes his tongue on his dry lips. He's the one who noticed the pharmacist gave me quirk suppressors instead of my usual medication, he adds for more precision. True. If you don't mind me asking, why do you need monthly medication? I have a C condition. Called It's hereditary. True. Thank you, Midoriya. Have you ever taken quirk suppressors? No. Izuku slaps a hand over his mouth, surprised by his own outburst. Just the idea of it is absurd. He, who was born quirkless, taking quirk suppressors now that he has an amazing quirk? No way. Never, he states more calmly. He'd never risk the legacy of one for all. True. The frown on the detective's face is a tiny bit unsettling. Izuku wonders if the man can suffer from side effects when using his quirk for too long. Or maybe it's more like emitter type and can't turn it off at all. Are you positive that this is the first time you are handed quirk suppressors instead of your usual medication? Yes. Of that he's sure. He wouldn't be feeling so good if he had skipped a dose on his medication. True. For the sake of this investigation, do you agree to share your medical files with the police? Izuku wants to agree right away, but he's struck with the memory of that simple X-ray showing clearly the extra joint in his pinky toe, and he panics a little bit. His hesitance must show, because Tsukachi adds, any and all information will stay entirely confidential. Yes, I agree, he gives after taking a fortifying breath. Thank you, Midoriya. This concludes the interrogation. The detective reaches forward and stops the recording device, casually slipping it back inside his trench coat pocket. Please, if you have any more information to share, don't hesitate to contact me, Tsukachi demands while sliding a business card toward him. Izuku takes it with a shaking hand and smiles timidly at the man. Thank you for your cooperation. I'll keep you informed with any progress we make on this case. Please have a good day. The detective bows respectfully and shares more casual greetings with Izuku-sensei and Nizu-san before making his leave. There's a moment of silence where Izuku just breathes, willing his beating heart to slow down, before Izuku pushes himself off the wall to come crouching in front of him. His dark gaze searches his face for a few seconds, then he offers a small nod. Okay, problem child, he says gruffly, as if just looking at Izuku answered some question for him. For some reason, Izuku takes it as a confirmation that everything's going to be all right, and the next breath he takes completely fills his lungs and calms his nerves. Izuku-sensei pats his knee once, then gets back up. Let's head to class, homeroom is about to start. Izuku Shouta is a teacher who, although he lacks the social capabilities it takes to show affection, cares deeply about all his students. He watches carefully over their growth as aspiring heroes and puts all his effort in nurturing their potential with calculated exercises. Eraserhead, however, is one of the most level-headed heroes in Mizudafu. The precinct trusts him to make reasonable decisions and to find the most suitable course of action to solve delicate situations. Apparently, even though he's personally involved in the case surrounding his problem child, the police trusts his hero persona enough to allow Hai to participate in the investigation. That's why he finds himself at the police headquarters that very afternoon, preparing a line of questions with Detective Tsukachi while Midoriya participates in class like nothing happened. They're planning on calling in the boy's mother to confirm Midoriya's story and discuss his medical files, which is necessary before they can hop to the next important step: investigate the pharmacy that slipped potent quirk suppressors in a teenager's unsuspecting hands without a second glance. Midoriya Inko arrives at Mizudafu Station in late afternoon, visibly having left straight out of her job, judging by her getup, with frantic worry pulling at her traits. Shouta knows she's a lot like Midoriya, so seeing her fiddle with her own fingers while she waits for the detective in the lobby is not something that surprises him. He stands by while waiting for Tsukachi to arrive, watching as the woman pulls her lower lip between her teeth with poorly concealed concern. She doesn't look guilty, just extremely worried, and going by the very few encounters he's had with her, Shouta doubts she even has a drop of malice inside of her. His problem child probably inherited his good-naturedness directly from his kind-hearted mother. He doesn't expect much from this meeting, so he skips the introductions the woman exchanges with the detective when he finally comes out to greet her, and heads directly inside the observation room to witness the interrogation from the other side of the one-way mirror. Tsukachi Naomasa is a fine detective, and considering who they're questioning, he doesn't need Eraserhead's presence inside the room. There's absolutely no need to intimidate the gentlewoman after all. To be honest, Shouta would very much like to be anywhere else than here. Like taking a nap in the teacher's lounge. Yet, this is a case about his problem child, so he's determined to make sure it gets solved with haste and thoroughly. Shouta watches leisurely while Tsukachi leads Midoriya Inko inside the interrogation room, like a well-mannered host, and even offers the woman a glass of water, or a cup of tea or coffee. Midoriya-san accepts with a smile and timidly pushes a strand of hair back behind her ear, so Shouta is stuck to wait another few minutes while Tsukachi takes care of this. When the detective comes back with 2 paper cups of steaming cheap coffee, he starts the usual process with the usual information, making sure to mention this interrogation is only out of formality, because it is required to do so for legal reasons, before he starts recording their conversation. We are the 10th of May 20XX, Mizudafu Precinct. Officer in charge of interrogation is Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. Interrogating Midoriya Inko. Midoriya-san, this conversation will be entirely recorded. I understand. My quirk allows me to differentiate between a truth and a lie. I will ask you preliminary questions for the records, but also to calibrate my quirk to you. Tsukachi then starts a short series of simple questions easy to answer. The process is fast enough, so in no time Tsukachi started the questions required for this case. What is your relationship with Midoriya Izuku? I'm his mother, Midoriya-san says calmly. Although she showed signs of anxiety when she entered the police station, Tsukachi's politeness and kindness seemed to have eased her worries enough for her to feel more confident with her situation. She probably knows she has nothing to worry about, even if she is still unaware of the entire reason she was brought here in the first place. They've probably told her on the phone who this was about, and surely they mentioned her son wasn't in any trouble, Shouta guesses, or else they'd surely be dealing with a protective hysterical mother at his point. Would you please explain what condition Midoriya Izuku suffers from? Of course, she smiles sadly. The doctor called it homozygous familial hypercholesterolemia, or HoFH for short. It's hereditary. She takes a deep grounding breath. It means a high level of cholesterol in the bloodstream, and aside from managing their diet, the ones who suffer from HoFH need monthly injection to help reduce the most of the cholesterol to prevent heart diseases. Shouta notices how she's clutching at her half-empty coffee cup. Her eyes are downcast and her shoulders are drooping under a weight only her can support for her son's sake. Thank you, Tsukachi says softly after a small pause. Shouta notes the detective seem pensive, and doesn't miss the way his finger taps twice on the recording device. I know this is difficult, he states, Did you know Midoriya Izuku was found buying quirk suppressors from the local pharmacy? The results are instantaneous. Midoriya-san blanches, and her reaction alone is proof enough that she wasn't aware of this. Oh no. Of course not. Tsukachi taps once on the recording device, and he seems relieved for some reason. Shouta, on his part, can't help but feel unsettled with the way things are going. He knows the meaning of the taps. One tap sends a beep in the recording, and it means the statement given is the truth. 2 beeps means it's a lie. Something doesn't add up already, and Shouta is starting to feel concerned. To your knowledge, has Midoriya Izuku ever used quirk suppressors on himself? Absolutely not, Midoriya-san answers with a set jaw. There's no way my son would do this willingly. Shouta watches with rapt attention, because Tsukachi hesitates. There's a more guarded look in his eyes now, and it takes him a few minutes, letting the silence settle in the room heavily, before he finally taps on the recording device. He presses the small button twice, then once more after a short pause. Shouda's breath stutters, and the implications of that single answer sends ice in his veins. He grinds his teeth and wills his body to calm down as he waits for the situation to unfold. Midoriya-san. There's an edge to the detective's voice, and his eyebrows are tipped in a carefully crafted expression of confusion, although Shouta doubts he's feeling anything less than cold fear mixed with hot anger. Please be honest with me. Were you aware? Shouta notices the change in the way the question is formulated, that Midoriya Izuku was using quirk suppressors on himself? Midoriya Inko is biting her lips, eyes glassy with soon-to-be shed tears, and starts a slow left and right movement with her head. There's conviction in her invalidation, in her voice when she states a simple no, but she looks almost pained as she shakes her head. Please don't lie to me, Tsukachi says. Even though his voice is soft, the words are spoken with a hardness that speaks of authority, with a touch of protectiveness. Because this is a kid they're talking about. There's 2 firm taps on the recording device while Tsukachi waits Midoriya-san's next answer. Tears slide down rounded cheeks, lips wobble dangerously with the promise of a serious breakdown, but a single word makes it past clenched teeth, barely above a whisper, but Shouta hears it nonetheless, veins injected with pure ice. Yes, and the story Midoriya Inko narrates is one of horror, that starts with a happy family, an unfortunate accident, and a decision that changed his student's life for the worst. When Izuku wakes up in the hospital a few months after his 4th birthday, he's told he's diagnosed with a life-changing hereditary condition. One that requires a different and more strict diet. One that requires regular medical checkups. One that requires he sticks a needle in his skin every month. A condition that had the capacity, or so he's told, to end his young life early if he doesn't follow the treatment plan. He's not sure he really understood that any of this meant. He was too young. The medical jargon thrown at him, even broken down to the simplest of words, didn't actually mean anything to him other than eat well, take your medication, and we'll see you soon. What really mattered to him was to go back home and be allowed to play at the park with Kaken. The first thing he really understood, even before he was released from the hospital, is that his treatment hurt. The nurse who taught him how to use the prepared syringe was very kind and patient, slowly showing each steps carefully to make sure his mom and he understood the process. Then she guided Hai through his own first self-injection, which he remembers well enough, ended up with him in tears and clutching at him mom for comfort. It didn't hurt that much in reality. Just a sting, there and gone, with a little bit of soreness afterwards, but just the anticipation had him tensing with anxiousness, and when all was said and done, the dam broke and he evacuated all his stress in his mother's embrace. Just first, diner home, he learned, was something kind of bland, and not the katsudon he had hoped. That's the other big change in his life he went through. His diet was scrutinized carefully, and he was allowed only specific foods and drinks to make sure he would stay healthy. Thus, he had to say goodbye to delicious treats, even though that got replaced by almost equally yummy healthy treats, and to his disappointment, almost never stayed for dinner at Kaken's home. Kaken didn't like what he had to eat, and Izuku couldn't eat what Kaken wanted to eat, so it made joint meals incredibly difficult. Then, about 4 months later, he was diagnosed quirkless by his doctor, the one he's been seeing almost every month to make sure he was still healthy and that no complication from his condition arose. Izuku remembers all of this and explains all he remembers to his teacher and the detective sitting somberly in front of him. Aizawa-sensei asked him to stay after school that Friday afternoon, and although he had no way to be sure, he guessed this was to give him updates on the case about the huge misunderstanding that ended with him holding a quirk suppressor syringe only 2 days prior. That's why he wasn't overly surprised when his teacher led him to a private conference room to meet with Detective Tsukachi. It's also why he let out a confused noise when said detective asked him what he remembered of the time he was diagnosed with HOFH. "This is everything you remember?" Aizawa-sensei asks once he's done narrating this specific part of his past. Izuku nods, but he feels unsettled by his teacher's mood. It's not like there's any outside sign or anything, but Aizawa looks stiffer. He looks angry, but not the explosive kind Izuku is used to, but rather a simmering anger, boiling just beneath the surface, waiting the perfect moment to let it flow in a destructive torrent. Aizawa-sensei looks like an underground hero looking for blood. Izuku is just glad that anger is not directed at him. His teacher is leaning against the wall behind the detective, a little bit to the side, arms crossed and gaze trained deliberately on Izuku. Detective Tsukachi is also standing, just behind one of the chairs that surrounds the conference table, and Izuku had stood automatically in front of him right across it to answer his questions. There was some kind of tension in the room, although Izuku couldn't put his finger on its cause even if he could feel it. At some point during Izuku's tale, the detective had made himself comfortable by removing his trench coat and draping it over the back of a chair. "Midoriya, do you remember what happened before you woke up at the hospital that day?" Izuku doesn't know what the detective is fishing for, but he answers as truthfully as he can. "I don't remember much," he admits, eyes flicking to his teacher unconsciously. The man only offers a small nod in encouragement. I don't remember what happened directly during the incident that led me. My mom told me I passed out because of my illness." Tsukachi sends him a reassuring smile as soon as he notices his hesitation. "If I remember correctly, it happened not long after before my father left for the United States. I know I was angry. Not at him, of course." He hastily adds, "but at the situation. I knew it wasn't Dad's fault, but I didn't know how to react, so I got mad at him." The memory is fuzzy, almost like it came from a dream, but somehow he remembers the anger he felt that day vividly. "Dr. Tsubasa explained the stress of my fight with my dad probably provoked my symptoms to worsen enough to send me to the emergencies. He said it's also why I was diagnosed so young, and because of that it probably saved my life." There's a beat of silence, but Izuku sees how Tsukachi clenches his teeth for a second before he forces himself to relax. The detective and his teacher share a glance, and Izuku is filled with a foreboding that leaves his mouth dry. He feels fear gnaw at his insides when Tsukachi levels a careful gaze at him, expression carefully crafted into an emotionless mask. "You might want to take a seat, Midoriya," the man suggests, but it's these words that sends anxiety rippling through his body. What's happening?" There's a heaviness that presses on his chest when he takes his next breath, and he feels his limbs shaking as he enters what he knows to be a fight-of-flight state. He turns green pleading eyes to his teacher, because right now really needs to know what the hell is going on, and Aizawa-sensei never hides anything from them. "Just sit down, kid," the man huffs gently. Since he trusts his teacher, he listens to him and pulls out a chair, lowering himself on it while keeping a close, wary eye on the two adults. It's Tsukachi that speaks up and breaks the thick silence. "This is no easy conversation," the detective warns. "If, at any time, you need space or time to process, please let me know." Izuku nods, although he's not sure if he's really acquiescing or if it's just out of politeness. His nerves are already frayed and Detective Tsukachi hasn't even started yet. "First of all, Midoriya Hisashi is not in the United States," the detective says, and Izuku lets out a small emotionless, "oh," almost indifferent. He's not really surprised. After learning his son was sick and would never develop a quirk, Midoriya Hisashi had completely disappeared from their lives. Izuku is still bitter at him for this, even if he understands why the man would want to have another chance at a happy family somewhere else. He still couldn't bring himself to delete the emails he sent all those years ago before he completely went off the radar and stopped answering any messages sent his way. No, Midoriya, he didn't leave to start a new life. Midoriya Hisashi passed away 12 years ago. The same day he was supposed to leave for America. What? It didn't make sense. At all. Izuku's brain stutters at the world-shattering. He doesn't even know how to react to this, thinking his father had abandoned him and his mother all those years ago. Wait, what about the email? It has to be a mistake. That day when you awoke at the hospital, Tsukachi continues, wasn't because of your condition. In fact, you don't even suffer from HOFH. What? Let me finish please. Tsukachi kindly implores, so Izuku snaps his jaw shut, still reeling from what he's hearing. It's like a fever dream, he thinks. That day when you were 4 years old, you got in a fight with your father and developed your quirk. Unfortunately, in the state of extreme distress you were in that day, your quirk manifested extremely fast and before either of your parents could react, it was already too late. Izuku just stares at the detective, feeling a special kind of numbness he's never felt before. He hears his heart beating wildly in his chest and his blood roars in his ears, almost covering up the hum of the heating system pushing warm air inside the room. He just stares idly at the man before him and only one thought springs to his mind at the moment. You're kidding, right? His mouth is awfully dry and he tries to gulp what's left of saliva before he speaks again. This is a joke, right? It can't be true, he's almost begging, staring straight into the dark eyes of the detective, but the man only shakes his head, subtle enough that Izuku thinks he might be imagining it. He swivels his head towards Aiza-sensei, reluctant hope blooming in his chest as he lets out a weak, "Sensei?" "No, kid. I'm sorry," he answers with a soft voice. It feels foreign coming out of his gruff teacher's mouth. But it doesn't make sense, it really doesn't. Panic slowly takes control of him, but he doesn't let it and forces himself to think rationally. "I'm a late bloomer," he says, and he tries ignore the way his voice shakes. "I was diagnosed quirkless. I grew up quirkless." And he trails off, racking his brain for anything that's off about this whole hypothesis. And emails. I exchanged emails with Dad for 2 whole years after my diagnosis. He's sure of it now. I don't know where you heard this from, detective, but it can't be right. He still feels extremely shaky, but he's in control of the situation now and he feels his heart calm down gradually. Are you sure you didn't study the wrong file? He asks with a kind smile. People always make mistakes, it's no big deal, he understands. Midoriya. Tsukachi's face is pinched as if he's in pain. No one says anything for a while and Izuku keeps switching his gaze between the detective and his teacher. Their postures are stiff and Aizawa-sensei refuses to meet his eyes, keeping his own dark gaze focused on Tsukachi. "No," Izuku whispers. He doesn't know what's going on. "That can't be right," he repeats, as if saying it enough time will make it true. "Midoriya." Izuku's eyes snap to the detective. "Your mother told us everything. She and your doctor, Dr. Tsubasa, decided your quirk as too dangerous and tried to eliminate it with regular high doses of quirk suppressors. They thought they had succeeded until your quirk manifested a second time just before high school. They started upping the dose, hoping to let it die before you injured yourself further." Izuku is already crying at this point. He can't stop the flow of tears that slip from his eyes, clenched closed with the despair that grows within him. He shakes his head and clings to the idea that it's all a mistake, a misunderstanding, a joke. "No way," he sniffles, and he can't help the keening noise that escapes his throat. No. It's like a mantra, "No way, it's not true, it's a mistake, it can't be, etc." Words bubble up between sobs and heaving breaths. His hands shake badly as he hides his face in them, tears slipping down his wrists to wet the cuffs of his school uniform. "I'm sorry, Izuku," Tsukachi says, and Izuku's reaction is immediate. "Don't call me that." The yell comes out unbidden, accompanied by the loud scrape of the chair as he stands up suddenly and followed by the clatter it makes when it topples violently on the ground. "You don't get to call me that." Rationally, he knows the detective has nothing to do with the whole situation, yet Izuku, in that moment, can only feel hatred towards the man who, in the course of a single hour, destroyed Izuku's world thoroughly. Everything he ever knew is shattered, and he can only loathe the man who brought the hammer down on the illusion that was his whole life. The anger burns. There's fire in his lungs and lava in his veins. The hatred scratches at his throat as he shrieks in anguish. He doesn't recognize himself, and at the moment he absolutely doesn't care. Green lightning sparks and die out intermittently around him, and he really wants to hit something. He feels the urge to destroy, just like he's just been destroyed, but he has enough self-restraint to try and keep it all in, even if it means he has to space furiously around his half of the conference room, biting his lips viciously, hard enough to draw blood. His thoughts are a jumbled mess, but the only thing that keeps coming at the forefront is this: my life is a lie. Tsukachi and Aizawa don't even know the whole truth of it. Desperate screeches push past clenched teeth while hands twist painfully at his hair. He kicks the down chair with all his force, but it's not enough. He's suffocating in his anger, breath coming out ragged and coming in with barely enough oxygen to supply his brain. In a flash of lucidity, he suddenly feels extremely scared of himself, and in his mind's eyes he sees a younger Kaken snarling in outrage and hurting him deliberately to release his wrath. He's scared he'll hurt someone, absently looking at the chair as it smashes against the wall before clattering loudly on the ground. He's scared he'll hurt someone, like Kaken hurt him. Repeatedly in the past, but somehow this thought only fuels his fury further. He's seething even as he forces his legs to stop moving, and his temper only worsens when he tries to take deep grounding breaths. As if the oxygen he breathes has the sole purpose of feeding the fire burning bright and hot within his chest. He feels like he's going to explode. The only thing left he can think of in that moment is to lift an arm, pointer finger firmly positioned towards the door, as he snarls a low and dangerous "out" at the other occupants of the room. To Tsukachi's credit, he only hesitates for a brief instant before he folds his trench coat over an arm and makes his way out the door without a single word or glance in his direction. The room is eerily silent except for Izuku's heaving breaths. He expects Aizawa-sensei to follow the other man to leave him alone with his rage, but the underground hero stays leaning against the wall, not having moved a muscle since the beginning of his outburst. Aizawa-sensei may very well be the only constant left in his life right now. He never lies, is always brutally honest, and truly cares like no one, except his mother, ever did before. It's that realization, he thinks, that somehow soothes his anger enough for him to calm down and let himself fall on a chair, leaving him with a hollowness he doesn't know what to do with. Aizawa-sensei will never leave, as he just proved by staying by his side through all of this shitty situation. Izuku knows he'll help him, and that he'll guide him through what's to come. He knows he'll get through this, if Aizawa stays by his side. For now, he lets the despair break his heart and he melts down in hot fat tears, hiding his face on folded arms laid on the surface of the table. Aizawa-sensei keeps watch over him. Izuku lets himself break completely, knowing he'll be there to pick up the pieces. Eraserhead had stayed even when the kid had growled a dangerous "out" at the two adults in the room. The angry outburst had been a surprise, to be honest. He had expected the boy to deny it, just as he'd done when the detective had started explaining the situation. He had expected him to go into shock or break down in tears. Never in a million years had the hero believed Midoriya would express such rage. The boy is the sunshine of his class, a bit timid but always smiling at his classmates, showing kindness even to the most brash of the lot of them, always putting his friends' interests before his own. Shouta had never seen him show any sign of being annoyed or angry at anyone else. Truly selfless, to a fault. He knows that what Tsukachi had dropped on him was world-shattering. He can't say he totally understands what the kid is going through, but he does get that it must have upset him on a deeper level. Where the rage had come from, though, he doesn't know. All he can do is be there and support him to the best of his abilities. He'll make damn sure the kid turns out all right in the end. Shouta had stood by quietly while Midoriya finally broke down in tears after his outburst, hiding his face in the crook of his arms. He had stayed, showing an insane amount of patience, until the sobs subsided and the kid finally lifted his face and attempted to dry his tears with a swipe of his hand. The teen's breath had still been shaky, stuttering periodically on the way in, so Eraserhead had made sure Midoriya had somewhat a grasp on his composure back before he led him back to the dorms. Midoriya had been silent the whole walk back. Head down and shoulders hunched, he had held his arms tight around himself in what must have been an unconscious effort at comforting himself. Thankfully, with how late it had gotten and the day being a Friday, most of the Class 1A students had already left home to spend the weekend with their families, so they encountered no one on the way up to the boys' room. Eraserhead would have preferred for the teen to eat at least a little something before hiding away in room, but in the emotional state he was in he's not even sure the kid could stomach anything. "Sho, what's wrong?" Hisashi asks. He's standing by the archway that leads into the living room, a concerned frown twisting his lips. Shouta bites the inside of his cheeks, because as much as he wants to share his worries with his husband, the investigation is still open and the case concerns a minor. All of it is entirely confidential, as Hisashi is not privy to that information as he's not part of the team. "A case," he offers helplessly. He hears Hisashi sigh softly before he shuffles his way into the living room, but Shouta has tipped his head back and is staring unseeingly at the ceiling instead of tracking the blonde's movements. He closes his eyes, feeling a familiar pressure behind them that usually announces a coming headache. This whole situation is starting to weigh down on him. 48 hours since his problem child walked out of the pharmacy with something he never should have gotten his hands on. 48 hours of uncertainty, interrogations, and somber revelations. It isn't even over yet. Tsukachi had tried to get in contact with the kid's pediatrician all day to no avail. The doctor apparently has a very busy schedule, and the detective was promised a return call as soon as he's able, as stated by the receptionist, but it will probably have to wait until Monday. Like hell they'll wait the whole weekend. Already, they had discussed the possibility of cornering the man directly at home the following day if the detective receives no updates before the end of the day. And since Shouta got no notifications from the detective all evening, he can only assume he'll have to get ready for that impromptu home visit. As for Midoriya, with his mother in custody and his father diseased, he's been placed, temporarily, under UA ward until they can get a hold of a family member that could take him in, at least until this entire shitshow ends. It's a good thing they have implemented the dorm system already, or the kid would have been moved in a foster home for the time being. What do you know about quirk suppressors, specifically the effects it has with long-term use? Shouta asks out loud. Hisashi shifts on the couch beside him, and Shouta pictures him leaning back in his seat with a hand on his chin while he mulls the question over. "Long-term?" The voice hero inquires, to which Shouta merely hums. "That's not something frequently observed," he starts, "considering they're always meant to be used on occasion, if the need arises." Letting his head loll to the side, Shouta gives his husband a blank stare, but Hisashi only shrugs, an apologetic smile etched onto his face. "I don't really know, Sho. What's this about?" A victim, the word tastes sour in his mouth considering it's one of his students he's talking about, of the case has been administered quirk suppressors for a long time without their consent. "Sheet." "Yeah, sheet," Shouta huffs in reply. It's well known that high enough doses in children can affect the way their quirks develop in tremendous ways, to the point of completely snuffing it out if it's given early enough. Long-term uses are mostly seen adults, though, specifically criminals considered extremely dangerous and held securely in Tartarus. And no one cares about possible side effects serial killers and mass murderers might suffer from because of that. With what Midoriya Inko revealed to them, the suppressors had done wonders to the boy as a young child. He apparently grew up quirkless. No wonder he's so skittish and untrusting. Quirkless are generally treated worse than scum, right up until his last year in middle school, when his quirk manifested spectacularly during the entrance exam, breaking 3 of the kid's limbs in the process. And isn't that something he would have liked to know before he started training the teen? As far as Shouta knows, the apparent lack of quirk control might not only be the result of discovering his quirk for the first time. It's possible that the difficulty of controlling the superpower quirk is a direct result of the quirk suppressors. Midoriya's mother admitted to feeling heartbroken and extremely worried when she learned of her son's quirk flaring up suddenly. Perhaps the boy has grown resistant to the suppressors, somehow. Perhaps, now that the teen's finally free of suppressors, they'll learn just how powerful his quirk really is. Or maybe he'll be stunted in his growth, and his quirk won't develop any further than it already has, which is the more probable outcome, in his opinion. Whichever case it may be, they find themselves in the dark, meaning Shouta will have to keep an extra careful eye on the problem child in the foreseeable future. That night, Izuku doesn't sleep well. His dreams are plagued by distorted images accompanied by disembodied voices calling him numerous insults he's heard all the time growing up. He sees his father, lifeless, and his blood on his hand, with Kaken's red eyes boring into his soul, a sneer on his lips as he mocks his uselessness while he hears his mother's sobs somewhere in the background, though he can't find her with his eyes no matter how much he tries. He thinks he wakes up several times during the night, but he really gets up when a really awful nightmare has him sitting up in bed soaked in sweat. The dry air irritates his throat as he gulps in ragged breaths. His heartbeat drums in his ears with the echoes of his dream, and it takes all he has to force himself to calm down. He feels a bit disoriented. When he checks his phone, it takes him a while to comprehend the numbers illuminated on his screen. 4:42 p.m. He swallows drilly. His throat is parched. There's nausea rolling in his gut. He slept for over 20 hours, his thoughts uselessly supply. He clenches his eyes closed, snippets of yesterday's conversation with the detective coming to the forefront of his mind. He can't help but hunch in on himself. He brings his legs closer, still hidden under his comforter twisted around his ankles, and hugs his knees tightly as he drops his forehead on them. He doesn't know what to do. He knows, rationally, that the detective is good at his job and that he wouldn't feed unchecked facts at him without anything to back him up. Still, he can't help the small disbelief ignited in his heart. The hope that, somehow, it's all just a huge mistake. Maybe he should call his mom. Hands shaking, he scrolls through his text messages and lands on the conversation he had with his mother about a week ago. He doesn't waste time rereading it, instead tapping on the call icon in the upper corner of the screen. It rings once. She never picks up right away. It's fine. Besides, she's just finishing work at this time, so she might be a bit busy bidding her coworkers farewell. It rings twice. No worries. Thrice. Izuku waits with bated breath. He starts to gnaw unconsciously at his lower lips. It's fine, she's just busy changing her footwear. Probably. It rings a fourth time, but it's cut short, which makes him break into a wide smile. Hey, the number you are trying to reach is not available at this time. Leave a message and try again later. Wah. Staring blindly ahead, Izuku lowers his phone as he tries to hold back a sob. She's just busy. He decides, but his smile is wobbly and there's doubt creeping up the back of his mind. He'll just have to try again later, when he's sure she's back home from work. She'll be back home in about 30 minutes, if she keeps to her routine, but he'll wait a good hour just to be sure. In the meantime, he busies himself with freshening up by taking a shower and change into his sportswear. Might as well fit in a bit of training while he waits. Except he can't focus and keeps losing track of his reps. Without making a conscious decision, he gives up training and starts to absent-mindedly tidy up his room. Instead, his veins thrum with anxiety each time his mind wanders back to yesterday. He has to force himself to concentrate on his task, more often than not finding his hands holding something or other with no idea where he meant to put it away. Time goes incredibly slowly and he waits the last 2 minutes sitting on the edge of his bed and cradling his phone in both hands, willing the seconds to fast forward. As soon as the clock hits 6 o'clock, he dials his mother's number and brings his phone up to his ear. It goes, once again, to voicemail. He tells himself she might be out on some errands on her way home, or maybe she's caught up in a conversation with a coworker. He'll call later in the evening. Surely she'll answer then. He tries to keep busy. Going down to the common rooms, he finds Aoyama sprawled on the couch in front of the television, watching some kind of rom-com Izuku has never seen. He doesn't recognize the words either, so he's assuming the teen is watching something in French. Izuku heads to the kitchen, relieved to find it empty. He searches mindlessly through the pantry and fridge before settling on making himself instant ramen. He knows he should eat something healthier with good nutrients and a decent amount of proteins, but he can't be bothered to prepare anything fancy. not just for himself. To be fair, he's not sure he can really stomach anything heavier than some broth. The first few minutes through his meal, he finds his mind wandering back to the incredulous story Detective Tsukachi narrated to him the day prior, and to the way he'd reacted at hearing the news. He doesn't know what came over him, getting angry like that. He should apologize the next time he sees the man. Izuku still believes it's all one big mistake. Maybe he should write to his father. It's a shot in the dark, really, considering they haven't talked in years, and maybe his dad isn't even using that old email address anymore. He ends up pushing his half-eaten bowl of ramen away to scroll through his emails. It takes longer than expected. He didn't know he kept so many messages in his inbox. He does find what's looking for though. Replying to an email that dates 6 years back is weird, so he copies the address and starts a new conversation. He starts to type a greeting, deletes it, type another greeting, then bites his lips anxiously. He has no idea what to say. 6 years is a long time to catch up. Besides, there are secrets he can't and doesn't want to share with his father. He starts to write how he miraculously got into his dream school, how he made a lot of friends, and how his teachers are kind and good to him. He explains how he finally got his provisional license and that he'll go on an internship soon. He stops there, catching himself smiling dumbly at his phone. Thinking about all the good stuff, even through the hard times, that happened to him since he met All Might fills him with joy and a sense of pride he never felt as a quirkless, meaningless kid. Eyeing the word vomit he spewed on his screen, he suddenly feels like all of that is too private, too personal, to share with a man who walked out of his life so many years ago. All the good experiences he's had since gaining one for all are his to decide who he can share them with. No matter how proud and excited Izuku is about it all, the thought of including Hisashi in the best moments of his life leaves a sour taste in the back of his throat. He feels guilty about it, but he doesn't believe Hisashi deserves to be a part of it. In the end, he deletes everything and settles for a really short message that gets the point across. I know you're probably busy, but I'd like to talk. I haven't heard from you in a while. Izuku. He rereads it 3 times, sighs dejectedly, and presses send, hoping to receive a reply soon enough. His head tips back over the chair's backrest and he stares at the ceiling, his mind a jumbled mess. There's a pressure, a tightness in his chest that won't loosen even when he tries those breathing exercises they learned in class. He rolls his head to the side. It feels heavy. His whole body is heavy. He should eat, he thinks as his eyes land on his bowl of ramen. He swallows nausea down. His stomach is roiling just at the thought of it. Besides, it's probably gone cold already. It's almost as if his mind and body are in slow motion. He tries to hurry cleaning up behind himself, because he really can't wait to talk to his mom, finally, but by the time he makes it up the stairs and back into his room, he finds out it took him over 20 minutes just to take care of those mundane tasks. He really wants to talk to his mom. Yet, for some reason he doesn't understand, he finds it extremely hard to dial her number. There's nothing to be afraid of, he tells himself. She'll answer this time for sure. She should be at home, relaxing after a long day at work, watching those reality TV shows she likes so much. His shoulders are tense while he listens to the line ring once, twice, then a third time. His breath catches in his throat because she's not answering. He doesn't realize he's stopped breathing altogether until his lungs burn. He inhales once, fast and strong, but then he's choking on his air, chest struggling to properly let it go in a steady exhale, instead stuttering dangerously, caught between the need to breath in and the need to breath out. He's hunched in on himself, sat on his desk chair. One hand presses his now silent phone hard against his ear while the other scratches at his throat because he can't breathe. When his vision starts to gray out at the edges, he forces his hands to cooperate. They're trembling something vicious, and it might only be a miracle that he successfully lowers his phone in front of him and select the first contact he knows can help him. He doesn't think his limbs have the necessary oxygen to hold his phone back up to his ear. Instead, he manages to lay it flat on his desk, and in his struggle to breathe he presses his forehead to the flat surface, arms now crossed tightly at his midsection. He doesn't hear it ring, but he does hear the voice at the other end of the line. Problem child? What's wrong? But he can't answer, no, when he has no air. Okay kid, breathe in through your nose. I'm coming, you hear? Izuku barely manages what's asked of him. Oxygen flows in through his nose for all of 2 seconds before his lungs spam and hastily force it out in a harsh breath. But again. He does. Again and again. It's hard. His teacher's voice is all warped now. He feels on the verge of passing out. Breathe, Midoriya. His throat strains under all the effort it takes him to follow the simple command. But you're at the dorms, right? He's able to stutter out a weak "why yesh," but it breaks his focus and he loses a few crucial breaths that brings back the black spots. His teacher is still guiding him through the phone and it's probably the only thing that keeps him conscious until Izuku barges in his room. It only takes 3 strides to reach his student form the doorway. Midoriya is clearly in respiratory distress, so Eraserhead uses his first aid knowledge to buttes the kid. With a quick scan he can't see any visible signs of any wound or ailments that could have caused such a reaction. From his school files, the boy shouldn't have any allergies that he knows of, but he doubts the accuracy of the information found in there after the whole debacle with the quirk suppressors. So he checks in with the kid, to be sure. Allergies? A weak shake of the head. Choked on something? And no, Midoriya rasps out. He's hyperventilating, Shouta realizes. He looks like nothing is making it all the way to his lungs, mouth gulping hungrily at the air, but expulsing it just as fast. Okay, focus on my counts. Shouta guides his student as best as he can. He's crouching next to him, one knee on the ground, and presses one of the boy's scarred hand to his own chest. It takes some time, and quite a bit of encouragement, but he successfully helps Midoriya through his apparent panic attack. He can't be sure the teen is completely better, but at least he's breathing now. They stay in silence for a few moments while Shouta lets his student recover some. He's clearly drained, face pale and sweaty, hands trembling while he loosely hugs himself. There are tear tracks down his cheeks, but now that he's getting enough oxygen they've stopped flowing. Sensei? The kid breaks the silence, a sniffle following right after. Yeah. His own voice comes out gentler than he's used to, but not by much. To be honest, he's not even sure the kid can really hear the difference. It's fine though. He doesn't want any of his students see him lose his composure, especially when they're the ones needing the comfort and reassurances. What will happen to my mom? She'll probably be tried, Shouta admits, as straightforward as he can, but not harsh in any way, for neglect, illegal use of drags on a minor, and illegal manipulation of medical information. He pauses, debating whether or not to continue. Not in the end he figures he'd better tell Midoriya right now rather than having him find out by himself, at possibly a worse time. She'll also be tried for domestic abuse and long-term illegal drag experimentation on a non-consentient participant. There's a wobble to the teen's lips, but if he cries Shouta can't see because the boy has tilted his head downwards, letting his unkempt bangs shadow his face. He waits patiently as Midoriya silently works through it all in his head. Shouta has grading to be done, and he has patrol in about 2 hours, but his students always come first. He sees Midoriya's pinched lips whiten with the pressure before he speaks up, quiet and hesitant. But she's never done any of that. Shouta says nothing to this. The kid doesn't need someone to argue with him right now, he just needs someone to listen. He might not agree, but it isn't the time to show his opinion on the matter. My mom never abused me. The word is spat with such venom that it almost takes the underground hero by surprise. She never hurts me, she would never do that. Okay, Shouta replies. And he believes the kid. Or at least, he believes the kid believes in his own statements. Except, hurt doesn't always come in the physical form. Abuse can and often is delivered verbally first. Being beaten to a pulp is hard, sure, but being told countless of times that you're a freak, a villain, worthless, a waste of space, repeatedly, can have much more severe long-lasting negative effects, especially in growing kids. Tsukachi and he don't have anything to back up the accusations on domestic abuse, yet. As the kid's teacher, Eraserhead never noticed anything amiss about the teen. No visible wounds or bruises, no suspicious limps, no grazes, scratches, cuts, burns or black eyes with ridiculous made-up stories to excuse them. The only thing that alerted him of potential abuse is Midoriya's behavior. The body itself is a strong way of communication if you know what to look for, and the way the teen holds himself screams of months, if not years, of beatings, be it physical or emotional or, God forbid, both. The constant stuttering. The downcast eyes. The hunched shoulders. The placating smiles. The way he tries to make himself smaller when he's called in on class. The way he almost always agrees with everyone, as if he wants to avoid upsetting anyone. The way he protects his school bag on the ground between his feet underneath his desk instead of hanging it on the backrest of his seat as students normally do. The way he never leaves any of his stuff on his desk. The way he always refuses anyone to walk him home after classes. The way he flinches at loud noises or sudden movements. The way he often zones out in class, eyes staring vacantly at an empty spot on the well behind his teacher. The way he looks doubtful at authoritative figures whenever he's given a compliment or an encouragement. One or two of these observations on their own is nothing to be alarmed about. However, merge them all in one single package and see it happen every day is enough to paint a gruesome picture of what Midoriya's home life looks like. Shouta mentions none of this to the kid though. He offers all the comfort and safety he can with his presence alone, and he's rewarded with a determined fire shining in Midoriya's eyes when he finally looks up at him. "My mom never has and never will abused me," the kid says confidently. And there's nothing Shouta could say to change his mind even if he wanted to. He doesn't miss that the teen, however, doesn't deny all of the other accusations. He'll take that as a win. Shouta looks Midoriya straight in the eyes, expression as serious as it ever was, and give him one firm nod. He knows the kid believes in this, and it's not his place to rob him of his confidence. Apparently, the teen expected to be fought on his statement, because at the reassuring acceptance of his teacher, his shoulders drop from their previously defensive position, and his relief is palpable when he exhales one long breath in a sigh. Shouta thinks it's the end of their discussion. The kid had worked himself up in a panic attack because of his current situation, and the underground hero solved this by answering Midoriya's questions about his mother. However, his student's breath suddenly hitches, and before he knows it the kid has pulled his feet up on his seat, arms curling around his knees with his face hidden in the small protective bubble this position created. There are no sobs, but Midoriya's breathing is ragged. It's concerning. "Talk to me, kid," Shouta instructs firmly. A sniffle. "I don't know what to do, sensei," the teen admits with a small voice. "If they take her away," and here his voice breaks, letting out a tiny whine, barely audible but enough to voice his distress. Midoriya is a strong kid, though, so he forces himself to continue. "If they take her away, what will happen to me?" There's no answer Shouta can give the child that can be reassuring. He isn't one to beat around the bush, usually, but this time he takes the time to mull his answer before answering. He's settled for the blunt truth, of course, though he can't quite keep the protectiveness from his voice when he answers. "I can't know for sure, kid, but we'll figure it out. Everything will be fine." Shouta squeezes his kid's knee, hoping it comes as supportive, as he adds, "I'll make of it." Midoriya's pediatrician is nowhere to be found. The man completely disappeared from the law's radar. The house they've been permitted to search through holds a family of 4 who never even heard of the man called Osamu Takahashi. Their statements are taken by Detective Tsukachi, and the man confirms none of them has lied. Don't waste any time to plan a raid to the doctor's office. His secretary is already in a state of panic, and Shouta finds out why soon enough. Not only has her boss never showed up for his appointments of the day, but his personal office has been turned inside out during the weekend. Drawers are pulled completely out of the desk, overturned and emptied of their contents on every available surface. Papers are scattered everywhere, and with a quick look Shouta decides they're mostly administration files, though he spots a few patients' folders amongst them. None of them seem relevant to the case at first sight, but Tsukachi demands that every single one of them is gathered so they can look through them all thoroughly back at the station. Better make sure to not overlook a single piece of evidence that might have been left behind. The computer screen is intact even though it lays face first on the ground, apparently having been swiped off the desk in a hurry to gather whichever files the doctor either destroyed or brought with him. The computer itself, however, has been completely destroyed, probably with a bat or something similar judged by the dents on the outside casing, and upon further inspection, the hardware is missing. Gone with all of the secrets it probably holds. Eraserhead does his job with a level head. He helps the search team as much as he can, offers his educated opinion as a pro-hero, and discusses the possibilities with the detective. Aizawa Shouta, on the other hand, is completely livid. "I don't like this," he states with the most impassive voice he can muster. He's in the passenger seat of Tsukachi's car. The back seats are filled with cardboard boxes full of papers, and in the trunk lays the busted computer from the doctor's office. Tsukachi stays silent, but his grip on the steering wheel turns his knuckles white. They stop at a red light. There's almost no traffic at this hour of the day. On a Monday afternoon, most people are either at work or at school. The silence stretches and tension builds up while they wait for the light to turn green. It's Tsukachi who breaks it, chancing a side glance at the erasure hero. "I don't either." "The other children?" F-. Tsukachi startles hard as Shouta lands a fist on the dash with his sudden outburst. The light turns green, but the car stays unmoving in the tension. Shouta bows his head and keeps his eyes closed as he breathes through the anger. He wants the feeling to go away. Being furious won't help him solve this case. "Aizawa," Tsukachi starts, but Shouta interrupts again. "Sorry, that was uncalled for." He hears himself say, but his voice leaves his mouth cold and biting. It doesn't sound remotely remorseful. "It's fine." "It's not," he argues. Another car honks hard at them as it passes them by, which spurs the detective to finally press on the gas just as the light turns yellow. There has to be something within all of those files left behind, Tsukachi reasons after a beat of silence. Obviously, the man gathered what he could in a hurry. With all the papers and folders lying around, he must have missed something. "Let me help you go through them," Shouta demands. "You've done enough, Eraserhead." "I can't just do nothing," he grounds out through clenched teeth. Beneath the anger is a feeling of uselessness, and with nothing to do he'll only feel guilt at being powerless to help his kid. Take care of your student, he'll definitely need the support. Of Ifenji course he'll take care of Midoriya, it goes without saying. It's not enough. They're almost back at UA where the detective is meant to drop him off. It's just around the corner. It will have to be. Shouta turns his glare on the man. His quirk is not active, but he puts all his frustration in the stare. It must work because Tsukachi sighs in defeat and slumps a bit in his seat. When Shouta leaves the detective's car, it's with a box full of files to look through. Problem child is acting normal. In class, be it during homeroom, ethics, or heroics, the kid's is his usual chatty self, offering smiles left and right. It shouldn't be worrisome. Shouta should feel relieved Midoriya is mentally stable enough to come back to class unhindered. Except he isn't. Shouta can see the bags gradually darkening beneath green eyes. He sees the teen shake his head several times during classes as if to shock himself awake. He sees moments, brief but often, when the light dims in his stare. The kid is not fine, yet Shouta can only watch and wait for him to approach him first. Thankfully, it only takes 3 days. It's Wednesday after school. Midoriya shoos his friends away with a tired smile and a promise he'll be fine in an attempt to ease their apparent worries. It doesn't really work if their pleading stares at their homeroom teacher is anything to go by. They only agree to Midoriya's demand when Shouta gives them all a reassuring nod, though Uraraka has to drag a glaring Shinso away by the wrist. Once they've closed the classroom door behind themselves, Shouta leans back against the podium and waits in silence. Midoriya looks nervous, shuffling his feet awkwardly and biting his lips as he seemingly searches for the perfect words to say or ask whatever it is he stayed behind for. Suddenly, like a puppet that got its strings cut all at once, the kid slumps in defeat and drops all pretense. Shouta can see the exhaustion weighing his student down. He's curling in on himself, hands gripping the opposite elbows tightly, and he refuses to lift his gaze back up. The boy's smile has disappeared, like the sun behind rain clouds. Instead, his lips tremble as if he's on the verge of breaking down in tears. Kid, Shouta calls out, and Midoriya raises eyes filled with so much hurt and loss that it almost steals his breath away. Hey, none of that now. It will turn out okay, I'll make sure of that. Shouta knows he's far from the best at comforting people, oftentimes feeling awkward in his words and actions. Still, Midoriya sniffles, wipes the tears away and gives him a sharp nod. He's not yet his sunshine self, but Shouta believes he'll get there with time and support. I want to see her, the kid says softly. No need to state a name, they both know he's talking about his mother. Shouta watches his student carefully for any sigh of hesitation. He finds none. If you're sure. I am. The teen's green eyes are a little red-rimmed, but they've got something fierce burning in their depths. She's my mom, he adds, as if it explains everything. And maybe it does. Shouta wouldn't know. Okay, he agrees. He can't see anything wrong with that, though he still has to warn the kid. It won't be a pleasant meeting. Midoriya averts his eyes, and Shouta frowns in worry. Problem, child, it won't be a social call over some tea. I know, he grumbles sullenly in reply. I'll arrange something, he relents, already pulling out his phone to hound Tsukachi about the facility Midoriya Inko is being kept in. It probably won't be before the weekend, he adds dully. It's okay. Thank you, sensei. The last few days, Izuku has been plagued by nightmares. The details vary and he almost never remembers them, but it's enough to wake him up at cold sweats. This night, however, he finds he can't manage to fall asleep at all no matter how hard he tries. He opts, in the end, to risk breaking curfew to make himself a cup of tea, hoping the warmth and the chamomile will help ease the tension enough for him to relax to a slumber. On his way to the kitchen, he spots a classmate lazing on the couch. The sound is either muted or very low, because the TV is on but silent to Izuku's ears. Oh, Shinso. Shinso swivels his head so fast in his direction that Izuku fears a whiplash or a sprained muscle. Midoriya, the other teen acknowledges with a bored tone. Except the tension in his classmate's shoulders tells him Shinso is probably surprised to see him down here in the middle of the night, and maybe also a bit worried he'd tell on him. What are you doing up? Insomnia, the purple-haired teen drawls, as if it was obvious. And, well, perhaps it should have been, now that he thinks of it. Everyone in class already knows Shinso has trouble sleeping. Izuku had just assumed he'd idly stay in bed for hours trying to at least doze a bit. What are you doing up? Izuku flounders, trying to find suitable words. He doesn't really want to say he suffers from insomnia, because this is a one-time thing, obviously, not like Shinso who's regularly bothered by this. It feels like it would be insulting, for some reason. IW is just coming down for a D drink. He internally curses his stutter. Shinso raises an eyebrow with skepticism, but ends up turning back to whatever he's watching, waving non-committally at him with a limp hand. Whatever, he grumbles, and it ends their staggering conversion. Izuku wants to give up his half-butted plan and run back in his room in embarrassment, but that would be weird and not smooth at all, so instead he forces his feet to move past the living room and into the kitchen. Tea doesn't sound as interesting anymore. It takes too much time to prepare and he really just wants to hide away in his room, but he can't really go back empty-handed either. Coffee is out of question, of course. It's late, but not that late. He remembers, though the memory is hazy, finding his father nursing a cup of coffee in the middle of the night. Izuku was really young, and he only remembers it because he had woken up from a strange nightmare where he was awaiting on his favorite hero to show up but never did. He doesn't know, even now, what exactly woke him up in that unsettling dream, but he had shuffled his way into the kitchen to find his father slouched at the table with coffee in hand. He doesn't really know exactly what happened after that, but he thinks he went to wake his mom instead and she had told him his father was being silly and had even reprimanded the man for drinking coffee when he couldn't sleep. Midoriya? Izuku startles and twists around, but his socked feet slip on the linoleum floor and he finds himself sprawled on his back in a matter of seconds. Sheet, sorry, didn't mean to scare you. It's Shinso, his brain supplies as he sits up on his elbows. Don't worry about it, he says with an awkward laugh and his classmates extends a hand to help him up. You okay? Izuku nods as he gathers himself back up. What were you doing in the middle of the room? Shinso asks with a raised eyebrow, looking around the kitchen as if searching for a ghost or something. Izuku flushes a dark red, embarrassed at being caught spacing out, and he stutters several attempts at a reasonable answer, none of which seem to satisfy his friend's sudden curiosity. Shinso just huffs a breath, lips twitching in amusement at his expense, and it's enough to settle Izuku's nerves. I was just getting a glass of water, he ends up saying sheepishly. I'll be out of your hair soon enough, Shinso, he jokes as he turns around to grab a glass from the cabinet. He knows Shinso is usually pretty reserved, so he isn't miffed when that garners no reaction from his friend. He's filling the glass at the sink when the other teen finally speaks up, voice quiet in the silence. I could, use some company, his classmate admits, which causes Izuku to turn wide surprised eyes at him. Shinso is self-consciously scratching at his cheek and actively avoids eye contact, obviously uncomfortable with his own request, but Izuku beams at him with a wide smile. Of course. When Shouta finishes patrol, as usual, he drops by 1A dorms to do a quick night check on his students. It's a little past 3 in the morning when he swiftly removes his boots upon entering the building. He passes by the empty kitchen and adjoining dining room, but stops in his tracks by the living room. When he spots Shinsu's mop of hair on the armrest of a couch. That's not exactly unusual, except each time he finds the teen lurking the common rooms in the dead of the night. Shinso always has the TV on, and this time it's turned off. Making his way further in the living room, he's surprised to find that Shinsu's not alone. The purple-haired teen is softly snoring, sprawled out on the whole length of the couch, while his problem child is snoozing in the armchair next to it. He has a notebook open on some random page, filled with the boy's chicken scratches, so Shouta assumes he studied late and fell asleep down here, and his friends probably didn't want to wake him. He'd let them sleep too, God knows Shinso needs it, and Midoriya clearly has been having troubles lately, but there's a chill lingering downstairs and they'd be at less of a risk catching a cold huddled in their own comforters than down here. Shinso is easy to wake. Ever since he joined 1A, they've got some kind of ritual when Shouta comes back from patrol and happens upon the insomniac teen. If the kid's awake, they'd usually spend some time at the dining table while Shouta worked on lesson plan. He suspects the sound of him working and maybe just the presence of someone trustworthy is enough to help the teen relax, and Shinso would usually head back to his room for a nap after about an hour of silent company. When Shinso is asleep, he usually just wakes him and sends him back to his bedroom, which the teen usually does without a fuss. Making his way to the other side of the couch, Shouta shakes the feet that's sticking over the armrest of the couch and the teen groans at the disturbance. Pressing a hand to his forehead, headache, maybe? Shinso sits up and blinks at him groggily. Aizawa-sensei? Yeah, go back to sleep in your room this time. Shouta keeps his voice low as he juts his chin in the general direction of the staircase. Shinso hums his assent, flops a hand his way in a wave with a yawn, before getting up and making his way upstairs. Shouta turns his attention to the other teen sleeping soundly in the armchair. Midoriya, he calls softly. It's super quiet, so his voice sounds loud nonetheless, but the kid doesn't even stir. Hey kid. He can't shake the teen's foot like he did with Shinso because he's got both of them tucked almost under him, knees bent and resting sideways on the armchair's armrest. This position twists the boy's body in an awkward position and Shouta internally winces, thinking he'll probably be sore when he wakes up. Come on kid, wake up. Raising his voice does the trick, as Midoriya gives a quiet sigh and brings a hand up to rub at his eyes tiredly. Aizawa-sensei? The teen asks in apparent confusion, to which Shouta gives a firm nod. You fell asleep in the common room, he explains briefly, and it helps wake the kid up the rest of the way. He sits up suddenly, eyes wide and filled with worry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Swear I didn't mean to. It's okay kid, Shouta says, but Midoriya is already continuing without a pause. I was just getting water but then I saw Shinso which surprised me but really shouldn't have because I know he has insomnia and I don't but I couldn't sleep so I came down and I saw him and he wasn't doing anything bad or anything please don't be mad at him I was just getting water and… Midoriya, he says more firmly and the teen snaps his jaw closed. You're not in trouble. he adds to make the trepidation in green eyes disappear. It works, but it's replaced instead with a doubtful stare. I'm not. You're not. Oh. Finally, the teen relaxes, shoulders dropping down from where he'd risen them to his ears in a defending stance. All right, problem child, now off to bed with you. Midoriya gets up, but as soon as his feet touch the ground, one of his knees buckle. Shouta instinctively reaches out, and the teen holds onto his arm to avoid falling. I'm fine. The teen squeaks hurriedly, except he's still holding onto Shouta's arm and fails to bite back a hiss when he tried to put weight on his leg. You're injured. He can't help the dark undertone to his voice, brought on from worry and a sense of dread. He wants to feel relieved when Midoriya vehemently shakes his head no, but with the way the teen is refusing to put any more weight on his leg or even let go of his teacher's arm is proof enough that he's lying. Sit back down, he growls, and to his credit the teen flops back on the armchair before Shouta even finishes voicing his order. It's nothing really. Shouta doesn't deign that with a verbal answer, only shooting a meaningful glare at the teen that has him sighing in defeat. Midoriya stretches his injured leg out and rolls his ankle experimentally with a small wince. Stop it, you'll just worsen it, Shouta grunts out disapprovingly, then proceeds to roll up the teen's pajamas leg and remove his sock to assess the injury. The joint is swollen and the skin is colored in angry red with a hint of purple starting to show. When he looks up to the kid, he finds Midoriya looking almost as shocked as he is. How the hell did this happen? Midoriya shifts in his seat nervously. Yesterday I think? You think? Probably? Or more like this night. At Shouta's dark look, the teen hurried to stutter out a barely comprehensible story about a glass of water or a cup of tea, but he understands enough. Shinso startled you. You fell and injured yourself and didn't bother to tell anyone? No. Well, yes, that's what happened, but I didn't know it would be this bad. Problem child is back to pulling his fingers anxiously, and Shouta can't stop himself from sighing exasperatedly at Midoriya's lack of self-preservation. You should have elevated it, iced it, and wrapped it right away. We saw that in class, remember? The kid is looking at him with wide, surprised eyes before he blurts out a choked wah. To which Shouta doesn't bother hiding his grunt of annoyance. We saw that in class. But, Midoriya starts uncertainly, wasn't that meant for civilians? Shouta breathes in deep through his nose and gets up from his crouched position in front of the kid and leaves to go fetch an ice pack in the kitchen. There's something about this child that makes him constantly worry about him, and when he hears him says things like that he really wonders in what kind of household he grew up in. He's not just putting people first. That's a good trait to have for a hero, at least when he's on the field. Midoriya acts like his own well-being is not on his list of priority in the first place. As if his sole purpose is to help others, at his own detriment. As if without doing this, he'd be worth nothing. And frankly, it scares the shit out of him. You know, he says when he returns with the ice pack, this also applies when you're out of duty. Midoriya is frowning, but Shouta can't tell if it's out of confusion or out of disagreement. And when you're off duty, you're also a civilian. The frown only deepens as the kid hums quietly, clearly not of the same opinion. Shouta can't do much about this now, but it's something he'll apparently have to drill in the kid's head before he graduates. Hold this here, he instructs firmly, then fishes for his phone when Midoriya absent-mindedly presses the ice pack to his swollen ankle. He has to scroll a bit through his work contacts to find Shizenji's number. He's about to call her when Midoriya shifts, stealing his attention. The teen is still frowning, though he looks more perplexed than anything else. His gaze shifts to the wall and Shouta follows it to the clock hung there, reminder Shouta that it is, in fact, still in the middle of the night. He sighs, puts his phone back in his pocket, then gives a serious glare Midoriya's way. You're right, he relents against his better judgment. He knows this kid well enough by now, so he knows he'll blame himself if Shouta wakes recovery girl in the dead of night for a sprained ankle. He's just not used to having a student hurting themselves outside of school hours, and it's harder than he thought it'd be to postpone a visit to the nurse office when he usually just sends them the old woman's way each time they're hurt during the day. However, he quickly adds, you'll be coming to the teacher's dorms with me. No, he says quickly before Midoriya has a chance to protest. I'm not leaving you here without any supervision. God knows you'll probably downsize your injury and go for a run first thing in the morning. The teen looks shocked for an instant, but he's quick to argue anyway. House arrest? I didn't do anything wrong. And I won't go for a run, promise. Not taking that risk, problem child. Thankfully, the teen is already dead on his feet, so ungrudgingly accepts defeat instantly, only letting out an annoyed huff as Shouta goes to gather the teen's shoes. When Shouta comes back to the living room, Midoriya is already standing, his wounded leg lifted up to avoid putting weight on it and one hand on the back of the sofa. He's looking down as he makes small hops, focused on where he's going, and it's only his teacher's exasperated grunt that has him looking up. Want a piggyback ride? That gets Midoriya all flustered, stuttering half-formed sentences to reassure the hero that he's fine and can do it on his own, to which Shouta merely shakes his head. He doesn't want the kid to worsen his injuries, so he offers his arm instead and supports him all the way to the teacher's dorm. Izuku isn't entirely sure what to think of his current situation. He still feels groggy from both sleep and lack of sleep. His body protests all the way to Aizawa-sensei's apartment, the fire at his ankle traveling up his leg the longer he jostles it with each hop. It's all he can do to keep the pained whimpers from making their way out of his mouth, so the whole walk there is silent all along. He's pleasantly surprised to see a cat greeting them happily when his teacher opens the door to his private apartment. Izuku knew that teachers were allowed pets. Ironically, he's seen Inui-sensei walk his dog in early mornings a few times during his runs. The cat that came to greet them at the door is a black and white one with golden eyes. It rubs itself all over Aizawa-sensei's legs as soon as they pass through the door, but the man chases it away when it goes to do the same to Izuku. He wants to pet it. Instead, his teacher has him lean against the wall as he quickly removes his combat boots, then helps him inside the apartment. It's a bit bigger than he imagined. To be honest, he expected the teacher's dorm to have a similar layout to the students' buildings. While each student had their own bedrooms with common spaces, the teachers had whole apartments to themselves. Aizawa-sensei leads him to the living room couch, before leaving him alone to go gather sheets and pillows. Izuku settles on the edge, absolutely uncomfortable with being in his teacher's space, and tries to not let his eyes roam about the room curiously while he waits. He doesn't want to pry in the man's private life, it would be extremely rude. He hears Aizawa-sensei rustling about somewhere in the hall. There's the sound of a door opening, which Izuku guesses is a closet, then the rustling of cloth as, he presumes, the underground hero rummages through the storage to find spare blankets and pillows. But then he hears him talk, voice low and gravely, and someone else replies. Izuku feels his heart skip a beat, because there's someone else in here and he doesn't know what to think of it. His ankle throbs sharply when he instinctively plants both feet firmly on the ground, ready to bolt if necessary. He can't make out what they're saying through the sound of his own beating heart, but he hears hushed voices, one whispering and the other unmistakably Aizawa-sensei's tone of voice. Izuku holds his breath as he hears shuffling of feet approaching the living room once they've stopped talking. He had hoped for the appearing figure to be his teacher, but he finds himself staring at a disheveled man clad in pajamas. The man has long blonde hair tied up in a loose bun at the top of his head, and once Izuku forces himself to look at his eyes, he notices one is blue and the other is green. The stranger offers him a small smile and a wave, which breaks Izuku out of his frozen state. He feels his face turn red when he realizes he's been staring for what's probably an inappropriate amount of time and bows excessively from his seated position in apology. To which the stranger merely shakes his head with a chuckle. It's all good, kiddo, the blonde assures, but the man's voice has him reeling. Mike-sensei? His own voice comes out breathy in surprise. Now that he recognized the voice hero, he can see the resemblances in the blonde's traits. The hair should have been a dead giveaway, he muses, but in his defense he's only seen the man in his hero persona with the gelled-up hairdo. The eyes are the most strikingly familiar, not just because of the peculiar colors, but also in the gentleness they hold. They're slightly slanted, and now that he can look at them without the hero's usual glasses, Izuku notices how long his lashes are, though they're not obviously apparent because of their light color. which actually rules out his hypothesis of present Mike dyeing his hair that color to fit his public character. Mike-sensei scratches his cheek with a self-conscious grin, and Izuku is reminded all of a sudden that he not only just invaded his homeroom teacher's space, but also present Mix apparently, and the guilt readily eats away at him. All for a stupid sprained ankle. He blames himself, absently, for even reacting at the slight pain when Aizawa woke him up. Any other time and he would have esigi him up, but he was so very tired and taken aback at the underground hero waking him up that he failed to realize the sting in his ankle. Now he not only prevented Aizawa-sensei from going to sleep after his night patrol, he also had to wake up his English teacher too. Hizashi, could you get some ice? Aizawa-sensei asks before he emerges from the hall with arms full of blankets. He tosses a pillow to Izuku, who barely reacts in time to catch it, before making his way to the couch. Izuku feels awkward as he sits on the coffee table temporarily while none other than Eraserhead prepares his makeshift bed in his living room. Aizawa-sensei is just finishing up when Mike-sensei shuffles back with a gel ice pack and a glass of water. The blonde hands him a pair of pills when he accepts the water, for the pain he says. He helps him situate himself on the makeshift bed comfortably, and delicately places the ice pack on his ankle once he's settled down. Aizawa-sensei orders him to go to sleep while Mike-sensei sends him a tiny wave with the instruction to come find them. If he needs anything, then they head down the hall, closing the lights behind them. Shouta is exhausted. After Midoriya went to sleep, surprisingly fast considering the jittery mess he usually is, he laid down in bed with his husband for a measly 2 hours. Nowhere near enough to recuperate after a day of teaching, night patrol, and the problematic even Midoriya somehow got himself into. Hizashi usually gets up around 5, mainly because it always takes him an insane amount of time just to get ready. He has his own homeroom, plus his English classes, to prepare for during school days, but he doesn't change his morning routine even on weekends since it's usually when he goes on patrol, in the hours between his Put Your Hands Up radio shows in the early mornings and late evenings. They barely see each other on weekends, which is why Shouta always makes the effort to get up at the same time as his husband and have breakfast with him. He can always catch a nap later if necessary. This morning, however, his wonderful husband wakes him up a little bit after 6 instead, just as he's about ready to leave for work. Shouta is still half asleep and clings desperately to Hizashi when the blonde reaches down to kiss him goodbye, which makes him chuckle as he pries Shuta's arms away. Come on, sleepyhead, you need to call Shizenji and I need to get to work. Recovery girl? For Midoriya. Shouta groans out loud and decides to push Hizashi away to delay the inevitable. He suddenly very much not wants to get up. Fine, the blonde laughs. Be that way, but don't get up too late. He throws over his shoulder as he leaves their bedroom. Shouta hears the front door click shut and he buries his face in his pillow, intending to get a few more minutes of rest. He's tired, incredibly so. There's nothing else he'd love more than to fall back asleep right then and there. He snuggles deeper in the comforter, intent on doing just that, except half an hour later he finds himself still awake. His mind betrays him. Swirling thoughts about the problem child that's currently sleeping in his living room prevent him from succumbing once more to slumber. With a sigh, he forces his body out of bed. There's no point in wasting time tossing and turning as he ruminates on the current situation. Prone to be logical and practical, Shouta prefers to start his day by doing actual productive work instead of mopping around uselessly in bed. He doesn't really dress up. He has a meeting with Tsukachi in the morning, but he still has a few hours before he's due to leave, so he stays in his joggings and slips a long-sleeved shirt over his head to fight the chill crawling along his spine when he leaves his nest. He makes his way to the kitchen, pausing briefly at the threshold to the living room to assure himself that Midoriya is still there and fast asleep. There's Willow curled up at the kid's feet atop the blankets. Smokey is nowhere to be seen, probably perched on a windowsill or on the top of the study's bookshelf. Arming himself with a considerable cup of fresh coffee and his favorite pen, Shouta leisurely starts on last night's patrol report. Although it was a relatively quiet night, he did come across a few small incidents worth putting on paper for official record. The routine work helps to focus his mind and calm the quiet trepidation he feels whenever he finds himself thinking about a specific trouble magnet student. You know, the one sleeping on his couch. He loses track of time as he works, but isn't entirely surprised to see it's been almost 2 hours when he fingers his phone open as a call interrupts his task. The screen doesn't show a name, only a number, but Shouta knows it's the precinct just from the massive amount of calls he receives from the place regularly. Eraserhead, he greets curtly, not really in the mood for pleasantries. As usual. It's the detective who answers, voice way too chirpy for 8 in the morning on a weekend. Forever rude. Good morning. How was last night's patrol? Shouta can hear faint background noises. Voices, a door closing, rustling papers. As usual, he drawls, unimpressed with Tsukachi's try at small talk. Got any news? Yes, straight to the point. He doesn't have to elaborate. He knows the detective knows what he's talking about. Some, although I'm still unsure if I can call it a lead yet. We found a vehicle eerily similar to the one the neighbor witnessed the night Dr. Takahashi disappeared. It's way out of Mizudafu, not exactly in our jurisdiction, but I have a team keeping tabs on it as we speak, in hopes to gather more information on the people involved. They didn't see the man as of yet, so it's hard to say if it's just a coincidence or if we really found our culprit. Shouta grunts in response absent-mindedly. He can't help but wish the investigation ends here, so that motherfucker gets put behind bars for the rest of his life, but it feels too easy. For some reasons, Shouta can't get rid of the feeling that they've only just started to see the tip of the iceberg. What about Midoriya Inko? Tsukachi lets out a puff of hair, halfway between a humorless laugh and a frustrated huff. We're still waiting on that. These kind of things take time, you know this, the detective says in a clipped tone. In the meantime, she's being held in Muzutfau's detention center. When can the kid visit? There's a tense moment of silence. Shouta can almost picture Tsukachi's pensive frown, the one that creases the skin between his eyebrows when he mulls over something or other and makes him look older than he really is. Eraserhead, are you sure it's a good idea? That's not my call, he replies simply. He doesn't necessarily agree with the kid. Obviously, Midoriya is finding it all extremely hard to accept. Letting him meet his mother, his abuser, in a sense, even if he can't see the woman in the same light Shouta does, might make it even more difficult for him to swallow the pill. I can't stop him if he wants to see her, and he's made himself clear enough. With that stubbornness of his, he doubts Midoriya will have changed his mind. If anything, the boy is probably even more determined than ever. There's a long minute of silence, Shouda's ears only picking up the faint background noises of the police station, before the detective lets out a defeated puff of air. Visits start at 10 for family members. Thanks. Just keep an eye on him, will you? Tsukachi asks with a weird tone of voice Shouta can't place. It's concerning. He'd like to interrogate his colleague, wants to ask him what this means, because the way it's been said is ominous, as if the man knows, or suspects, something but can't openly speak about it yet. Shouta has to hold his tongue, though, because he can see said problem child hovering at the kitchen's entrance uncertainly from the corner of his eyes. Who do you take me for? He retorts instead emotionlessly. He doesn't wait for a reply as he suddenly ends the call. Whatever the detective is worried about, they'll have enough time to discuss it in person later that day. Midoriya shuffles awkwardly by the archway that leads to the dining room when Shouta fully turns his gaze on him. How's your ankle? The teen is putting some weight on it, he notices. Much better, thanks. You? Shouta wordlessly motions the boy to join him, and while Midoriya does enter the room with small, hesitant steps, cautious of his injury, perhaps? Or just incredibly uncomfortable with his situation, he stays standing on the other side of the table, facing him. The hero gathers his papers, noting the little dots he marked absently as he fiddled with his pen during the previous call. He pushes them on the side, pen on top. What do you want for breakfast? We got leftover miso soup and rice in the fridge we can heat up, he proposes, but Midoriya just shakes his head with a frown. When can I see my mom? Green eyes shine with resolve when Shouta stares into them. I have to go to the precinct for a case, he says as he gets up to prepare a quick breakfast. If you don't mind waiting in the lobby for 1 or 2 hours while I work, we can make a detour on our way back. If not, the kid is already nodding, hopeful, before he even finishes his thought, so he shrugs in acceptance as he pulls eggs out of the fridge. Today it is then. In all his life, Izuku never imagines he'd ride shotgun in any of his teacher's car. Ever since he was diagnosed quirkless, he had experienced firsthand how cruel people can be. Childrenness. His classmates, hell even his best friend, turned on him and became bullies. Adults are no better. If anything, they're worse. Kids, as much as they could hurt him with silly words and weak shoves, held no real power over him. He'd never really fought back, not because he was scared, at least not in the beginning, but because fighting was bad, because he didn't want to hurt anyone, and also because he still had hope, deep down, that they'd realize he was still worth something and be friends again. Yes, bullies Izuku. He's had to get used to protect his stuff. His backpack, notebooks, lunch, money, etc. He became lonely, and while he still had desperately wished for a friend, he grew to stay on his guard as soon as he found himself not alone in any one space. Teachers are worse. They've never really hurt him, physically, except on a few rare occasions. They don't insult him, they don't laugh or spew disgusting rumors about him and his quirklessness, they don't shove or trip him in the halls. But they have authority. It's not much at first. And the first teacher who treated him differently after his diagnosis didn't do so out of malice. Out of concern, in fact. During recess, Izuku was not allowed to go on the playground with the other kids. Miss Yamato has always been super kind with him, but she always had him sitting on the bench beside her while he watched his friends play. Things snowballed from there. That year, he couldn't participate in PE class. Nor the next year, or those following. Other teachers started to question his learning capabilities when he started asking questions in class, even if it was purely out of a desire to learn more. Then he went ignored whenever he raised his hand in class, so he stopped altogether. He was accused of cheating, once, twice, so many times he's lost count. He got held back after class for detentions, because of things he never did or said, simply because they chose to believe other children, bullies, over his own honest words. He failed classes, obligated to spend summer in remedial classes. He got suspended for provoking other children, disturbing class, and arriving late. He was called to the principal office several times in the course of a single school year. Sometimes, he went completely ignored, like he was a ghost. Either not worth the teacher's time or already seen as another dead quirkless kid. A statistic. A number on a page filled with thousands of others. A few teachers never even bothered learning his name, calling him Deku because all his classmates did, and because it was fitting. He figures his extremely bad past relations with teachers is the reason why he's silently obsessing over the fact that he's currently sitting in the passenger's seat of his homeroom teacher's car, even as he knows he really should be focusing on seeing his mom again. He can't help shooting sideways glances at Aizawa-sensei as he weaves through morning traffic. The man looks wound up. Though his posture screams relaxed and confident, one hand on the steering wheel and the other loosely grasping the shifting stick, Izuku spies tension in the man's shoulders. It's hard to spot under his hero gear, but with the capture scarf laying on the back seat instead of around his neck, he can see the taut line of muscles under his teacher's coat with the way his shoulders are bunched up. Slightly, as if he's constantly bracing for impact. There's a tightness around his eyes too, as dark eyes expertly take in their surrounding, spotting each movements of cars, pedestrians and other potential dangers that surround their car as he drives them to the precinct. The eyes shift, to the right, and Izuku suddenly finds himself staring into them. It only lasts a second, though, Aizawa-sensei bringing his attention back to the road. "What's on your mind, kid?" Izuku startles when the man breaks the silence, and he finds himself flushed red, both in embarrassment at being caught staring and caught thinking about the man himself. He flounders, shifting nervously in his seat, and stammers out a squeaked, "nothing," whipping his head the other way, towards the window, to avoid crossing the other's eyes again. Aizawa-sensei hums dismissively, letting the conversation drop just as fast as he started it, and Izuku pinches his lips, feeling out of place. He's always been shy, with any adults, but especially around authority figures. Nervous would be a more appropriate term. He's always had a hard time answering even the simplest questions without becoming a stuttering mess. Somehow, with Aizawa-sensei, it's even worse. A part of him trusts his teacher, He always have the best interests of his students at heart and doesn't hesitate to call on Kaken for his violent behavior, which is already more than anyone's ever done, even thought it's not solely for Izuku's benefits. Still, he finds it extremely hard to speak to him. Perhaps, he thinks, it's because he respects him and basically worships the hero too, and fears one day to get on his bad side because of his weird stalkerish mutterings, or to lose whatever little worth the man sees in him because of a mistake. The rest of the ride is spent in silence, but thankfully it's not long before Aizawa-sensei pulls up in the police station's parking lot. Upon entering the precinct, his teacher guides him past the row of plastic chair, past the registration desk with a brief nod to the officer manning it, past a door and into a hallway, then into a specific room, the door closing silently behind them. It looks to be the employees' break room, judging from the couch, somewhat comfortable-looking chairs, and the long table in the middle of the space. There's a small kitchenette area, with microwaves, a fridge, and a coffee maker, towards which Aizawa-sensei beelines, clearly familiar with the appliance as he doesn't hesitate to start a brew for himself. There's no one else in the break room at the moment, so Izuku hesitantly settles down on the couch when his teacher instructs him to take a seat. He sets his backpack on the ground, squeezing it between his legs in his insecurity. He watches silently as Aizawa-sensei pours himself a cup of fresh coffee and turns around to lean against the counter, cradling the ceramic mug with both hands. As I said, the man starts after blowing on the burning liquid in. A mock attempt at calling it down. I have a case I'm working on with a colleague. I'll only be 1 hour, 2 hours top, with a detective in a nearby office, but you're gonna have to stay here in the meantime. Izuku nods, and Aizawa-sensei takes a tentative sip. He grimaces slightly, but Izuku doesn't know if it's because of the scalding temperature or the taste. He didn't see him but any milk or sugar. He can't imagine it being appetizing. You'll be fine here on your own? Izuku nods under the man's scrutinizing stare, but his teacher still looks skeptic. 3 doors down the hall, to the left, he ends up saying after a beat of silence, "If you need me." He picks himself up, mug in hand, and goes for the door. He stops just after opening the door to shoot him a warning glare. "Stay here," he orders pointedly, to which Izuku scrambles to reply with a small, "Yes, sir." Seemingly satisfied that he won't cause any trouble, Aizawa-sensei swiftly takes his leave. Izuku is a nervous wreck. Don't get him wrong, he's happy, excited, even to finally be able to see his mom, but it's the very first time he steps foot inside a prison and it's incredibly intimidating. Aizawa-sensei takes the lead while Izuku follows him around like a lost puppy. They go through security clearance, where they have to leave their personal belongings for safekeeping, and to restrict inmates from accessing anything they could use as a weapon. He knows they can't be worried about his mom doing anything remotely dangerous, but it still hurts him that she's put in the same bundle as violent prisoners just for what is possibly a mere misunderstanding. They try to take Aizawa-sensei's scarf too, but after flashing his hero license they relent and let him keep his capture weapon. And then he meets his mother. She's sitting at a simple, stainless steel table. Alone. Seeing her all decked in washed-out blue isn't all that much different from her nurse garbs for work, but the quirk-suppressing cuffs on her wrists is like a punch to the gut, reminding him that, yes, this is very real and they're really imprisoned his mother. His breath hitches as he stares at her from where he's frozen in the doorway, then he lets out a single sob before his feet start moving on their own. "Mom." He barely takes 2 steps before a hand closes on his shoulder tightly, preventing him from running towards her. "Easy," Aizawa-sensei soothes, but then he's gently nudging him until he hesitatingly sits on the chair bolted to the floor just in front of his mom, on the other side of the table. He wants to hug her so bad, but the guard who led them here had been strict concerning the rules. Besides, Aizawa-sensei was standing just behind him, a hand still clasped on his shoulder. He tears up, because she's right there and he can't even hug her, but miraculously he doesn't cry. Her, on the other hand, already has tears running down her cheeks, eyes downcast to her hands gripping each other tightly. "Mom." She looks up at him and then she smiles. Small, sweet, loving, the way she always smiles at him when he rambles continuously during dinner, or when he offers to help with the chores, and even when he asks for her help for his homework. And it's just so familiar, comfortable. Already, a weight has been lifted off his heart, and he feels his own lips stretch in a smile as he wipes his almost tears with the heel of a hand. "Oh baby," she coos and makes to reach out to him, but the cuffs around her wrists are bound to the table. It's absolutely painful to see her in this situation. He has to remind himself this is only temporary. "Don't worry, Mom," he says with as much conviction he can muster, "you'll be out of here in no time." He doesn't have to work hard at all to add a good amount of cheer in his voice, not when he knows, after seeing his mom smile again, that there's no way she's guilty. I'm sure Aizawa-sensei and Detective Tsukachi are already working on clearing up this misunderstanding. He feels the hand on his shoulder tighten. He thinks, at first, that it's in a reassuring way, but as he watches his mother's face crumble at his words, he realizes Aizawa-sensei's show of support was actually a silent warning. His own breath stutters as his heart seizes painfully at the array of emotion that flickers on his mom's face. She always wore her heart on her sleeve, not unlike him, so he can easily see the sadness in the downturn of her lips, the despair in her eyes, and the regret in the way her shoulders curve inward. He's very suddenly reminded of a fateful day, all those years ago. He remembers it well because it was the first time someone shattered his dream of being a hero. She had that exact same expression when he asked her, with tear-filled eyes, if he could still become a hero even if he was quirkless. She hadn't answered, not directly, but her heartbroken apology had conveyed her opinion well enough. He shakes his head in small, slow motions, because he refuses to believe it. "Mom?" he asks in a small voice. He feels his own shoulders shake with repressed sobs. "What? What's wrong?" His chest feels overly tight, likely not breathing as he should, but in this moment it's the least of his worries. His mom whimpers, a high-pitched note let out through gritted teeth. "Izuku baby," she sniffles and turns her head to dry a tear on her shoulder, even though it's quickly replaced by more fresh tears just as soon. "I'm so sorry." Her voice breaks at the end with a hitched breath before she lets out more gut-wrenching sobs. "Mom? No," he whispers. He screws his eyes shut, unable to continue looking at his mom in so much emotional pain. He doesn't want to cry, but he can't quite trap the tears behind his eyelids. "Why?" he asks meekly, but his mother just keeps on crying. He's sure he himself would be a blabbering mess right now, possibly crying even harder than his mom, if it wasn't for the steady presence of Aizawa-sensei at his back and the grounding hand that hasn't left his shoulder from the start. He's doing all he can to keep his composure through his mother's breakdown, taking deep breaths to stay calm. Aside from a few stray tears, he manages pretty well all things considered, and watches with a pinched face as his mom's finally slow to a stop. She's a snively mess, but she's coherent enough for Izuku to repeat his simple question, in the hopes of receiving a much-needed answer. "Why?" His voice cuts through the tense silence like a knife, cold and hard. He's not angry, exactly, maybe a bit disappointed. Hurt, definitely. It's as if claws are gripping his heart tightly, squeezing to the point talons are making it bleed inside his chest. He needs to know why his mom condemned him to the kind of childhood he's had. Friendless, bullied, disregarded. Why she even considered stripping him of his worth, let others deem him useless and a lost cause. She sniffles, and then she brings her gaze back up, her eyes pleading, begging to understand her reasoning. "I did it for you," she explains. Her voice is trembling, but she seems to start getting a hold of herself, like she's reminding herself that her intentions were pure all along. "For me," he repeats slowly. He wants to believe her, he really does. Yet he can't imagine any good reason to section him from a part of himself so deeply ingrained as the quirk he was supposedly born with. "Yes, sweetheart," she smiles softly. "Your quirk, it wasn't suited for you, baby. It would have ruined you," she adds in a whisper. But he can't quite wrap his mind around it. But what made you think it was anything bad? He knows how some quirks are seen as villainous by society, but it's only because people tend to focus on the bad things they could be used for, forgetting to look at all the good they can potentially do too. "Why did you?" He can't bring himself to finish the question, but it doesn't look like it's necessary. His mom pinches her lips in a thin line and a hard glint appears in her eyes. It reminds Izuku of the times he deliberately went against her words as a child just to test the limits. To see how far he could take things before she got truly mad at him. "You killed Hisashi," she states bluntly. "But that can't be right, his father left for America all those years ago." He doesn't realize he's spoken his thoughts out loud until his mom tells him with a softer voice, "No, Izuku." He knows he's shaking his head, in denial, but he stops when she mimics his movements, though much slower. "He never got to leave for America. You were so angry, that evening, much more than what was reasonable. It was your quirk, the doctor said, that had made you so mad, so furious. You lashed out at him and you killed him." "Stop," he whimpers, but either she doesn't hear him or she just can't stop now that the truth is finally spilling out, because she continues. "Your quirk was so strong, so deadly, that first manifestation was so violent you passed out right after. And her face crunches up like she's in pain. Perhaps she truly is, even if it's no physical ailment. I just couldn't bear it. Please stop," he begs. Aizawa-sensei probably hears the whines he lets out when she continues to talk, because he cuts through her speech with a sharp "enough." But the damage is already done. Her last words he hears before his teacher ushers him up on shaking legs and out the door echoes in his head long after they leave her behind. "You killed us, Izuku." Shouta doesn't bother asking the kid whether he wants to go back to his own dorm room or not. Upon arriving on UA grounds, he walks the teen all the way to the building housing the teacher's apartments. The whole walk there, the boy is entirely silent. He's not crying, but his shoulders are tensed and he's visibly clenching his jaw rhythmically. He looks subdued, emotionally drained. Shouta doesn't blame him. Hearing the truth out of his own mother's mouth has to hit much more deeply home than when it did when the detective broke down to news to him a week ago. There's no denying it anymore after all. As soon as they're back in his apartment, he guides the sullen teen to the couch where he slept last night, still cluttered with blankets and pillows, and orders him to stay put as he goes to get him an ice pack from his freezer. His limping didn't go unnoticed by the pro hero. Even though Midoriya said he was much better this morning, that sprain is far from being fully healed, and it must have been aggravated from moving around, even if they didn't walk an awful lot today. He's quick to text Shizenji to let her know they came back earlier than expected and, after some thoughts, he gives a call to a fellow underground hero to ask his patrol route to be taken off his hands for tonight. He's not leaving that kid alone if he can help it. When Shouta shuffles back to his living room, he finds Midoriya sitting ramrod straight on the edge of the sofa. He's clasping both hands between his knees tightly, and Shouta suspects he's hiding their trembling. The boy sends a glance his way, green eyes there and gone almost in the same moment, before he stares pointedly at his lap with a frown pulling his lips down. He barely reacts at all as Shouta crouches in front of him to secure the ice pack around his wounded ankle. If it weren't for the way he gives a small nod in thanks, the hero would have thought the teen was dissociating. Still, Shouta treats him with just as much softness and care he would do with a victim in shock. He ignores the way his small frame hunches further when he gently drapes a blanket around the boy's shoulders. "Water or tea?" he asks as he picks himself up, dusting his knees absent-mindedly. Midoriya bites his lips and doesn't answer, so Shouta reformulates. "Do you want water, kid?" The teen shakes his head, dark green curls bouncing slightly with the movement. "Tea then?" A very small nod. Quick and subtly, has Shouta heading towards his kitchen. He's waiting on the almost boiling water when 3 knocks sounds at his apartment door. He leaves the kettle behind to go greet Shizenji. He doesn't let her in yet, though, and he hurriedly joins her in the empty hall and pulls the door closed behind him. There's a worried tilt to the old woman's lips as she not so subtly tries to steal a look inside his apartment before her view is obstructed. She frowns at him for a bit when she realizes he doesn't intend to let her in immediately, so she lifts an eyebrow inquisitively. "Well, where's the boy?" "Inside," Shouta answers curtly, before adding an underrated explanation. "He's had a rough morning. Is he fit for a round of healing or not? I swear to God, young man, if you called me all the way here for nothing, it's an empty threat." They both know it, so Shouta isn't offended in slightest. "No, I think it's fine, just..." Stick to yes/no questions if you can. He's not exactly verbal at the moment. At this, Shizenji's frown deepens. She opens her mouth, surely to ask more questions about the kid's emotional state, but it's not his to share, so he refuses her inquiries with a shake of the head before she can get a single word out. He leads her inside all the way to the living room and watches confusedly as Midoriya's shoulders lift up almost all the way to his ears at Recovery Girl's greeting. The old woman chides the child mildly for hurting himself again, and it causes the boy to look away to the side guiltily while he tries to make himself smaller. "Shizenji," he warns in a low voice. The nurse snaps her head towards him, brow lowered in confusion. He can't say exactly what makes Midoriya so uncomfortable around Recovery Girl. It might not be her specifically, it could be the tone she used, the words she said, or even just the fact she's a nurse. He doesn't know what he's warning her about, but he sends a pointed stare toward the kid, who seems content to just blend into the background while the adults are having a silent conversation. Shizenji looks back at the kid, searching him with her gaze, but when she turns back to Shouta she still looks puzzled, as though she's not seeing anything out of the ordinary. In the end, Shouta frowns, shrugs, and heads to the kitchen to finish fixing the tea. When he comes back, 2 ceramic mugs in hand, Recovery Girl is giving instructions to stay off his injured foot for another day to make sure to not worsen it, even if it doesn't hurt anymore. Midoriya gives a singly short nod, and Shizenji takes that as her cue to bid the both of them goodbye. Shouta doesn't bother showing her out. She knows the place enough to find the exit on her own. When Shouta hands the second cup to him, Midoriya hesitates a few seconds before releasing the blanket's corners to accept the offering. The usually polite boy doesn't ever stutter out a word in thanks, instead dropping his eyes back to his lap. It's worrisome, but not overly so. He's still alert, he's clearly aware of what's going on around him. The kid only had a really rough day and probably needs some time to work through things. Shouta goes to sit in the armchair adjacent to the sofa. "Wanna watch TV, kid?" he proposes. Midoriya only shrugs indifferently, so Shouta turns it on and sets it on a Discovery show he doesn't know and reaches to the coffee table to continue his book. He can't focus on it, though, not when he shoots his problem child a look every 10 seconds to make sure he's holding up okay. Midoriya is staring blankly at the screen, teacup long forgotten between trembling fingers. His jaw is visibly clenched, lips pinched, and shoulders raised defensively. Upon closer observation, Shouta notices the boy's chest stuttering every few exhales and realizes he's been holding his feelings inside all along. Carefully, with slow, telegraphed movements, Shouta abandons his book back on the coffee table, the bookmark stuck between the same pages, then silence stands from his spot. He moves deliberately gentle, giving his student enough time to show reticence or signs of being uncomfortable, but he finds none. He sits delicately on the couch just beside the kid, and he barely lifts an arm to wrap it around his shoulders before Midoriya let himself fall sideways into him, willingly hiding his face in his shoulder. With great care, he wraps both arms around the kid and holds him close as the boy starts to cry into the embrace. When Hisashi comes back home, it's fairly late. He keeps silent, because he doesn't know if the little listener stayed another night or not, even though Shouta is supposed to be on patrol. He gets rid of his shoes and coat, that's Shou's combat boots, then carefully pads into the hallway towards the bathroom to get changed and brush his gelled-up hair loose, but he backtracks suddenly. In his living room, his grumpy partner is cuddled up with the listener on the couch, both of them sound asleep. Going back to school on Monday is refreshing. He gets to see his friends, and as soon as he greets them in the morning he feels his spirits lift up considerably. He does feel an awful pang when they ask him about his weekend, probably thinking he went back home, because it makes him think about his mother and he feels guilty for lying to them about what he did during the short break. He doesn't really know why he feels the need to keep this hidden. Aizawa-sensei knows and didn't seem to find anything weird with the fact he still had a quirk even if he was administered quirk suppressants most of his life, so he figures his friends wouldn't either. They would just assume one for all is his natural quirk, like they've done all along. Yet he can't bring himself to share that part of him. Lying to them hurts, but just the thought of speaking about this to them makes him way too anxious. He settles for a half-truth, explaining he had to stay put because of a sprained ankle but that he was fine now. Their concern for his well-being warms him and he relaxes into their light-hearted banter until the bell rings. Classes keep him busy. He's surprisingly much more focused than the previous week, considering the most recent events that definitely turned him upside down. And it allows him to realize how far he fell behind in just a few days. While he didn't miss a single class yet, he apparently was so out of it that he still missed a few key points in his lessons. After each class, that day, he manages to apologize to his teachers before asking them if he could be sent last week's lessons and assignments so he can catch up in his free time. They don't ask him what has been bothering him recently, even though their concern is obvious, but they all offer him some extra time during lunch or after school to go over the last lessons together, but he politely declines. He's too embarrassed to accept, and he knows he can study and learn on his own if necessary. No need to take their time just because he couldn't focus properly in class. Once school is finished, per his mentor's request, he meets him in his office. "Hello, All Might," he greets nervously when he enters after he's been told to come in. "Young Midoriya." All Might is in his deflated form, but even emaciated and sickly, he never fails to welcome him with a bright smile. Usually, the sight of it fills him with warmth and pride, but right now he feels anything but. "How was your weekend, my boy?" Izuku contains a wince. The week prior, All Might had given him specific things to work on with his quirk, and while he struggled to keep at it during the week, he atrociously failed to do his workout during the nightmarish weekend. Fine, he answers awkwardly after too long a pause, which makes his mentor frown worriedly. "Is something the matter?" No, everything's fine." He objects immediately, and Izuku sees the blonde's shoulders sag with what looks like relief. What did you want to talk about?" "Nothing much, my boy," his mentor replies with warm eyes, serving the both of them a warm cup of tea. It's not exactly surprising. They've had several meetings of the sort, outside of training and away from prying eyes, sometimes during lunch and other times after school like this. During these, they sometimes discuss extremely important things pertaining one for all, like that time Izuku learned that All Might's arch-nemesis might not have been as dead as they'd suspected, but most of the times they're just sharing a small snack while talking about their day. They don't have much in common, Izuku realized with time, aside from heroics, of course. Even then, it was obvious after a few conversations that they don't always see eye to eye. Although All Might highly values justice and good deeds, he often to see all in either white or black, with little gray in between, while Izuku always tries to see the good in people, even villains, and doesn't hesitate to call out on the bad sides of heroes either. In the end, their conversations almost always boil down to All Might checking up on him, or more precisely, on his progress. Izuku always felt like he was lacking somehow, but he was also always proud and excited to share what he'd learned or figured out in between their meetings. This time it's different. Izuku is hesitant to speak to his idol, for various reasons. Aside from the fact that he made absolutely no headway since their last get-together, the situation with his mother, with his whole childhood, has him second-guessing his worth. Is he truly fit to be one for all's successor? He's been having such a hard time harnessing the stockpiling quirk. Even All Might didn't understand, mentioning a few times it had been as natural as breathing for him. Is it because of the quirk suppressants he kept injecting himself with since the beginning? Oh God, what if he messed up the quirk with these? What if he ruined one for all for the next users? How can he tell his mentor that? How can he admit to his mentor that he sabotaged his legacy? He can't. Not only because it would destroy the hero. Izuku can't imagine what he'd do if All Might ever asks him to give back the quirk, or to give it to someone more worthy. To go back to being quirkless. So when All Might asks him how school has been going, he fakes a smile and tells him how great it's been with made-up brightness in his voice. He lies through his teeth because he barely remembers what last week's classes were about. He's not sure if he's just that good of a liar or if All Might is just that gullible, but it looks like the man doesn't suspect anything. Izuku doesn't register much of their conversation, being too focused on creating his net of lies to avoid disappointing his mentor. It ends, as it usually does, with All Might giving him a very firm, though not unkind, reminder of all his responsibilities as the new holder of One for All. Keep on training, and take care to follow our diet plan, young Midoriya. Let's try to up that percentage, yeah? The hero tells him after about an hour of already forgotten topics. You're a fine hero student. I can't wait to see you climb up the ranks to become the next symbol of peace. The man's smile is genuine, full of warmth and pride. However, Izuku only feels coldness and shame as the pressure of it all closes in on him. Thank you, All Might. He bows politely and thinks either the hero is really shit at reading other people or he just doesn't care, because the strain in his voice should be obvious. His smile feels paper thin on his face, his cheeks burning with the effort of keeping up the mask. As soon as he's out the door, he feels it all crumble under the weight of expectations he knows he can't achieve. He thought he'd cry, as is his nature, but his chest feels tight in a different way. With stress, anxiety, and anger. Not at All Might. He'd never be angry at All Might. He's angry at himself, knowing it's his own fault for being a failure, for breaking his idol's legacy, for being useless, a burden, even now that he has a quirk. The feelings follow him well into the night, and it's worse than it was the previous week. He dreams of his mother shouting at him. He dreams of Kaken's sneer as he beats him to the ground. He dreams of All Might, that day over a year ago on the rooftop, telling him he's too useless to become a hero. Each time, he wakes up with a start and groans when he sees he's been sleeping for not even a full hour. He's been dozing on and off through the night, but even those frequent naps are filled with far too realistic nightmares. It keeps him on edge until his morning alarm rings, earlier than usual so he can cram in a bit of extra training before school starts. As he steps into 1A classroom, only the usual few students are already there. Ida and Yaoyorozu are both sitting at their respective desk, schoolbooks open and focused on studying in the quiet of the morning. Kirishima has his upper body sprawled across Kaken's desk, yawning and almost doxing while the blonde is scrolling on his phone, permanent scowl adorning his face, like always. Tsu is chatting, voice a respectful level to avoid disturbing the calm ambience of the classroom, with a wide-awake Uraraka who's nodding along with whatever her classmate is saying. When she notices him in the doorway, Uraraka beams at him and waves enthusiastically, seemingly overjoyed to see her friend, so Izuku feels bad that he's not sharing the sentiment. Not because he doesn't like her. Uraraka is possibly his best friend in, forever, and he loves spending time with her. It's just he's so exhausted. He wishes, for an instant, that he could just take her energy without a hassle, but then he feels bad for even thinking that, because he'd drain her of all of it in a flash. He does his best to smile back at her despite the swirling negative feelings ravaging his chest, and gives her what he hopes to be a friendly wave in return to her greeting. He doesn't really feel up for small talk, so instead of striding over to Tsu's desk to join their conversation, he drags himself to his own assigned seat. His throat constricts, however, when Uraraka is the one who joins him, standing beside him with her cheerful smile. Good morning, Deku. Her voice is not loud, as one would assume from the bubbly girl, but it's laces with joy and warmth and goodness. Still, Izuku barely suppresses a wince, because that name is so close to how he feels about himself these days that it manages to sound like an insult, even coming from the very first person who was able to rock his world by giving Deku a whole new meaning. Good morning, Uraraka, he replies more quietly, his eyes not quite meeting hers. He realizes he must have either failed to smile properly or failed to control his voice well enough when he sees her face fall slightly. Are you okay? She asks instead of her regular how are you doing? I'm a bit tired, he admits, though it's a huge understating, but I'm fine. Thanks, Uraraka. Her smile looks a bit fragile after that. She accepts his answer well enough, even though he can tell with the way she glances at him that she doesn't fully believe him. She talks to him for the few remaining minutes before homeroom starts. He does his best to reply, to show interest in her tales and gossips, because he knows she's just trying to cheer him up in her own ways. Still, he can't help the little bit of resentment he feels from this friendly chatter, as he had hoped to relax, even maybe take a short nap, before school starts, and he's too self-conscious to kindly let his friend know he's rather spend the time alone. Homeroom comes and goes. Aizawa-sensei has nothing to tell them, so they're given the PRD to study or finish homework, so Izuku relishes in the silence and pulls out yesterday's notes, hoping to get some more time to understand the most recent lessons. He tries to avoid the mess of dark emotions threatening to swallow him whole when he doesn't succeed to retain a single detail. In the short time between homeroom and English class, both Ida and Tsu come to ask him if he's all right. Again, he smiles and waves them off with a short, "Just tired, I'm fine, thanks." English is a mess. He's never had too much trouble with learning it, but when he can barely comprehend stuff in Japanese, how is he expected to follow the lesson in a foreign language? At this point, it all sounds like gibberish to him. Present Mike is a kind-hearted teacher, so Izuku isn't entirely nervous to be called out to stay after class. He still feels guilty that he apparently looked lost enough during today's exercise that his teacher had to go out of his way to offer him some extra time for his assignments. But then the voice hero asks him if he's okay. He's getting kind of tired of being asked that. It forces him to lie, to tell him, "I'm fine, just tired," with a smile that's starting to feel too tight. He knows it comes from a good sentiment, but the annoyance still builds up. It will pass by the end of the day, he tells himself with clenched teeth when he's confronted by 3 other concerned classmates during rest of the school day. It's only once he's back in his dorm room that even after a few minutes of tensed, forced socialization with his friends in the common rooms, that he allows himself to deflate. His head is mildly throbbing, probably from the way he's been clenching his teeth all day long, and his shoulders are stiff. He tries to relax, to take a nap, because he's absolutely drained, but with the pressure that comes from classes he's already falling back in and the expectations of the #1 hero, it proves to be an impossible task. Instead, he works on revising the notes his teachers sent him about last week's lessons, to at least try and catch up. He's made good progress, already finished with studying his math lessons, before his focus starts to waver. The class is getting rowdy, laughter and excited screams traveling all the way up to his room from the stairwell. Kaken's explosions and yelled curses, Ida's loud scolding, the sound of a movie, or perhaps a video game. When he has to reread 3 times the same paragraph, he knows he won't be able to get any more work done tonight. It's absolutely frustrating. With an annoyed huff, he hurries to change out of his school uniform and into a comfortable workout outfit. He resists the urge to slam his room door behind him as he leaves, deciding to channel his anger towards his coming run instead. The noise is even louder in the common rooms. It's almost overwhelming. He ignores Uraraka's call as he storms his way past his classmates to reach the door that will lead him outside and away from all the commotion. He loves running. First born out of necessity, to escape bullies, Izuku turned the activity into someone to help make him stronger. A hero. While he first found it hard to breathe through a 2 kilometers run, he can now handle a 10 kilometers run without too much effort. He sweats, and he pants, of course, but it's so easy now to just let his mind wander while his body does its thing on its own. He can rearrange his thoughts, organize his mental notes and regulates his emotions. This time, it's not working. His feet accelerate on their own accord as his thoughts take him back to the start of the day. He'd been smothered by everyone's concern, while all he had wished for was a few moments to himself to wind down and collect himself. He feels bad for feeling mad at his peers for worrying about him. It only adds to his feelings of worthlessness, and he can't stop himself from chanting useless, useless, useless with each stride. When he finally finds his way back to the dorm, it's almost time for curfew. What should have been a refreshing run to allow him to calm himself turned out to be a mad dash to try and outrun his own feelings. It's left him feeling raw. By the time he reaches the front porch, he's panting heavily, and his shirt is soaked with sweat. His muscles burn from overuse, which makes him realize he's been gone for almost 3 hours. He can't bring himself to feel any remorse for having missed diner. "Oi, Deku," a very familiar voice growls from the stairs leading to the dorm's front door. Izuku stops in his track, half in surprise and half in confusion. He stares emptily at Kaken, who's standing with his arms crossed over his chest, blocking his path into the dorms. "Kaken," he greets, though he barely recognizes his own voice. It comes out gruff, throat dry from dehydration and tone stone cold, sparing no warmth for his childhood bully. Izuku stared him down, done with the day, but Kaken doesn't move from his spot, so he spits out an angry, "What do you want? What the FS wrong with you?" If he had been his usual self, cheerful, full of joy and optimism. He's probably have heard the hidden concern slipping through the blonde's words. Now, however, he feels the simmering anger bubble up to a boil and it spills over before he has a chance to put a lid on it. "What the F's wrong with me?" he repeats, incredulous. "You really want to know?" His voice is quiet, but hard. It's not the same kind of anger he felt when Detective Tsukachi told him the news. That had been explosive, born from a deep-rooted belief that he man was lying mixed with the shock of it all. This anger is different, a buildup of stress, frustration at his own failures, at the lies he keeps telling everyone out of necessity. He can't help the cutting edge to his voice and he can't stop the words from tumbling once he starts. "You really want to know what's wrong with me? Everything. My quirk, Bakugu. My life. My mom. You." He's not screaming, but his voice rises in volume with each element he spews out. "We were supposed to be friends. But because of a single FING diagnosis, you decide I'm worth less than you. Less than everyone else. How fed up is that?" "Deku," Kaken grounds out with a snarl, probably trying to interrupt his spiel, but it's just adding fuel to the fire. "Don't call me that." His own chest is heaving, words coming through clenched teeth, fists trembling at his side. He must make some kind of murderous face, because Kaken unfolds his arms and widens his stance, clearly expecting this to turn into a fight. Why the hell not? Bakugu screams, palms popping dangerously. "You know dim and well why. It's your effing hero name." His childhood bully argues. Any other time, Izuku would have cowered from an angry Kaken. He would have apologized, even when he wasn't in the wrong. He would have apologized, bowing profusely in SBMson, just for existing. And still, Kaken would have beaten him down, whether with explosive fists or words, or both. Just for being quirkless. And he wasn't even really quirkless all this time. Useless. Izuku spits with venom. "My goddamn hero name means useless. Because you are." He sees red. The words barely left his childhood bully's mouth and Izuku is already flying at him, a powered-up kick leaving cracks in the concrete as he pushes off the ground towards him. Full cowling illuminates his skin with his signature lightning streaks, and before Kaken has a chance to properly defend, Izuku delivers a powerful punch to the other teen's face. Instead of being sent flying as he would from a one-for-all attack, Bakugu only stumbled backward. The disappearance of his quirk is not enough, however, to stop him from quickly lending another blow right after. "F you!" he screams in rage. His third punch is blocked by the blonde's forearms, then his whole upper body gets wrapped in a tight hold. Feelings already unraveling, he's unable to wind them back under control. Nor does he want to, anyway. Go to hell. He struggles in his bindings, desperately looking to hurt the one who hurt him most of his life, and when he fails to free his arms, he headbutts the blonde with a vicious snarl. Bakugu yells, both in surprise and pain, but it's not enough. "I'll kill you, Kaken. I'll kill you. I hate you." The bindings around his torso and arms tighten significantly. He feels himself being pulled backwards, creating distance between him and his objective, so he intensifies his efforts to get free, to no avail. There's a bit of satisfaction in seeing the blood pouring down Kaken's nose and red eyes widened in shock, but the little bit of pain he delivered to his childhood friend is nothing compared to the hell he was himself subjected to growing up. He wants to hurt him more. "Enough!" comes Aizawa-sensei's voice from behind him. It's almost drowned out by his own frustrated yells and growls. "Let me go. I'll kill him. Bakugu, get inside and treat your wounds. We'll talk later," Aizawa-sensei orders. Izuku lets out a desperate scream when the other teen stomps away and disappears behind the door, inside the safety of the dorms. "Don't run away, you coward. Midoriya, enough." "No. I'll kill him." "God damn it. Problem child, calm the F down." His teacher's voice is dangerous low, sounding much more near as he pulls harder on his capture scarf. Izuku keeps on struggling, teeth barred and eyes murderous, but then he feels his bindings being tied securely at his back, where he can't reach, and arms are winding around him tightly. It ought to feel constricting. He should feel trapped and helpless. Instead, he lets himself drop, all tension almost completely evaporating from his body. He feels distant, the rush of blood in his ears is finally starting to die down and he can faintly hear his teacher's gruff voice giving soothing reassurances through the static filling his head. The man is counting, Izuku realizes after some time. From 1 to 4. 1, 2, 3 times. Again. And again. He's giving one-words instructions between each set of 4 seconds. Simple. Easy to follow. Breath in. Hold. Breathe out. Finally, he feels himself calm down. He comes back to himself slowly, and when he does he's shocked to see it's completely dark out, the sky lighted up by a crescent of the moon and a few blinking stars. With curfew fast approaching, Shouta strides across UA ground to get to his hellspawn's dorms with the intent of making his usual rounds. The kids know better than to break the rules, meaning there should be no one in the common rooms, and everyone should be in their respective spaces. However, as he nears the building, there are 2 figures standing on the porch. Bakugu's spiky blonde hair is recognizable from afar, standing authoritatively at the top of the stairs leading to the dorm's entrance. Below him, shoulders tensed, is Midoriya's curly hair. They have no business being out there at this time, but before Shouta can reach them to chew them out, Midoriya suddenly activates his quirk and rushes at his rival, fist raised, clearly intending to assault him. Shouta activates erasure, stopping the problem child's quirk just before the blow lands on the blonde's jaw, snuffing out most of the power behind it. Bakugu stumbles back in surprise, but Midoriya is already upon him, fast enough to deliver a second quirkless punch before Shouta is able to restrain him with his scarf. The binding cloth wraps first around the teen's wrist while he's pulling back to prepare another strike, but Eraserhead hurries to wrap more of it around the boy's torso and his other arm to immobilize him. The teen is struggling ferociously, surprising Shouta with the amount of venom that spews from his mouth. The cheerful, optimistic ray of sunshine of Class 1A screaming death threats at who is known to be his childhood friend? That's not normal. Then, surprisingly fast, Midoriya lurches forward and headbutts Bakugu right in the face. In response, Shouta pulls on the bindings hard, widening the distance between the enraged student and Bakugu, who's now sporting a bleeding nose. "Get inside," Shouta growls as he restrains the problem child. His eyes are starting to burn from erasing the kid's superpowered quirk, so when the blonde opens his mouth with the clear intention to argue, Shouta snaps a firm "now," which has the teen shutting his jaw with a click. He starts to back up, gaze still locked with Midoriya, but the start of the retreat adds fuel to the green-haired boy's ire. "Enough!" Shouta barks, but Midoriya ignores him completely to continue screaming profanities at the other boy, who's clearly the source of Midoriya's rage. Bakugu, he snaps so red eyes focus on him instead of on the feral teen he's holding back. "Get inside and treat your wounds, we'll talk later," he promises with a growl. At this point, Shouta's not surprised at the screech Midoriya lets out when Bakugu finally turns his back on them to head inside the dorms. The murderous intent, on the other hand, takes him aback. Midoriya won't hear a word when he orders him to calm down. He's not sure whether it's because he doesn't want to listen to him or if it's because his voice doesn't reach him, buried beneath the desperate yowls the kid keeps pushing out of his throat. That's how he ends up with an armful of problem child. His primary objective, when he chose to wrap his arms around the kid, was to restrain him until he wore himself out. Shouta is taller and, with erasure activated, stronger than Midoriya. However, as soon as he holds the kid in his arms, the teen crumbles like a sand castle. He comes crashing down, knees buckling, and all Shouta can do is break the fall as gently as he can. The kid is ridiculously heavy. Small, but his frame is filled with thick muscles, necessary to harness the self-destructive quirk he has. With some difficulties, he maneuvers them so they're settled more comfortable than a tangled mess in the middle of the few steps leading up to the porch. He still has Midoriya's back pressed to his chest. But Shouta's now resting against the brick wall of the dorm, helping him support the dead weight of his student. The teen is not unconscious, which would have been worrisome on its own, but he's not conscious either. The kid's breathing is ragged, reminding him of the panic attack he had only just last week, but unlike that time Midoriya doesn't respond to anything he tells him. Shouta is tempted to call Recovery Girl, but unless the kid injures himself or loses consciousness, there's not much she can do to help. Besides, in the state he's in, Shouta doubts that being manhandled by medbots would be beneficial. Instead, he holds Midoriya close, one arm around his waist to keep him from sliding sideways, and the other hand spread wide on his chest, fingers tapping with the same rhythm he chants in the kid's ears in an attempt to help him regulate his breathing. It takes a while, longer than he's comfortable with, for Midoriya to come back to himself. He's been breathing better, his body unconsciously doing its best to inhale oxygen efficiently, but Shouta still counts out loud. His throat is dry at this point, which makes his voice sound a bit more gruff, but he keeps counting steadily until Midoriya finally stirs. The problem child hums, the sound small and inquisitive. His head lolls, almost hitting Shouda's chin. When the boy tries to get up, Shouta tightens his arm around his waist to keep him still. "Okay, kid. You're fine," he soothes as gently as he's able to, even if it's not much. The kid relaxes and lets out a huff of air, not quite a sigh but close enough. "Aizawa-sensei?" Midoriya's voice is scratchy, which isn't all that surprising considering how much he screamed earlier. Shouta grunts, and it seems enough of a confirmation for the teen. "How are you feeling, kid?" Midoriya shifts but makes no move to attempt to get back to his feet. There's a long beat of silence and Shouta wonders briefly if the boy fell asleep. "Weird," the kid mumbles. "Weird." He sees and feels Midoriya's head bob in a nod. "HM. I don't think I've ever been this, angry before." The kid admits quietly. Which, yeah, not surprising at all. "What angered you?" Shouta wants to know if he has to DSPLN a certain blonde explosive troublemaker. Midoriya slowly shakes his head, though, and the hero feels the teen's shoulders tense slightly. "I don't even know." There's a moment of silence. Shouta ruminates the vague answer. He's thinking that the problem child might be trying to hide something from him, wouldn't be the first time, and probably won't be the last, because who doesn't know what makes them angry enough to attack and scream threats at the top of their lungs? Midoriya takes a deep breath, a far cry from his earlier short puffs of air, and Shouta waits for the kid to break the silence. It's just that, well, ever since, the teen shakes his head again more firmly this time. Since he learnt the truth about his mother. So many little things annoy me so much. I don't know why. It makes sense in a way. Betrayed by his own family, even if it came from good intention. The kid grew up quirkless because of her, for FS sake. It's not that unpredictable that the kid would feel frustrated over the whole situation. "I don't know what's wrong with me," Midoriya whines, voice small and vulnerable and so fragile. He know none of that, kid. Nothing's wrong with you, you hear me? You got overwhelmed, and a lot of shit has happened to you recently, so you're allowed to feel upset, or even angry. Shouta can't, in good conscience, let the child think that he's broken, or that he's any lesser than his peers. "I think you just lack the tools to deal with your emotions," he admits, firm in his beliefs, "so you lashed out when it go to be too much. I think, and it doesn't make you any weaker for it, nor does that make you a burden, that you should talk to Hound Dog, or any other psychiatric you think you can trust." There's a beat of silence. Shouta feels Midoriya start to shiver because of the cool evening breeze. He worries, for an instant, that the boy will outright deny his recommendation. "I'll think about it," Midoriya finally breathes out. Shouta is relieved. While it's not exactly an agreement, the kid is not rejecting the idea either. "Good," he praises, "it's all I can ask for." Which is true. He can't force students to seek help when they need it, but he can share advice and thoughts with them and guide them towards proper resources when necessary. From here on out, it's Midoriya's choice whether or not he follows his advice. Eraserhead arrives on the scene just a bit too tardy. It's near the end of his patrol late at night, or early in the morning, depending on who you ask. He just happens to stride past the small park, a little eerie in the darkness, when he hears whispers, shuffling, and pained whimpers. Upon further investigation, he realizes with a jolt that it's a serious altercation. A woman, hunched, both hands to her stomach, while her aggressor holds her by the shoulders, aggressively spitting out threats and insults without raising his voice, all in harsh whispers. Then Eraserhead sees the knife in the woman's midsection. Only the glint of the moonlight reflecting off the short bit that's not embedded in her guts allows him to notice the injury. It's too dark to see how much she's bleeding, and he doesn't wait to find out. Fighting the aggressor is a struggle. The man is angry, sad, and vicious in his movements. Tall, broad, he has the advantage over Eraserhead physically, and he clearly has at least some sort of fighting experience or very good fighting instincts. Eraserhead wins, of course, but not without gaining a few bruises and scrapes. In the end, all that matters is that he's got the criminal securely tied to a tree in the park and he's applying first aid around the knife protruding from the woman's midsection. Thankfully, emergency services are quick to arrive, and Shouta gladly lets the paramedics take the victim away. Eraserhead, someone greets, and Shouta turns an unimpressed stare on Tsukachi and the officers accompanying him. The detective gives a nonverbal instruction to his co-workers, who leave him alone with the hero to go detain the criminal and bring him in. "Come with me to the station?" Shouta hesitates, but he still has to give his statement anyway, so he might as well. "Sure," he huffs, stuffing his hands in his jumpsuit's pockets. He can't help slouching as he follows the detective to his car. It's been one hell of a long day. "I've been meaning to call last night." Tsukachi begins as they climb in, Shouta in the passenger seat, "but it's been hectic and I got caught up in a difficult case." "It's fine, I was busy anyway," Shouta admits, displeasure making his tone colder than intended. To his annoyance, the detective sends him a knowing smirk. "Teenagers, huh? You're insufferable. You're the one who chose to be a teacher," Tsukachi shoots back, and Shouta half-heartedly glares at him. "Don't remind me," he groans, his mind traitorously going back to last night's fight between his students. They lapse into silence the rest of the ride, but the precinct isn't far and it's not long before Shouta flops himself in the chair in Tsukachi's miserable office. He's quick and to the point with his statement, then he wastes no time to get on to their next subject. He's sore and exhausted, and this morning's homeroom is going to be a handful, with what he'll be dropping on his class. "What did you want to call about?" he asks before the detective even finishes putting the recording device away. "Osamu Takahashi. My men kept a very careful eye on the suspected vehicle, but so far they have nothing to report. Either the man is staying low nearby or the good doctor left us in the dust," Shouta finishes with a growl. He could have easily abandoned the car, switching it out with another one or leaving in public transit for all they know. If that's the case, the chances of finding him again are slim, considering he seems well-versed in creating false identities as shown with his family who know nothing of him. Unless he messes up somewhere. "No CCTV footage, I suppose? Who do you take me for?" "Right." On a better note, Tsukachi adds, except his voice is not any more cheerful, "We went ahead and asked for the indictment of Midoriya Inko, or else we would have been obligated to release her. We're lacking evidence though." "She admitted it herself," Shouta argues, but the detective is already shaking his head. "You know that's not how it works. Her sole admittance is not enough in court. They have no way of knowing if she was coerced." And, he tacks on before Shouta has a chance to argue again, "My quirk can't be used against her, not in any way that holds real weight. It's not evidence." Because Tsukachi's quirk is not fail-proof. If someone believes what they say, to be exact, in their eyes, the detective will not ping it as a lie even if it's not the truth. "I'll testify if I have to, you know this," Shouta reassures, but Tsukachi sends him a pained little smile. "Thanks, Eraser, but from your statement of the event, there's not much we can use to condemn her," he admits, a hint of regret to his voice. To be honest, if Midoriya Izuku could testify with what he knows, it would be helpful. Maybe not enough to have her face the full consequences of her actions, depending on what he says, but helpful nonetheless. Shouta bites the inside of his cheeks to keep from growling out an outright no. He doesn't think the kid is emotionally stable enough to go through with this, or if he even wants to. He looks extremely attached to his mother, so Shouta wouldn't be shocked if he refused in the first place. In the end, though, it's not his call to make. At all. So he blows out a breath through his nose and rolls his shoulders to try and loosen the tensed muscles. "I'll talk to him," he offers instead, even though he feels dread at the thought. Izuku wakes up feeling sick. There's an ache in his muscles, one not a result from a too hard training regardless of all the running he did last evening, and a dull throb behind his eyelids. His alarm is still blaring, and it's only to stop it from grating on his brain that he finds the energy to roll over and shut it off. He wants to just curl up and sleep all day, but he has school, and after the awful stunt he pulled yesterday, he doesn't think that not showing up to class will do him any favor. Besides, he can't really miss any more lessons if he's honest. Forcing himself out of bed, his skin breaks into goosebumps and he shivers the whole time it takes him to get ready for school. Maybe he's a bit feverish. He's almost never caught colds before, just a few times as a child, but he figures that's what he probably has. Going down to the common rooms, he finds he has no appetite, but reluctantly accepts the plate Yaoyorozu gives him with a thankful nod. It's still pretty early, so there's only a handful of his classmates down there. Usually, Izuku would be getting ready to go for a short morning run, but he doesn't particularly feel up to it. Midoriya, are you all right? Izuku turns towards Ida, who's standing beside the counter with the dish he just washed still in hand, dripping soapy water back in the sink. I think I have a cold, he replies truthfully with a small embarrassed smile. I'm sure I'll be better in no time though. Ida looks a bit skeptical, though he smiles back at him. Please take care of yourself, Midoriya. Thanks, I will, Izuku promises with a nod. He forces himself to take a few bites of his meal under the watchful stare of his friends, but finds he can't really stomach much more and shoots Yaoyorozu an apologetic smile when he gets up to put the rest away for later. He decides a bit of fresh air might help, so he finishes getting ready for the day and leaves early, opting to take a detour in the forest for a longer walk on his way to school. It helps, to a point. The cool breeze brought some colors back to his cheeks, and the morning sun helps him feel more like a person and less like a zombie. He feels much more awake by the time he makes it to class, so he's able to offer genuine good mornings to his classmates. When Uraraka saunters in, Izuku waves her over with a timid smile and she doesn't hesitate to come to his desk. Good morning, Deku. Hi. Good morning, Uraraka. He greets back, though with less enthusiasm. There's a bit of nervousness making his fingers tremble and he unconsciously starts to pull at them to make the feeling go away. About yesterday, he trails off, seeing the small frown on his friend's face. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Izuku almost drops it, then, because she's smiling and waving her hands dismissively. However, he notices the tightness around her eyes that betrays her concern. No, Uraraka, listen. I'm sorry for yesterday. I was really rude to you when you meant well. It's been a hard few days, to be honest, he says softly. He can't really bring himself to explain more than that, so he offers her a tiny warm smile, one he very much means. Thank you for worrying about me. Of course. That's what friends are for, right? The smile she returns is wobbly, but there's a happier glint to her eyes now, so Izuku answers her with a nod, relief seeping into his bones. Are you okay now, though? Yeah, I am, thanks. Yesterday was rough, but I'm feeling much better. And it's the truth, he realizes abruptly. He can't find any anger or frustration festering in his heart, and he thinks it might have something to do with his impromptu talk with Aizawa-sensei last night. Plus, fresh air really did him some good, as his cold is already mostly gone. Maybe it was just symptoms of tiredness, not a cold in the first place. Good. I'm glad. Her words get drowned by the warning bell, and she hurries away to her own desk with a sheepish grin. During homeroom, Shouta keeps an eye on his problem child, yesterday's incident still fresh in his mind. He seems fine at first glance, mood apparently already much better from what he can tell, and he acts a lot more like he usually did before the whole fiasco with his mother. Bakugo, on the other hand, looks irritated. Or at least more irritated than usual. Kirishima keeps sending concerned glances his friend's way throughout the PRD. Shouta doesn't think the change is overly obvious at first glance. The blonde is still loud and mean and overly aggressive, but there's a tick to his jaw that isn't there normally and he's quicker to react negatively to his peers. Shouta didn't get Bakugo's version of the event yet, so he reminds himself to ask him to meet when he has the time. After class, probably. Wait, No, he needs to speak to Midoriya first. Tomorrow at lunch, then. They need to have a talk. About yesterday's altercation. Midoriya hasn't shared the specifics of why he reacted that way in front of his childhood friend, and with the state he was in, Shouta didn't think pushing for answers was the right course of action. He'll have to ask Bakugo his own point of view to get a better idea of what he's dealing with. That's a matter for later, Shouta. Right now, he has something more pressing to tell the whole of his class. Work studies, he starts, and already he's got the attention of all 20 teenagers. Last term, you went on a 1-week internship to follow and learn by watching heroes work. This term, you'll be going on work studies. He can feel the excitement filling his students, but he's trained them well enough that they wait until he's done with his announcement before letting loose. You'll have the opportunity to merge your studies with outside-of-school real work to get full advantage of learning on the field under the supervision of an experienced mentor. Duration of work studies may vary, and any choice you make concerning this will be reviewed and corrected if necessary. There are already several hands raised, but he ignores them for the moment, not finished with his speech yet. Agencies and heroes you choose will need to be approved beforehand, and the schedule they'll give you will have to follow UA's rules. The same goes for the amount of work you'll be subjected to while on duties. Shouta gathers a stack of papers and passes it absent-mindedly to Ida, who starts to distribute them among his classmates silently. With that said, work studies are entirely optional. It's good experience to have, but please keep in mind that you all have been targeted by the League of Villains, and that participating in work studies will inevitably augment the risks of incidents happening. Thankfully, this little added reminder helps bring the excitement down to a more manageable level. If he's completely honest, he would have canceled work studies for this semester if it was his decision to make. There's no way he'd send kids out there voluntarily, kids with targets painted on their backs. He had said so as well during the last faculty meeting too, though in a less friendly way. You've got to be kidding me, Shouta spat as soon as Nedzu announced to go ahead as normal with the work studies. You want to send them out there with what happened this summer? His growl is dangerous, and the easygoing atmosphere the meeting held until this point dissipated almost instantly. There was a tensed silence settling upon the room, and some of his colleagues looked uncomfortable, if not outright guilty. It was, surprisingly, All Might who hesitantly broke the silence. Hesitant, yes, but determination in his gaze as he set his sunken eyes on Shouta. I don't think, Aizawa, I really don't think that canceling the work studies in this situation is what we should do. Shouta was glowering at the blonde, but there was no trace of doubt in the man's posture. The league is targeting my students, and you seriously think I'm out of place to request that they stay safe? Shouta grit his teeth, and it was only because Hizashi elbowed him in the ribs that he realized he was activating erasure. Toshinori's right, Nedzu pitched in, though his usual toothy grin was absent. If anything, your students need to be better prepared. And nothing beats learning by experience. They won't learn anything if they're dead, Shouta growled, but Nedzu continued without deigning that with an answer. They'll be learning directly under the wings of pro-heroes, with their staff and sidekicks. Plenty of people highly capable of keeping your students safe if the need arises. Shouta couldn't exactly argue that point, no matter how much he wanted to. I want to do a screening of the heroes chosen by the kids, he relented. He might not like the idea, but he can damn well do his best to make sure everything goes smoothly. We always do a screening, Snipe piped in, and Shouta shot him a venomous glare. I want to double-check, he refuted with gritted teeth. And, he added with a growl, but not before glancing once quickly towards Hound Dog's direction. I want it to be optional. Optional? Wouldn't that put some of your students behind? This time it was midnight, but Shouta could tell it wasn't an objection to his demands. Rather, she was simply confused because if there was anyone here who always pushed their students to the max, it was Shouta himself. I'm not sure all of them are ready to take this on yet, he admitted. Besides, there's an active case going on and I've got a student involved. A case? Who is it? Toshinori asked with worry, but Shouta just shook his head. It wasn't anyone's business. All they needed to know was that it was something to take into consideration. Nothing to concern yourself with, Toshinori, Netsu said, before turning his beady eyes towards Shouta. Very well, we'll do this your way. Work studies. The best way to learn and gain experience before they become pro-heroes. Sure, the third and last year of the hero course mainly focus on real field work, but this is his chance to try and catch up to his classmates, who are all leagues ahead of him already. There are so many heroes he'd love to learn from. All of them with their unique sets of skills and experience. Maybe he should intern with a rescue hero. That's one side of heroics that absolutely amazes him. It's not just about defending civilians from a villain, it's about saving people from all kinds of dangerous situations. It's the very heart of heroics. He seriously thinks it through, making a mental list of heroes prioritizing rescues that he'd like to work for, to learn from. The rest of homeroom pass in a blur. Everyone chatting excitedly among themselves. Izuku himself is so caught up in his own bubbly feeling that he almost misses the looks of hesitation some of his classmates sport. There are a few frowns, but mostly it's hidden in two stretched smiles and concerned glances. They're nervous. With good reason to. Their whole class has been targeted on more than one occasion by villains who wish to see the downfall of heroes. While work studies are exciting and an important step of become pros, they understand the risks that come with it. Izuku is reminded, once again, of the legacy he carries. Suddenly, one for all feels heavy in his veins, almost too much to bear. He's not fit to be the next symbol of peace, not yet. Not with the way he blatantly lacks control on the quirk. He has no choice, he realizes, but to pursue a work study that will help him improve the way he yields All Might's quirk, no matter what he really yearns for. He needs someone who knows about it, someone who can guide him in becoming better, faster. He never really had a choice in the first place. The excitement that came with this morning's announcement dies almost instantly, and Izuku is left simmering all day with thoughts of being wholly inadequate for the responsibilities he carries. Gran Torino was a huge help during last semester's internship, but the old man is not overly active, from what he gathered last time, so he knows his work studies will just be centered on quirk training for him. It's not all bad, just not really what he had in mind a few minutes after Aizawa-sensei's speech. The disappointment lingers all day, but for the first time in the last 2 weeks he's able to fully concentrate in class and enjoy his free time with his friends. Still, he's not overly surprised when, at the end of the day, Aizawa-sensei calls on him to stay after class. There's a weird kind of silence settling between them as soon as they're left alone in the classroom. Izuku trusts his teacher more than he's ever trusted any other adults in his life, he thinks. He's not nervous, but he's not relaxed either, because recently each time he's been having one-on-one talks with Aizawa-sensei, it's always concerning the situation with his mother, so he might just be anticipating an unpleasant conversation. He's not wrong. You don't have to participate, the hero says softly. He's leaning against the student desk just in front of him. He does have to, though, but he can't tell Aizawa-sensei that, not without raising unnecessary questions. I know, he replies instead with a small nod, but I want to. There's a lot I can learn by participating, he adds with a smile, and I'm sure that under any other circumstances you'd be pushing all of us to get an internship this semester. Aizawa-sensei snorts, but it's a small thing, almost bittersweet. You're right. Unfortunately, it's not the case. To be honest, and now the man sounds hesitant, faltering for a second before he continues, I'd rather you not participate at all. Izuku's knee-jerk reaction is to argue, but he holds back and mulls the words over. He knows he frowns, but he doesn't bother to smooth his face out. Aizawa-sensei lets him take his time to gather his thoughts, and to choose his own words carefully before speaking them out loud. But you won't stop me, Izuku says slowly. Not a threat, not a demand. Just a realization. But I won't stop you, Aizawa-sensei confirms reluctantly. Thank you for worrying, sensei. I already made up my mind though. Yeah, I figured, the underground hero grumbles, half of his face now hidden in his capture scarf looped around his shoulders. I understand why you're concerned, but I need this. I'm already behind as it. Behind? His teacher straightens up in alarm. How are you behind? I mean, I still lack a lot of control, and all my classmates are so far ahead of me and… No problem, child. Izuku huffs a breath, a bit disbelieving. That's not how progress works. Everyone grows differently at their own rhythm. You can't compare yourself with fellow students. But nothing, kid. You've made tremendous progress since you started the year here, there's no denying it. Izuku bites his lips as he remembers how he started, how he shattered both legs and an arm during the entrance exam. And, Aizawa-sensei continues, albeit with a twisted grin as if it's something halfway between painful and delightful, it may be insensitive of me, but it's doubly impressive considering what you've been injecting yourself with all along. And, oh, Izuku did not want to be reminded of that. He knows it's meant to make him feel better, make him feel proud even, but it just makes him feel worse. Because one for all is not his quirk, contrary to what everyone thinks. His mom, to his horror, successfully managed to snuff out his real quirk, the one he was born with. And there's no telling how the suppressants affected one for all. Izuku fears it might have damaged the quirk. Maybe that's why he has so much difficulty harnessing its power, unlike All Might who, as he recounted it, took to it like a fish to water. Izuku probably makes a face, because Aizawa-sensei shifts, slouching where he's standing, and gives a derisive chuckle. Sorry, that was tasteless. No, it's fine. Thank you for the, compliment. Aizawa-sensei shakes his head, a subtle smile on his lips and, is that fondness in his eyes? How can a teacher be fond of him? It must be something else he can't quite place. At least he's not making fun of him. I just don't want you to feel obligated to participate if you're not feeling it, his teacher says after a beat. No, I really want to, don't worry about it. Izuku starts to gather his school bag as he says this. Sure, this conversation is pretty much over with, but as he goes to stand up, Aizawa-sensei speaks up again. Wait, there's something else I wanted to discuss with you. Aizawa-sensei's sudden change of tone, more somber, eyes darkened with something Izuku doesn't understand, is stress-inducing. Izuku sits back down, but the light-hearted awkwardness is gone, leaving the classroom almost stifling with tension. Are you aware of how our judiciary system works? A little, yeah, he answers hesitantly. They don't really learn about the juridic side of law and ethics before their second year, concentrating on specific laws regarding heroes and some open discussion about work ethics. But while researching heroes in middle school, Izuku stumbled upon a few articles that allowed him to learn some stuff. When someone is suspected of having committed a crime, Aizawa-sensei starts to explain, despite Izuku's answer, probably sensing the lack of confidence in his voice. The police is allowed to detain them for up to 2 weeks while they search for evidence. If they don't find anything, they don't have a choice. They need to release the suspect. Izuku's heart beats hard. He can kind of see where Aizawa-sensei is going with this. It's been 2 weeks now since the start of this whole ordeal. Hope is stirring in his chest, that they just release his mom and call it quits, let everything go back to normal. Except, he knows, even if that happens, it won't erase what he knows now. It won't change what his mom did to him, and he won't ever be able to see her in the same light he did before. On the other hand, Aizawa-sensei continues, unaware of the conflict inside Izuku. If the police find something that can link the suspect directly to the crime committed, they can ask the jury for an indictment. It means the suspect is kept in detention, and the authorities are given a set amount of time to build a solid case to bring the suspect in court. Aizawa-sensei falls silent for a minute, letting him digest the information. Then he pulls a chair over and sits, now eye level with him, and his expression conveys the seriousness of the topic. Detective Tsukachi files for an indictment for your mother, he announces carefully as he leans forward, elbows on his knees. Considering she confessed on her own, it's enough to bring her to court, so the indictment was accepted by the jury. Izuku's breath stutters, but he doesn't break. He kind of expected this, if he's honest with himself, even as he feels that tiny stirring piece of hope die almost as soon as it blossomed. While her pleading guilty is enough for that, it's invalid evidence in court. The jury needs more than that to give an enlightened verdict. The dots start to connect easily enough, and it's with a grimace that Izuku weighs what he assumes is the case here. You don't have enough evidence. Aizawa-sensei nods, face impassible. You want me to testify? His voice is tinny, shocked at the realization. You don't have to, Aizawa-sensei hastily adds softly. You still have time to think about it. In the meantime, the detective and his team will try to gather more evidence. If they succeed, it won't even be necessary. It's not as reassuring as Aizawa-sensei meant it to be. Izuku is sure. He's not sure he wants them to succeed in the first place. He just wishes for things to go back to how it was before. It all feels a little crazy. Strange, foreign, scary. As of now, you're officially a ward of UA, pending the end of the investigation. Until either your mother is cleared of charges or found guilty, I'll be your official guardian by default, since I'm your homeroom teacher. Okay, Izuku replies plainly. He's feeling kind of far away all of a sudden, like it's all a dream. As if he's waiting just beside his body for it all to just blow away. He wants this to end already. To either wake up from this awful nightmare, or to skip to the end, where everything can be stable and certain in his life again. Midoriya? He hums to let the man know he's listening. Okay, I think that's enough for today, problem child, his teacher says. Izuku tries to focus on the sentence, on its meaning, but he can't quite comprehend it. It slips like sand through his fingers and he finds himself zeroing on the words individually and forget the whole. You should head back to the dorms. Yeah, he hears himself say, but it sounds breathy and weak. Sheet. There's a vibration that spreads from his midsection. He finds himself focusing on its rhythm, even and steady. It comes with a little weight, not too heavy as to be uncomfortable, but heavy enough that he can feel it. The weight shifts, the vibrations become less intense, and something puts pressure on two specific points on his abs, almost painfully, and soon after the weight shifts from one pressure point to the other, in a mock semblance of a massage. It's uncomfortable, even though he finds he quite likes the vibrations it emits. He focuses on the weird massage, counting repeatedly to 4 in his head with each shift of pressure. It takes a while for his brain to turn back on, to realize he's unconsciously been syncing his breathing to the rhythm of the movements on his abdomen. To make sense of himself. He's laid on something soft, staring blankly at the ceiling. His eyes are dry, so he blinks them a few times to moisten them, but ends up scrunching them up instead. The darkness is welcome, and it helps him focus on the rest of his body. He reaches to pat the weight on his stomach. Falling on something soft and fluffy, his hand automatically starts to pet the cat, he finally realizes. It lets out a pleased meow as he absently brushes his hand through its fur, and the sound suddenly unlocks his hearing. It's as if he'd been wearing earplugs all along and removed them at once. He hears the low melody of a music, somewhere to his left, accompanied by light humming. The sound of a page turning. Something clatters in the background, but it's not too loud. Water sloshing, just a room away. Something shifts, clothes, and when he opens his eyes again, Izuku turns his head and sees Yamada-sensei curled up in the armchair, a book in hand. He looks hyper-concentrated, and Izuku is content to just watch him read, absently counting each page he turns for a while. He doesn't know how much. Time passes this way, and doesn't particularly care. The cat alternates between kneading his stomach and laying down on it unmoving, and Izuku finds he doesn't mind. He listens as music change, and as the sound coming from the kitchen shifts from washing dishes to cooking. Fridge and cabinets open and close. Chopping vegetable, the knife thudding rhythmically on the cutting board. Ingredients being mixed in a bowl. Something sizzling on the stove top. The smell starts to waft all the way to the living room, and Izuku feels his stomach rumble with hunger. He sees movement from the corner of his eyes, but he only looks towards the living room entrance when the lights flash on and off twice, head turning his homeroom teacher's way, almost in sync with Yamada-sensei. Ready in 5, Aizawa-sensei says, and Izuku finds himself drawn to the man's hands that are moving along with his words. Midoriya? Izuku hums, lets his teacher know he hears him. How are you feeling? He shrugs. He doesn't really know. He feels fine. Comfortable. But he also feels like he's disconnected, like he's not completely there, and he absently knows that's not normal. He can't bring himself to put this into words. It's okay, listener. Mike-sensei quickly reassures, but his voice is surprisingly gentle. Cheerful, still, but less loud and energetic than in the classroom. Softer. More poised. Izuku likes it. Are you hungry? That one is easy, and Izuku finds himself nodding before he even registers the movement. Great. Sho is making oyakudon. We can eat in the living room if you want. Izuku shrugs. At home, they always eat meals at the dining table, except on very few rare occasions. What are you more comfortable with? Izuku licks his lips, trying to moisten them, but his whole mouth is dry. Keikichin, he answers, though his voice cracks and comes out raspy. Okay, think you can get up? Izuku nods, even if he thinks it's a strange question. Except, moving proves to be more difficult than he anticipated. His limbs feel heavy and numb, and it's like the connection between them and his brain is messed up. The can jumps down when he starts to move, and it's only once he's sitting up that he realizes he has a blanket over him, now bundles at his waist. Getting to his feet isn't so hard, but the world spins for several seconds once he's upright. It might only be Yamada-sensei's supporting hand on his shoulder that prevents him from toppling over. Walking is the hardest part. His body is heavy, and his legs uncoordinated. His knees threaten to buckle 3 times as he makes his way from the couch to the dining table, the muscles in his thighs feeling weak, like jelly. He gratefully lets himself sink in the chair Mike-sensei lead him to while Aizawa-sensei sets the table. The food is delicious. The flavors are not too overwhelming and the simplicity of the meal is comforting. His teachers make small talk and include him in their conversation, and little by little Izuku starts to feel more like himself. He goes from mostly nonverbal to full sentences in the span of the meal, and offers to do the dishes once they're all done eating. It's okay, kiddo. Don't worry about it. Yamada-sensei smiles wide with a hand doing a dismissive wave in the sink's direction. Sure, Aizawa-sensei counters, and Mike swivels towards him with a slack jaw, appalled that his partner would let their guest do chores for him. But I'm drying the dishes, he adds, and Izuku beams at him, feeling relieved he can repay them even with such a small act of kindness. No, Yamada-sensei whines childishly, but both Izuku and his homeroom teacher ignore him and start to get to work. The blonde stares at them, mouth agape, as they fill the sink with soapy water. He comes to join them, and Izuku doesn't miss the teasing smirk Aizawa-sensei sends to his partner. I'm putting the dishes away then. Yamada-sensei exclaims petulantly, which makes Izuku laugh out loud. The work is familiar, even if the company is novel. It's lighthearted, though, and Izuku enjoys the atmosphere. He wouldn't mind doing this more often, he thinks with a pleased smile. After eating dinner and washing the dishes with his teachers, Izuku goes back to the 1A dorms in lighter spirits. The conversation about his mother's indictment is still fresh in his mind, along with the official news of having Aizawa-sensei as a guardian until the end of his mom's trials. But after the evening he just had with him and Mike-sensei, he finds all of it weighing way less on him than he expected. He's greeted with several cheerful calls of his name when he enters his dorm to find most of his class in the common living room with books opened for a study session. Mido! Where were you? Ashido exclaims from where she's sprawled out on the carpet, her own notes in front of her. Sorry, I just had a talk with Aizawa-sensei. He sees his classmates send themselves concerned glances, so Izuku quickly tries to reassure them. It's nothing to worry about. We mostly talked about the work studies. He half lies. That was a long talk. Kaminari pipes and Izuku laughs, a little self-conscious. Well, it got a bit out of hand, he admits sheepishly. People laugh with him, probably assuming he ended up going on rants about heroes as he's known to do. His eyes swipe over the group of teens and relief floods him when he doesn't see Kaken amongst the crowd. He wouldn't know how to react around the other teen, not after what happened yesterday. Want to join us? Uraraka invites him, patting the couch beside her after slinking to the side to make space for him between her and Tsu. Maybe later? He offers weakly, and feels a little pang of regret when he sees her smile fall. I just need to make a call, I'll come back down after, he promises and smiles widely at the cheers he receives from his friends. A call? One of them wonders out loud. Izuku is quick to answer, excitement bubbling up at the very thought. Yeah. For the work studies. I can't take you on this time, Runt, comes the gruff voice on the line. Izuku is on speakers, gathering his school notes to prepare to join his friends, and almost drops the stack of notebooks with surprise. Why the hell not? He sounds like a petulant child, but, well, while Gran Torino wasn't his favorite choice for the new internships, he was the most logical one, and Izuku really wanted to go, to improve his control over One for All and to catch up to his peers, regardless of what Aizawa-sensei has to say about that. I'm busy, the old man answers curtly, and Izuku runs his mouth before he can think better of it. But you're retired. Not any more short stuff. Gran Torino doesn't offer anything more, and the line stays silent. Izuku's sulking on his end. It drags on, enough to become awkward, until the old hero finally sighs in defeat. Fine. Izuku's heart soars in delight, but it quickly crashes with the man's following words. Try to contact Night Eye. Sir Night Eye. Oh my god, all might soul dandenly sighed Kikiver. Goddamn it, breathe. Yeah, Night Eye is Toshinori's sidekick from a few years back. He knows about One for All. It makes sense. You can't really work with someone for over a decade and not share such an important part of your life. Talk to Toshinori about it. Oh, and tell that idiot to get his act together. All Might? Why? They didn't part on good terms. What happened? Asked the idiot. And with that the line goes dead. When he wakes up the next morning, he's still feeling a little tired. Last night's group study ran later than usual, mostly because they were so focused that they missed curfew. It was Aizawa-sensei who broke it up upon entering the building to check on them before going on patrol. As soon as he and his classmates had seen the hero enter, they'd all scrambled to gather their stuff. Izuku had sent an apologetic smile his teacher's way, and he thought he saw him give back an amused smirk, very subtle, before the man hid his lower face in his capture weapon. Izuku might have gone to sleep later than was permitted, later than what he was used to, but he'd lose sleep studying over losing sleep from nightmares and anxiety anytime. Point is, he's tired, but he slept well and he thinks he managed to cram last week's whole lessons thanks to his friends. He's feeling better than he's had in days. Plus, he has something new to be excited over. If all goes well, he might get to do his work studies with Night Eye. He can't wait to speak to All Might about this. Excitement has him do his morning workout with enthusiasm, and he's chatting happily away as he eats breakfast with some of his classmates. A lot of them discuss where they want to do their work studies, and Izuku has no qualms on gushing about all the benefits training under Night Eye could grant him. Homeroom goes as expected. The energy in the classroom is over the top, and Aizawa-sensei doesn't even bother to rein them in, giving the simple but firm instruction to not put anything on fire before he disappears in his sleeping bag. Morning classes steal most of his attention, and he only catches himself thinking about his peculiar situation a handful of times, which is such a huge improvement than last week that it even contributes to his good mood. As soon as lunch rolls about, Izuku rushes to father his stuff, only stopping to let his friends know he won't be eating lunch with them. Got a date with All Might? Uraraka teases knowingly, which startles a laugh out of him, but then he's beaming a wide smile, all teeth and crinkled eyes. Yeah, Night Eye was his sidekick. We have a lot to discuss. And his friends let him go with hand waves and calls to enjoy his lunch with his mentor. It all comes crashing down in an instant when All Might cuts through his rant barely 10 minutes later with a grim face. I'm sorry I can't do that, my boy. It has Izuku sputtering in surprise, not having anticipated such an answer. What do you mean? I agree, Night Eye would be a great mentor for you. He has a good head on his shoulders and doesn't hesitate to use his knowledge in the best possible ways. He could possibly teach you some self-restraint too. That's what I was thinking. From what I gathered, he's super good at analyzing, and he always chooses the most advantageous options each time he acts. I'm sure he can help me get a better grip on your quirk. You're quite right about that, my boy. Then why can't you just call him? I'm afraid it's not as simple. The hero trails off and drags a heavy gaze towards the window. It's shining bright, sky blue and cloudless, but Izuku feels like it suddenly got colder with his mentor's refusal. Silence is settling over the both of them while Izuku watches the powered-down form of the number one hero. What happened? The words leave his mouth before he even has the chance to think them. There's an aura of melancholy surrounding his mentor, and the sadness is evident in his blue eyes when All Might turns to him. What he learns next is hard to swallow. The fact that Night Eye had already chosen someone else to be All Might's successor hurts a bit, but it's understandable. That All Might know Toshinori, his mentor, the one who brought him where he is right now, has about 1 year left to live is outright devastating. Foresight truly is a formidable quirk, but Izuku realizes how scary it can be too. That day, he leaves the office with a heavy heart. He's not as excited to work with Night Eye anymore, even if All Might promised he's asked Mirio-senpai to introduce him to his former sidekick. It isn't so surprising that he feels ill when he returns to his classroom, thoughts swirling with his mentor's coming demise. After his hero laws and ethics class, everyone files out of the classroom for lunch. The kids are haywire because of the work studies, but they were attentive in class all the same, so Shouta can't really complain. He's just glad, as he dispassionately watches them leave, that Midoriya seems to be in a good mood, barely a shadow left in his eyes, as he beams at his friends while he states he's having lunch with All Might. The problem child is suspiciously close to the former #1 hero. They've clearly known each other since before school, the start of school, but it looks like they've only drawn closer since the beginning of the year. Shouta still isn't sure what to think about that. He's concerned that All Might be a bad influence in a way. He's not exactly suited to be a teacher, not yet, not without more training, so he's worried he might be passing down bad habits to Midoriya. Like jumping in a fight without a thought. All Might, with his previous overpowered form, didn't have much to worry about. However, Midoriya is a child, although he has great potential to become just as strong, if not more. He can't afford to act like he's the strongest and jump in without a plan. That's the kind of thing high-ranked limelight heroes do. It ranks up the points, and they don't have much to worry when all situations they get called in is meant to be a fight against rampaging villains. But it isn't always the case, and Midoriya, with his heart of gold, needs to learn that acting right away is not always the best situation, and doing so can sometimes make matters worse. On the other hand, Shouta kind of hopes the kid is regularly speaking to All Might about his recent issues. It would do a world of good if Midoriya had someone trustworthy and empathic to share his thoughts and worries. It's with that little spark of hope that he watches his student leave the classroom, accompanied by his friends who all chatter animatedly. They all file out, one by one, until Shouta's left standing in front of a mostly empty classroom. Bakugo is glaring at him. "Walk with me," Shouta orders with a dull voice. "We'll talk in the office." He doesn't wait to see if Bakugo is following him as he leaves. The sound of footsteps walking confidently just behind him is confirmation enough. Shouta's greeted by several staff members when they reach the office. Teachers don't have a private space to work in, each having a single desk in the same room, but there's a short hallway to the side that connects to meeting rooms and a break room. Or nap room, as he likes to call it. He heads straight to that one. There are couches and comfortable armchairs, making this place more favorable for student-teachers conversations like this one. It's already used and locked to boot, to his disappointment. Midoriya and All Might, probably. Shouta goes to one of the adjoining meeting rooms instead, motioning Bakugo to take a seat before he locks the door behind them to ensure the privacy of their discussion. 2 nights ago, Midoriya assaulted you, Shouta starts as he pulls up a chair to sit in front of Bakugo, foregoing the meeting table too large to his liking for a one-on-one meeting. Bakugo is impassive in front of his bluntness, perpetual frown in place. "I already spoke to him, but I want to know your version of the story." "Nothing happened," Bakugo snaps immediately. Shouta raises an eyebrow, unimpressed and skeptic. "I'm not lying, I didn't do shit." "Perhaps, but I still want to know what happened." Bakugo clenches his jaw shut and fumes silently, red eyes glowering at him. "I'm not accusing you of anything," he relents. "I just want to understand. What's going on with Deku?" His student asks instead, surprising Shouta. "Nothing that concerns you," he says firmly, with a coldness in his tone that wasn't there before. "There is something then." "Bakugo, drop it. Deku is shit at lying. Tell me what the F is wrong with him." "Bakugo." The blonde drops back in his seat from where he'd risen in his anger, and he fists his hands in his uniform pants, probably trying to hold off on making explosions. The silence stretches uncomfortably, tension high in the room, until Shouta sighs with a hand coming up to massage the bridge of his nose. What is going on in Midoriya's personal life is personal, understood? Bakugo averts his gaze with a huff, evidently not agreeing. Am I understood? Yeah, understood, his student mumbles, irritability making his jaw clench and unclench rhythmically. Is this what your fight with Midoriya was about? It's not a fight, the kid argues with a snap, but it sounds more sullen than angry. Bakugo. Yes, fine. Happy. Very, Shouta deadpants, and Bakugo suddenly turns his head his way to glare at him. Shouta ignores this to get on with his next subject. Did you see Recovery Girl? And the glare becomes a confused stare. What for? Your broken nose. It's not broken, the teen shoots back and Shouta barely contains a groan. This whole conversation is like pulling teeth. Now it isn't. Midoriya headbutt you in the face. Shouta points out the obvious. Bakugo scowls at him but shifts awkwardly, and Shouta starts to get the feeling that he's missing something. Deku didn't break my nose, Aizawa-sensei, Bakugo grumbles unhappily. He barely brushed my forehead, I saw him coming and took a step back just in time. Your nose was bleeding, Shouta states plainly. He's not sure if Bakugo is lying to save face, or if he hit too hard and doesn't remember the events correctly. I know it was. He snaps, irritated yet again. Why was it bleeding if you weren't hit? I don't if you know. Can I go now? The teen is already on his feet, shooting murderous looks at the door, and Shouta can only sigh in defeat. Fine, he says, and Bakugo is already at the door, unlocking it. Go get looked over by Recovery Grill anyway, he orders with a clipped tone. Fine. Bakugo repeats after him, wrenching the door open and stomping away, grumbling something inaudible beneath his breath. Shouda's not sure what to make of the whole conversation. It's weird. And concerning. On Saturday most of his house spawns leave to spend the weekend with their family, so the dorms are fairly quiet in the afternoon. There are a few stragglers, students who don't feel like leaving or have family too far away, or any other reasons, really, it's not his business. The point is that the dorms are much more quiet, though not silent, and Shouta like to do some work in 1A common rooms. There's no suffocating silence, nor equally suffocating coworkers pressuring to do something fun for once. Hizashi is gone the whole day, occupied with both his radio show and his limelight appearances as present mic, so this place is the most favorable place to put in some work without risking drowning in counter-effective thoughts. It's still early, just after lunch. Shouta allowed the 4 kids playing Mario Kart to eat their meal in the living room, to their delight, but only because it allows him privacy to review the files the detective sent him last night. The kids are whooping and chatting as they play, but they're not disruptive, or too loud, or getting into fights or being mischievous little demons, so Shouta is able to focus on his work. It's only maybe an hour later that he hears the front door opening and someone coming in. Unless it's another teacher, the only one it can be is the problem child. The 4 still playing video games are Uraraka, Shinso, Kaminari, and Oyama. Todoroki didn't leave his room, to Shouda's knowledge, so the only one left is Midoriya, who's now shuffling socks-clad feet towards the dining room where Shouta is settled. Oh, hi, Aizawa-sensei, the teen says, and something in his voice puts the hero on edge. Shouta tears his eyes from the mostly useless information occupying his laptop screen to trail them up and down his student. He's holding his atrociously yellow, as if he has anything to say about the color, considering it's extremely similar to his own sleeping bag, backpack tightly to his chest and looks, for a lack of better term, utterly devastated. Did you eat lunch? Shouta asks, because he knows the kid left early. Just after breakfast, to go to Naitai's agency with Mirio. Midoriya nods, but the thinned lips and averted eyes tell him otherwise, so Shouta gets up to prepare some tea for the both of them and a quick sandwich for the kid. Aizawa-sensei? Shouta hums absent-mindedly as he peers into the fridge. I need you to, tea to sign there, the teen mumbles uncertainly as he puts his bag on the table to scrounge through it. What are those? Shouta closes the fridge door with his foot as he brings the ingredients to the countertop and starts on making a simple meal for the kid. As he puts the plate on the table, Midoriya slides a thin bundle of sheets of paper, maybe 3 or 4 pages, and Shouta wordlessly slides the plate towards the teen in exchange. Forms for the work studies. If he's honest, he didn't expect the stoic and analytical hero to accept his student, considering he usually only takes one in turn at a time, and this year he already has Mirio, but the stomp of approval seems authentic. Shouta bites the inside of his cheek absently as he reads through the leaflet, only semi-consciously noticing the problem child started picking at his food anxiously, taking a bit every now and then. Weekends, Tuesday afternoons and Thursday mornings, he read aloud, and Midoriya nods before swallowing his mouthful. Yeah, he said it's be better to have experience be both in weekends and during the week because the R rhythm is D different. He's right, Shouta concurs, but it's a lot, don't you think? Well, maybe? I don't know. Do you think you can manage this on top of everything else? He wants to say on top of your studies, but the both of them know it's much more than that. Midoriya has a lot to deal with nowadays. I think so, the teen says more confidently, but it doesn't lessen Shouta's worry. The kid mostly got rid of his stutter in normal circumstances since the start of the year. Hearing it flare up for something that should be exciting, not stressful, is concerning. Why did you choose Night Eye? He asks, fully expecting the problem child to go on one of his usual rants. This is safe waters, he thinks, an invitation for the hero fanboy to gush about All Might's former sidekick, and by doing so letting loose some of that tension. Yet it doesn't come. The kid stays suspiciously silent, and Shouta can't help looking up in confusion, printed words on the white page forgotten for the moment. Midoriya isn't looking at him. He's not smiling, he's not mumbling, he doesn't even look nervous, not really. He's picking at a lettuce leaf peeking out of his half-eaten sandwich, lips pulled down in a frown and eyes downcast. It makes Shouta think of chastised children, or brooding teenagers. Midoriya? He prompts, and the kid startles out of his thoughts and smiles at him, wide, brilliant, but Shouta can see how much of it is fake. He's the best choice I have. Midoriya still strives to keep up his peppy attitude, even if Shouta can see right through it. That doesn't really answer my question, he states plainly, then averts his gaze from insecure green eyes to continue reading. Night Eye is, well, he's super poised, you know? He's calm, and I'll always think B before acting, or sighing anything. I think he's C can teach me that? Why do you sound so unsure? There's nothing wrong with the document as far as he can see, and Night Eye has always proven that he's an excellent mentor for UA hero hopefuls, but something doesn't sit quite right here. I'm not. Midoriya quickly protests. He's really the best choice I have, he adds in softer notes. Although he still has a smile stuck on his face, Shouta can't help but think he looks sad in a way as he says this. Dejected. I'll be frank with you, Midoriya, he starts, and the kid turns worried eyes to him, absently pushing his plate away. I don't think I should allow this work study. The reaction is instantaneous. What? Why? To me, it doesn't seem like your first introduction with Night Eye went particularly well. You look uncomfortable with your own choice, and I can't help but assume something happened today that made you want to change your mind. Midoriya looks down at his laps, pulling his fingers sharply. The fact that he's not denying all that Shouta's said is telling enough, so he expects the kid to give in and tell him what's going on, but he's surprised, once again, when Midoriya sets his jaw and glares at him with pure determination firing his eyes. Please, Aizawa-sensei. I really need this work study. And really, what can Shouta say to that? He relents. Maybe he can't stop this, but he sure as hell makes sure to keep an eye on him. Maybe it will all be fine, despite his gut feeling. He just hopes he's merely being paranoid. Izuku is feeling conflicted. In any other situation, he knows he would have been thrilled to go on his first ever official patrol as the licensed hero in training Deku. Interning under Night Eye is basically a dream come true, right there just under being All Might's successor, of course. Yet, with how his first meeting with the former sidekick went, the feeling is overshadowed by one of inadequacy. Night Eye was crystal clear in his opinion of him. If not by his words, then the way he sneered at him while talking about another, more worthy successor was telling enough. Instinctively, Izuku agrees with him, and it's probably why yesterday's meeting hurt so much. Going into the interview, he'd been an awful mix of excited and nervous, leaving him second-guessing every answer he ended up giving the pro-hero. At the same time, however, he's burning with the desire to prove him wrong, to show him through his actions and growth that he's just as worthy of inheriting one for all the other prospects. Not too nervous, Midoriya? Mirio's face suddenly appears before him and Izuku yelps in surprise, taking half a step backwards. Sorry. Didn't mean to startle you. The blonde laughs loudly, eyes shining with mirth, and somehow Izuku doubts that wasn't intentional. A little, he admits, wringing his hands together. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Mirio's cheer is usually contagious. Izuku knows because of that one time Aizawa-sensei pitched the whole class against the blonde and they all lost. But at the moment Izuku can't really manage to reach the same amount of enthusiasm. Probably sensing his unease, his upperclassman clasps him on the shoulder and gentles his tone. It's okay to be nervous. You're here to learn, and we're here to teach you. That's why I'll be showing you the ropes little by little as you get accustomed to our patrol routes. You're alright, thank you, Izuku replies with a small smile. It's a little bit forced, but Mirio's words did their job, reassuring him to a point. Come on, let's get changed. The blonde pumps a fist with a toothy grin, and lets out an amused bark when Izuku tries to match his energy by imitating his movement with a cheerful, albeit shaky, yeah. Before that day, he had always assumed that going on patrol was as simple as getting ready and heading out. Turns out it's a bit more complex. Though it must vary depending on the agency, or whether or not you're in an agency in the first place, here it works as follows. After getting changed into their hero attire, they gather in a meeting room with the other heroes and sidekicks of the agency for a rundown of the day to come. He learns, this way, that Night Eye has 2 other teams working for him, but that Izuku will solely be working with him and Bubble Girl for the duration of his work studies. Mirio, being a part-time apprentice, sometimes ends up working with the other heroes, allowing him to get more experience. This first morning, the meeting only includes the 4 of them, Izuku, Mirio, Night Eye, and Bubble Girl, and Night Eye debriefs him on their current objective. He lays down some strict, but entirely sensible rules, and explains that for today, Mirio will be taking him along their simpler patrol routes to get him used to patrol itself, and as the week progresses, he'll be included in more responsibilities. His first and only duty for today is to follow his upperclassmen and listen to his instructions. He and Mirio are warned, though, that if they ever get a visual on the people they're looking for, to not engage with them at all, even if Night Eye highly doubts it will happen considering their routes shouldn't take them anywhere near the Shai Hasaikai's center of activity. Of course, with Izuku's luck. It's a Sunday early afternoon, in a residential district. It should be peaceful. It's sunny, people are going about their business, and Mirio is giving him advice on how to interact with fans while they're on duty. Until a little girl barrels straight into his legs just as they're walking past the alleyway she's coming from. Izuku freezes for a second in surprise as the child gets knocked off her feet, landing harshly on the concrete. She turns wide ruby eyes to him, and Izuku reads the evident fear in their depths and doesn't hesitate to crouch where he is, intentionally making himself smaller. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? He frets over her, but she shies away from his hands when he tries to approach her to assess her injuries. To his relief, Mirio takes the situation in hand and smiles reassuringly at the little girl with placating and slow hands movements. Everything's fine, the blonde says with a level voice, and it's enough to help Izuku calm himself down. You don't have to be afraid, we're here to help, he adds soothingly. We're heroes. Heroes? The girl whispers, but Izuku can't say if it's in fear or in awe. Yeah. He agrees to try to make her feel better, but then there are footsteps coming slowly from deeper in the alley, and the girl's eyes widen a fraction before she scrambles to her feet and runs directly at Izuku, wrapping her tiny arms around his neck. Looking up, Izuku's eyes land on none other than Overhaul. He tenses, holds the little girl close, and stands back up, settling into a defensive pose instinctively. The air is thick, suffocating, in the silence that follows as Izuku anticipates an altercation. Possibly a deadly one. There's nothing he wants more than run away as fast as he can with the girl. Izuku couldn't turn his gaze away from the leader of the Shai Hasaikai even had he wanted to, and he can barely follows the falsely civil discussion Mirio starts with the criminal. There's something sinister about Overhaul, a threatening aura that surrounds him and promises danger to any who dares oppose him. It makes Izuku's hair stand on end and it activates his fight or flight response. He can't help the words he growls when the man tries to depict the visibly traumatized girl as a troublemaker. He hears Mirio's not-so-subtle warning sent his way, but he's too preoccupied by staring the villain down. Overhaul squints at him, displeasure evident in his eyes, but Izuku doesn't let himself back down. Mirio tries to defuse the situation, but the tension is too intense for his light chatter to really work. Overhaul humors the blonde, keeping the conversation flowing, but his next words are addressed directly to the little girl, and it changes everything. "Come now, Eri. You don't want to bother the heroes anymore, do you?" It's such a simple sentence. Normal. Any parent could have said that to their child fawning over heroes on duty. A sentence which, under normal circumstances, would be uttered in fondness, maybe with a little bit of exasperation, a touch apologetic toward said heroes. Never in this cold, calculated way that hints at something much somber. It happens incredibly fast, but Izuku sees it happen in slow motion. His body doesn't respond fast enough even as his brain goes a mile a minute, figuring half a dozen ways to stop this from happening, yet unable to act on any of them. Overhaul isn't even finished with his barely hidden threat that Eri pushed herself away hard, her tiny hands propelling her away from Izuku's chest. She slips through his hold, landing heavily on the ground, but she's up on her feet before anyone can react, and running back towards the alleyway. Back to Overhaul. Izuku freezes. He watches powerlessly as the man guides Eri back towards the darkness of the alleyway. Mirio's hand lands on his shoulder, trying to pull him away from here urgently from the still very possible danger, but Izuku can't tear his eyes away from their retreating back. He checks out. Between that moment and the next, he only remembers snippets. Words, isolated from their respective sentences, this making them senseless. Flashes of concerned faces and raised voice, but he doesn't even know if the yelling was directed at him or not. The feel of hands, guiding him, checking him over. Flashes of different scenes, blurry enough that he can't say exactly where he is. When he's finally aware of himself again, the first thing he registers is the silence. He's apparently been left alone in the break room of the agency, with the curtains down to block out the worst of the sun's glare. The lights are off, but they left the lamp beside the couch he's sitting on lit up. He feels drained. The events quickly catch up to him and his throat constricts around a pitiful sob. He brings his feet on the cushion and buries his face in his knees, feeling the tears dampening his hero uniform's pants, but he couldn't care less at the moment. He let her go. He puts a lid on that thought as soon as it rears up. He's just so tired of feeling nowadays. Too much in too little time. He's tired of getting angry and he's tired of feeling devastated. Muting his thoughts isn't enough to make it all go away, but in doing so he finds it doesn't get any worse, at least. He lets himself cry, he lets go of the adrenaline-induced tears and hiccups, and slowly forces himself to calm down using the counting technique Aizawa-sensei used on him the other time. He finds it grounding. Enough to dry his face and make himself presentable. Enough to get up and walk out of the room to head over Nitai's office. Enough to give his report and to participate in the very serious meeting that follows. Barely enough to listen as the pro-heroes congratulates Lemillion for the way he handled the situation. What threatens to break his composure is when he learns that letting Eri go was apparently the good choice to make, despite the way his heart vehemently disagrees with that. It's early morning before class starts, and Shouta is waiting on the coffee maker in the teacher's lounge. Hizashi already left for his own classroom, but Nemuri is cracking jokes like she cracks her whip, loud and unashamed. Snipe is pretty much the only one laughing wholeheartedly while Vlad looks like he wants the floor to swallow him whole. His phone buzzes in his jumper's pocket, silent but very insistent in the rhythm he chose for work-related calls. He's mostly tempted to ignore it, use classes as an excuse to avoid it, But school doesn't start before another full half hour and it's most probably something important. Dejectedly, he abandons the still brewing coffee maker to lock himself up in one of the meeting rooms to take the call privately. Eraserhead. Hey Eraser, how are you doing? Just dandy, he deadpants, shooting a forlorn look in the direction of his abandoned coffee. Tsukachi lets out a dry chuckle, and the sour mood of the habitually cheery detective is enough to make Shouta frown. What do you have? A file. A file, Shouta repeats, tone flat. A file could be anything. The man couldn't be vaguer. From the doctor's office. I thought we already went through every paper, he states as he starts to pace. Where did it come from? Tsukachi snorts humorlessly. It was stuck, folded in half, beneath the flap of the box, in the bottom. You're kidding, right? The silence that follows is answer enough, and Shouta sighs in frustration. What's the file about? A patient file, nothing extraordinary at first glance. It's dated 2 years back. A kid, 9 years old, diagnosed with light diabetes, but otherwise a clean bill of health. Aside from their gender, there's nothing obvious that links him to Midoriya, except for the fact that his boy was also prescribed Quirk Depressents. Did you contact their parents? Not yet. I was hoping you'd have some free time today to go meet them. This afternoon, Shouta promises, but then he groans as he remembers something primordial. No, forget I said that. All Might was supposedly called to assist in a case, so I need to cover heroics class after lunch. Huh. The dry tone the detective uses sounds out of place. Anything you're working on? Not that I'm aware of, Tsukachi grumbles, sounding extremely annoyed though Shouta can't figure out why. He has the feeling he's being left out of the loop, and although he understands most investigations are confidential, Tsukachi never hesitates to just outright tell him when it's such an instance. But Shouta doesn't press. What All Might and Tsukachi do together in secret is none of his business. I'll meet you at the precinct early evening. Yeah, okay, sounds good to me. I already have the name and the address. I'll try to phone them beforehand. I'll keep you posted. Thanks. Good luck with your hell class. Tsukachi teases, and Shouta has no qualms about closing the line on him. The phone call was relatively short, but Shouta still arrives only a minute before the final bell rings. He stands behind the door, a headache already making itself known, for a few more seconds after the bell, pleased when all chatter dies down even if he's not in the classroom yet. Homeroom is a special affair. Shouta has no special announcements, except let the class know that some of his students will be away some days depending on their work-study schedules. That's all it takes to send all 20 kids in a frenzy, trying to get stories of their friends' debuts as apprentice sidekicks. Or, well, it should be 20. Midoriya stays slumped at his desk, one of his notebooks open before him, but he's staring blankly at the empty page. The boy's friends don't seem to notice his peculiar state, probably too drawn into Kirishima, who proudly narrates how his first meeting with Fat Gum went. Shouta makes his way to the teen's desk, but on his way his eyes meet fiery red ones. Bakugo is scowling at him openly, jaw set and eyebrows furrowed. Sending him a single sharp shake of the head, Shouta hopes it's enough to deter the blonde from broaching any unwanted topic. Hey kid, he prompts when he reaches Midoriya, how are you holding up? The kid doesn't look back at him, gaze still locked on white pages. I'm fine, he mumbles with a one-shoulder shrug. You don't look fine. Does it have to do with your work studies? If anything makes you uncomfortable, just let me know. No, it's okay. The teen's hesitancy is extremely worrisome, and judging by the pinched lips and hunched shoulders, the kid is evidently not telling the truth. Shouta already starts to regret signing these forms. I want you to come to the teacher's lounge during lunch, problem child. That gains a more natural reaction. Midoriya sharply looks up at him, blank notebook forgotten, words or rebuttal already on his lips. I think this needs further discussing. Shouta cuts in before the kid argues, but to his surprise Midoriya doesn't back down. That's not it, Aizawa-sensei. Sir Night Eye is fine, and Mirio is really good to me. Shouta raises an eyebrow, willing the kid to spill the truth for once. I think I'm coming up with a cold, he finally mumbles. Now that he mentions it, Shouta can see that the boy's face is a shade paler than usual, with a light tint of pink across his cheeks as if he's running a mild fever. He can't stop the displeased frown pulling at his own traits and regrets it as soon as Midoriya starts to wave his arms with a sheepish smile. "But I'm fine. It's just a cold, I'll be better tomorrow." Shouta contemplates it for a minute. The kid doesn't seem run down, just a little flushed and a little tired, however he doesn't look like he'll faint anytime soon. He knows Midoriya is prone to hide the severity of his ailments and to push himself past his limits even when it's not necessary, yet he also knows that benching him, forcing him to rest just in case will drive the team crazy with anxiety. "Okay," he says simply, and maybe, the brilliant smile the boy gives him is worth the gray hair he'll probably gain by the end of the week. Izuku tries to keep himself occupied. He trains, he does homework, study late at night, he helps cooking dinner, tidy his dorm room, take out everyone's trash, until he's too tired to continue and has no choice but pass out face first on his bed from exhaustion. Otherwise, his brain makes it its mission to torture him with pointless what-ifs and panic-inducing dreams of little Eri getting violently wrenched away from his grasp. It works well enough on Sunday evening after his work-study, and most of the day Monday. Thankfully, Aizawa-sensei's hellish obstacle course in the afternoon was enough to burn him out completely, and he passes out as soon as he's alone in his room before he has the chance to shower and change clothes. His schedule with Sir Night-Eye makes it so he can experience different routes and dynamics. He works every weekend, though he's expected to work one weekend in late evening every month. He misses 2 half-days of school, Tuesdays afternoons and Thursday morning. So Tuesday morning, he miraculously wakes up early enough to take a shower and stretch and charge his phone that died during the night. He feels sore and tired, even though he practically slept 12 hours. As his mom used to tell him, however, he probably feels this way because he slept too much, not too little. He's not hungry, but he forces himself to eat breakfast alongside his classmates since he skipped diner last night. The chatter is light-hearted, everyone in a good mood, with the other work-study students excitedly sharing their first-time experiences. Izuku keeps mostly to himself, both because he wants to avoid thinking about his failure, and because the information is confidential in the first place. Classes that morning aren't nearly enough to drown out the guilt-filled thoughts that invade his mind. He keeps telling himself that he should have held on to Eri, even though everyone already told him that it's the best thing that could have happened. "It's for the best, Midoriya. You did good. What could you have done more? You're no match to Overhaul, you would have just jeopardized the investigation." While they might seem like reassuring words, they just pierced him through the heart with the very real reminder that he's just not enough. "Where's your mind at?" Izuku jumps at Sir Night-Eye's jab, but then he gives the man a one-shoulder shrug with pinched lips. He doesn't want to speak about any of his problems, least of all to the hero who thinks him unworthy of one for all. "Then get working," he orders in a quiet voice. Izuku tries to concentrate on the form he's supposed to review. Or study more like. It's one of collateral damage from an incident that happened on Monday with Snapshot, one of the heroes working for Night-Eye Agency. It's full of legal vocabulary, but it includes a thorough report of the fight that went down downtown that would usually get him excited to read. However, he can't focus on it now. "Why are we doing this?" He mumbles, more to himself, but with his sigh that his mentor lets out, he's definitely been heard. Believe me or not, Midoriya, his name is spat like it's dirt. Being a hero is more than chasing villains around town. "I know that." "Then why ask?" Izuku bites his cheek, hard, to stop himself from snapping back at the man. That's not what he meant. He knows he's here to learn, and it includes learning to fill forms and reports. Still, he feels like he's being punished, purposely left at the office to make sure he doesn't make another mistake like, say, potentially provoking the leader of the Shy Hasaikai. His interactions with Night-Eye for the rest of the afternoon are clipped, short, straight to the point, and void of any friendliness. If it were not for Mirio's and Bubble Girl's kindness, Izuku thinks he might have asked Aizawa-sensei to cancel the internship. He still has something to prove, though. The 4 hours he spends with the analytical man pass sluggishly. Izuku is uncomfortable sitting around the hero's office mostly in silence, and he has trouble focusing on his work, which has Sir Night-Eye reprimanding him all afternoon. He's relieved when it's finally time to go back to the dorms. Hey Midobro. How did it go? Kirishima greets with a sharp smile, unceremoniously pulling Izuku in a side hug with an arm across his shoulders. Izuku groans and pushes him away gently to go fill himself a glass of water in the kitchen. Don't get me started, he mumbles in his glass before downing it in a few gulps. Kirishima sends him a sympathetic smile. That bad? Just boring really. Kirishima doesn't even hesitate. Wanna do something fun then? Sure, Izuku shrugs, and that's how he ends up spending his evening getting completely crushed at Mario Karts by his classmates. It's relaxing, refreshing, especially after all the bad things that keep happening to him recently. The next morning, Izuku wakes up feeling awful. He's parched, and there's a migraine pounding at his temples. Getting up and ready for school is a struggle, but he plows through because he knows he needs to keep his grades up to par with his classmates. He feels more human by the time he gets to class. A light breakfast and a quick jog were refreshing enough that he's able to ignore the flu-like symptoms he woke up with. Enough that even his friends don't pester him about his well-being. Overall, it's a good day. Sunny with a few clouds, warm but not overly so, a light breeze just a tad chill but not to the point of making you shiver. Classes are routine, familiar, nothing wild or difficult going on, and Izuku relaxes into the average day of a normal high school boy. Right up until lunch. The crowd is loud. The lights combined with the wall-to-ceiling windows that let in so much sunlight are too bright. His headache comes back with a vengeance and Izuku squints to try to block most of the light out of his sight, though it's not super effective. He waits in line with Uraraka and Tsu and tries really hard to follow the conversation, but the smell is, frankly, overwhelming. That's all he focuses on. His stomach churns unpleasantly. He can't eat lunch, he decides, not with the nausea that starts to make itself known. He lightly taps on Tsu's shoulder, who half turns his way while still listening to Uraraka rant about crowded trains and disrespectful passengers. There's mirth in her big and kind eyes, obviously amused by their common friend's annoyance. Save a spot for me? He asks quietly, just loud enough to be heard over the crowd but not enough to interrupt Uraraka's passionate speech. Tsu furrows her brow, so Izuku grins at her a bit sheepishly in an attempt to reassure her. I need to go to the bathroom. Her face relaxes and she sends him a nod. Sure, Karo. Thanks. Soon after, he's breaking out of the waiting line and goes straight to the doors leading out of the cafeteria. Taking a slow walk outside for some fresh air proves to be futile. Lunchtime is almost coming to an end, yet the headache and nausea persist. He must come to the undeniable truth, he really has a cold. Izuku goes back inside to go to the nurse office, but first he stops by his classroom in the hopes of finding someone to relay the message to Midnight Sensei who's supposed to be teaching them right after lunch. No such luck, the classroom is empty. Not wanting to make anyone worry about his whereabouts, he hurries to his desk and takes out his notebook, ripping the last page off, then makes his way to the teacher's desk to write a note explaining the situation. What are you doing? Izuku jumps at the gruff voice coming from the classroom's entrance. Aizawa-sensei. There's a long beat of silence, with his teacher looking at him expressionlessly, before he realizes the man is just waiting for an answer. Nothing. Aizawa-sensei narrows his eyes, suspicion evident in his gaze as he stares at him, then lowers them at the teacher's desk where Izuku is hunching protectively over the piece of paper he was writing on. I was writing a note. He doesn't mean to make it a question. What for? Now Aizawa is frowning. I have a sea cold, so I was going to infirmary, Izuku explains, all while trying to ignore the guilt that gnaws at his gut from the admission. What a great hero he'll make, taking a day off for a measly cold of all things. Why didn't you tell one of your classmates? I didn't want to worry them, Izuku admits in a mumble, eyes downcast. He hears Aizawa-sensei sigh, then shift, but Izuku keeps his gaze on the piece of paper he's wrinkling unconsciously. He makes an effort to stop, flattening it on top of the desk, and instead picks up the pen to fiddle with. Aizawa-sensei closes the door to the classroom. It blocks some of the noise from the busy hallways and Izuku is grateful for the reprieve. It doesn't lessen the pain pulsating in his head, but it helps by not exacerbating it. Worry is good, the hero says in a quieter voice. What? Worry is good. It means they care. Izuku purses his lips, contemplating his teacher's words. It means they're good friends, the man adds, and this Izuku can agree on. Well yeah, but it stresses them out. I don't want to worry them, Izuku repeats forlornly. When he looks up, he sees Aizawa-sensei massaging the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers before he turns around, one hand on the classroom door. Come on, I'll walk you to the infirmary, Aizawa-sensei states. Izuku hurries after him when he starts to leave without waiting for him. Just as he catches up to him, he hears his teacher mutter under his breath, probably meant for himself and no one else, God knows I could use a nap too. Izuku probably shouldn't find it as amusing as he does. On Thursday, Izuku needs to be at Nightai's agency for 6:00 in the morning. It's earlier than he's used to, but to be honest, with how much he slept yesterday afternoon in Recovery Girl's office and how early he went to bed last night, he thought it wouldn't be much of a problem. Turns out he was wrong. His headache is lesser than yesterday, but his alarm still sends spikes of pain through his head, so he's quick to shut it off. Sitting up in bed, he shivers in the cool breeze that comes from his window. He should shut it off before going to bed. It's October already, and the temperature is starting to drop. He doesn't want to wake up with stiff and painful hands if he can help it. Checking the time on his cell phone, he groans when he sees the ungodly 4:06 a.m. in big characters on his screen. He just feels like going back to bed, but his work study is much more important. Besides, just the thought of little Eri in the clutch of the Yakuza is enough to wake him up the rest of the way. He needs to save her. He has a lot of time to prepare, so he changes in his sports gear, making sure to don a light jacket, before slipping out of the dorms to go for a bit of cardio training. It ought to help him feel more alive, like it did yesterday. When he arrives at the agency, 15 minutes early, he feels better and ready to take on his morning of learning experience. Since he doesn't know what they'll have him do today, he doesn't change into his hero uniform yet and heads straight to the usual meeting room, only to come face to face with Sir Night-Eye in the hallway leading there. Midoriya, Night-Eye greets stonily, to which Izuku hurries to bow in greeting. Gee, good morning. Go get changed, you're going out today, the man orders, then proceeds to sidestep him and continue his way, probably into his office. Coming back to the meeting room, this time in his hero uniform and hopeful to finally do some meaningful work, he finds both Sir Night-Eye and Bubble Girl already there, hunched over a stack of paper and talking lowly to each other. Mirio is not there. They don't have the same schedule, so they're bound to not always work together. That makes Izuku feel way more nervous. Feeling out of place, he waits awkwardly in the doorway until either one of the heroes notice his presence. Thankfully, he doesn't wait long. Midoriya. Good morning. Bubble Girl shoots cheerily, and Izuku shyly waves back. You're coming with me today. Thank God. Working alone with Night-Eye is a nightmare. Thank you for working with me, he responds with a short bow, relief probably evident in his voice, but at this point he doesn't really care. He feels Sir Night-Eye's gaze on him, but Izuku pointedly ignores it, instead smiling politely as Bubble Girl starts to explain their day ahead. Early morning likes these are generally eventless. We'll go over 2 different patrol routes in 2 different areas. There's a short one around the industrial district to the north. Employees' shifts usually start early enough, so we like to cover the area while it's still a bit darker outside. There's rarely something of note, but sometimes there are a few delinquents doing mischiefs before workers arrive. Yeah, okay, it makes sense, he agrees and Bubble Girl beams at him. After that, there's a longer patrol route we like to do that partly covers a residential area. Before going through downtown's commercial district, we like to have one team going through the busiest streets, especially during peak hour. Nothing super serious really happens, but that's where and when there's most activity in the morning during the week. Right. Finally, he'll be able to feel somewhat useful. He's not delusional enough to think he'll see and save Eri today, but if he can at least help a few people, he knows he'll feel less like a failure. Midoriya, Night-Eye pipes in from his end of the table. There's a stern look in his eyes and Izuku just knows he won't like what he'll hear. Why yes, sir? Great. Perfect. Could he have said that with more stuttering? Doubtful. He'll definitely make a good impression like this. Did you sleep last night? Yes. Well, he slept plenty. Too much, even. Probably. Being a hero means being responsible. When you know you have work early, you have to make sure to go to bed early to be in top shape for hero work. The man lectures, Izuku stares, dumbfounded, confused about what brought this on. But I did, he tries to refute, but by the man's pinched lips and flaring nostrils, Izuku obviously only managed to somehow rile the hero up even more. I expect you to be better rested next time, Sir Night-Eye says cuttingly before gathering his papers, except one he deliberately leaves on the table and makes his way to the door. Bubble Girl, make sure the boy doesn't do anything stupid. Yes, sir. The sidekick salutes, military style, and for some reasons that puts an amused smirk on the man's lips. It quickly turns down when he addresses Izuku once more. Midoriya, behave. And just like that, he leaves them both alone in the meeting room. The silence is almost suffocating, until Bubble Girl whistles a long note with an impressed look on her face. I don't know what you did, kiddo, but you sure know how to get on his nerves, she remarks, then bursts out laughing at the despair that he probably shows in his whole body language. Don't worry though. He'll warm up to you soon enough. Izuku highly doubts that. Come on, let's go over the patrol routes on the map, she says, taking the lone sheet of paper and shoving it in his face, then we'll see what you've got to show. Well, at least Bubble Girl is much easier to get along with. It's a warmer day than he thought it would be. The sun is fully out by now. They've been walking around town for almost 2 hours. They finished the industrial patrol route within the first hour, with nothing interesting event to note. Now, over half an hour later, they're almost done with the residential part of the second patrol route. While all is peaceful, Bubble Girl takes the opportunity to grill him about proper procedures depending on all kinds of situations. She's lively in her explanation, voice cheerfully bright and loud, and what she shares is a gold mine of information Izuku does his best to absorb so he can analyze and note it down. Later, however, the sun is already beating down on him, making him feel overly hot in his hero uniform. Wasn't that made to be breathable? He's never had this problem before, and it brings back the nauseating feeling he's been trying to keep at bay all morning. He just can't quite match her bubbly enthusiasm. As they're progressing towards the busier streets filled with shops and commuting people, right at the end of peak hour when the crowds start thinning, Bubble Girl is interrupted mid-speech by a loud yelp, quickly followed by a shouted, "Get back here, you thief!" Bubble Girl wastes no time. She barks a sharp, "Let's go, Deku," right as she takes off, and Izuku sprints right after her. She's surprisingly fast, even without using her quirk. She had just been telling him that it's preferable to use their quirks only when necessary, to avoid causing unnecessary collateral damage, which Izuku wholeheartedly agreed on, so he keeps from using one for all and instead takes off running quirkless after her. The crowd parts to let them through and they reach a middle-aged woman, the one who's still screaming at a quickly retreating back. They stop beside her, but Bubble Girl points at the perpetrator with a pointed look. "Go after him, Deku. I'm counting on you." "Yes, ma'am." Izuku takes off again, this time using his quirk lest he loses track of the man. He trusts Night-Eye's sidekick to calm down the civilian and to get the facts from her and concentrates instead on his chase. The suspect weaves through the commuters, not at all apologetic to those he pushes down in his path. Izuku does his best to make sure no one on the way is injured, all while trying to catch up to the villain who, on top of it all, had no qualms about using his quirk in public. It seems to allow him to turn a portion of walls into some kind of quicksand, letting him pass to the other side in just a few seconds, which, okay, super cool, but also totally not the time to overanalyze the quirk's capacities. Besides, at the moment, it gives Izuku much more trouble than he wants to admit. To keep up with the criminal, who uses all kinds of walls as shortcuts, Izuku is forced to go around and hop on buildings just to keep him in sight. He almost loses him 2 times, but after an embarrassingly long time he finally manages to corner him up just as the criminal emerges from a wall. As soon as the man sees the hero in training blocking his only exit, the man goes to reach back to the wall behind him in a last attempt at escape. Done with the way too much time-consuming game of cat and mouse, Izuku growls out a threatening, "Don't even think about it," one for all, illuminating his silhouette and giving him a much more dangerous aura than he's used to. To his utter relief, the man holds up both hands in surrender, and Izuku proceeds to bind them with Quirk suppressing cuffs, making sure to stay gentle despite his previous frustrations from his difficulty to catch a petty thief. Izuku rapidly pages Bubble Girl with his albeit late success and his current location, then tells the criminal his rights to the best of his abilities from what he remembers of the small speech. He keeps watch on the man while he waits for the other hero to join him, and when she arrives, she's accompanied by policemen ready to take the criminal off their hands. "Good job, rookie," Bubble Girl tells him once she reaches him, fists on her hips. "Not bad for a first time." "Could have been better," he admits. He's still out of breath, which isn't all that surprising considering the wild chase he just finished, but he can't seem to be able to catch his breath. "Of course. You're just starting after all," she encourages brightly, but she frowns soon after, concern evident in her gaze as she looks him up and down. "Hey, are you okay? You're not injured, are you?" "I'm fine," Izuku breathes, but then he starts to feel worse, yesterday's cold making itself known once more. Just tired, I guess." "Yeah, no, I'm not buying it." "You're white as a sheet," she states with a pout. She wraps a hand around his bicep and tugs gently to guide him over a nearby shop's front steps, but as he walks to follow her lead, his legs suddenly feel weak and his vision grays at the edge. I gotta," he slurs as he wrenches his arm out of her grasp and cautiously lowers himself on the ground right where he's standing. "Gonna pass out," he mumbles, then there are hands pushing at his shoulders, encouraging him to lie down directly on the concrete sidewalk. He stays conscious in the end, but it takes a while for the darkness to recede. Unlike most heroes, Eraserhead doesn't own 2 cell phones. He doesn't have enough casual acquaintances to separate his contacts into a personal phone and a work phone. Besides, his only friends and family are mostly heroes too, and they very rarely call each other, preferring to communicate by texts. He doesn't have a ringtone, except for specific contacts, but he feels it vibrate in a rhythmic beat in his pocket right as he's about to introduce the next subject in his hero laws and ethics class. He doesn't receive calls often, so he knows it must be something important if he's being interrupted during school hours. "I need to take this," he states to Vlad's class, and he already hears the kids whisper to each other excitedly at the lesson being paused unexpectedly. Shouta flashes his quirk once in warning with a red ice glare and it falls silent. "Stay put." Then he leaves for the hallway, closing the classroom door behind him with a sharp snap. He doesn't waste any time taking the call. "Eraserhead," he greets stoically without checking the caller ID. He expects it to be someone from the precinct, Sansa or Tsukachi, but he's mildly surprised, and an equal amount alarmed, when it's Night Eye who replies matter-of-factly. "Apologies for interrupting work," the other hero says, "but I need Midoriya's parents' contact information." "But what happened?" Shouta tries to keep the worry out of his voice, and it doesn't seem like Night Eye notices it as he explains the situation. "What happened was that your student was irresponsible." Shouta frowns at this and starts to walk towards the teacher's offices. Midoriya is many things, but irresponsible is not something he would pin on the kid, especially not when it pertains to his studies. He failed to take his new schedule seriously and showed up to work in a less than desirable state. In consequences, he almost jeopardized a takedown that was meant to be quick and simple, and fainted because of his exhaustion. Fainted? Because he was tired? Shouta knows for a fact that the boy spent all afternoon sleeping his headache away in Recovery Girl's office yesterday. He also knows for a fact that he's prone to disregard his own well-being and to push himself harder than he ought to. "He's sick," Shouta replies slowly, but then the other hero scoffs derisively and Shouta feels himself bristle at the attitude of his student's current mentor. Then he should have called off. "I don't need someone who can become such a liability. If he can't take his duty seriously, I don't want him working for me." "He showed up because he's taking his duties seriously," Shouta growls. He bets Night Eye is the kind who would have complained anyway if Midoriya had really called off because of a cold. "Give me his parents' contact information," Night Eye orders stonily, completely dismissing Shouta's comment. He didn't even bother to fill the forms completely. I told him to leave it blank. For the moment, I'm his guardian. There's a long beat of silence, and Shouta tries to breathe through his nose to keep his temper in check. He doesn't like how the other hero talks about Midoriya as if he's beneath him, as if he's unworthy of interning with him. Then come get him off my hands. My sidekick is wasting valuable time watching over him. Why take him as an intern if you didn't want to in the first place? Shouta hisses through clenched teeth. Because that's what it sounds like to him. He knows he should have listened to his guts when Midoriya gave him Night Eye's signature the other day. If Night Eye is acting this way around the kid, he can only imagine what it would do to the boy's self-confidence in the long run. Just come get him, the other hero snaps, and the line suddenly goes dead. That's too much derision for a simple internship mishap. Too personal. Shouta feels like there's something he's not aware of and it sets him on edge. Eraserhead is on his way. Night Eye tells him coldly once he emerges from his office. Izuku gives a small nod, relieved when it doesn't trigger another bout of dizziness. Night Eye's left eye twitches once, then Izuku sees him clench his jaw, but he doesn't add anything else before shutting himself back in his office. Izuku shivers and pulls the blanket tighter around his shoulders. He feels sick. Like really. His skin is clammy, and although Bubble Girl helped him recuperate, he can still see the darkness right at the edge of his vision, like he's looking through a tunnel. He can't do any more hero work today. And as if it's not frustrating enough, he's also forcing Aizawa-sensei to leave work just to come fetch him. He tried to have Bubble Girl let him go back to UA by himself, but she was adamant they called his guardian. Don't worry, kiddo. You'll back with us in no time. She pipes up, voice a bit lower than usual but still cheery. At the same time, the door to the lounge opens and Aizawa-sensei strides directly to him, only giving a curt nod to the sidekick. Aizawa-sensei. You're okay to walk? The man asks. Izuku notes the clenched teeth and a hardness in his eyes he hasn't seen in a while. He's angry, Izuku realizes, and his guts shrivel. He hastily nods, hoping he's able to avoid angering the man further. Okay, good, come on. But then, to Izuku's surprise, Aizawa-sensei turns to Bubble Girl with pure fury seeping through his voice, and Izuku understands, finally, that the anger is not directed at him. Tell Night Eye that he better screw his head on right and start treating my student respectfully, as he deserves to be treated, Aizawa-sensei growls, voice cold and hard, but not raised. Low, almost too quiet. Scarier than Izuku has ever seen him if he's being honest. Bubble Girl stares wide-eyed at his teacher and nods repeatedly until Aizawa-sensei turns away, demeanor just as fast back to his usual uncaring attitude. Come on, kid. Aizawa-sensei supports him with a warm hand on his shoulder when Izuku sways upon standing up. The ride back is not particularly long, but he still manages to fall asleep, slumped against the passenger's door window. It's his teacher who wakes him up with an amused, problem child, but Izuku feels too awful to even feel embarrassed. The teacher's dorm's common room is empty, which isn't surprising considering it's still in the middle of the morning of classes. Izuku is glad for it. It saves him from the mortification he'd feel if he were caught being brought back home like a child. I'm sorry, he blurts out in the silence of the elevator. His teacher doesn't outwardly react, so for an instant Izuku thinks he might be mad enough that he decided to just ignore him. Except then Aizawa-sensei shifts, unfolding his arms he'd crossed at his chest to stuff his hands in his suit's pockets, shoulders slouched back. He looks relaxed, and it eases some of Izuku's nerves. What for? The hero asks, which leaves Izuku as bit dumbfounded. Well, for interrupting your class. For, bothering you when you have work and so many stuff to do. Well, I mean, I'm sorry for being sick. Pardon? Aizawa-sensei growls, and Izuku quickly tries to backtrack, stutters making it a hard task, but his teacher stops his pitiful attempts at correcting himself with a sharp, yet devoid of any viciousness, no. What? Don't apologize for being sick. That's not something you can control, and you didn't do anything wrong. But Sir Night Eye said. Forget what Night Eye said, Aizawa-sensei says coldly. Izuku is starting to maybe understand that those two don't really see eye to eye. While I would have preferred if you told someone how you were feeling beforehand, The fact that you're sick is not your fault. By extension, the fact that I got called away from work and that my class was cut short is not your fault either. It helps, a little, but not enough to dissipate the guilt he feels, even if logically he did not instigate any of those disruptions. Not willingly, at least. Aizawa unlocks his apartment door and lets him in, casually removing his capture weapon to hang in on a hook in the entrance as he would any other scarf. He leaves directly for the kitchen, leaving Izuku behind, who fidgets nervously, unsure whether he's meant to come in or wait by the door. Aizawa-sensei walks back with a glass of water in hand and motions the inside of his home with a JRK of his head. Come on, let's get you settled. But, am I not going back to the dorms? I'd rather you stay here, Aizawa-sensei says. At Izuku's most likely visible confusion, the man elaborates with, the dorms can be loud after classes, and I want to make sure you rest adequately. He pauses, contemplating something. I can get you a futon if you'd prefer. No. I mean the couch is fine, Izuku mumbles, face feeling hot. All right then. Aizawa-sensei ventures back further into his apartment, and although it's not his first time here, Izuku follows hesitantly. Maybe it's because he's sick, more vulnerable, but sitting on his teacher's couch while the hero goes to get him some cold medicine feels too uncomfortable, too foreign, to really relax like he did the last time he was here. Still, after Aizawa-sensei goads him into drinking the whole glass of water, and after he bundles himself up in blankets to stave off the shivers, Izuku feels his eyes droop tiredly. He croaks a weak, "Good night, sensei," hears an amused scoff and a rough, "Good night, kid," then promptly falls asleep. Eri scrambles out of his arms. He's too late to catch her, too slow, too weak, so he tries to call on One for All to catch her, to try and get her back in his arms, safe, but it doesn't answer him. His fingers brush against the little girl's run-down garbs, missing it by a millimeter, unable to grasp her in time as she runs towards the bird-beaked man. His gold eyes narrow with glee at the little girl's compliance, and he reaches a hand towards her. Fingers splayed, it promises pain and despair, and Izuku is so scared. He sees the white of Eri's hair in his periphery, but he can't look away from that hand, until all he focuses on is it, everything else fading to black. The threatening hand gets bigger, nearer, and Izuku is frozen in terror as it nears his own face. Yellow eyes turn to red and Izuku knows those eyes. Knows the pain they bring, and the fear just spread further in his veins until they're iced over, leaving him a freezing, shivering mess. He expects explosions, but instead he feels the pinpricks of needles in his thighs, in the crooks of his elbows, in his neck, injecting him with life-altering liquid. His veins turn from icy to burning hot, and in the back of his mind, someone calls his name and whispers he's unworthy of his power. As the burning liquid replaces his blood, he feels One for All leave his body. He wakes up screaming, a mixture of blood and bile on his tongue, but then his yell abruptly cuts off as he vomits all over himself. There's half on the comforter he was bundled up in and half on his shirt, and as soon as he registers the acrid smell he GGS again, but this time he manages to lurch over the couch. Even when he's done, his stomach keeps roiling dangerously. He tries to breathe in through his nose, but he's crying and there's snot clogging up his nose, so he's forced to breathe through his mouth and somehow it only makes things worse. He GGS again, though this time nothing comes except a string of bile. "I'm sorry." He cries desperately, but at this point he's not even sure who he's apologizing to. He sees a hand, a big hand, coming his way, so he closes his eyes tightly shut and flinches back, his nightmare still so vivid on the back of his eyelids. "Please, no more." "I'm sorry." "Shoo, okay, it's okay, problem child," a deep voice rolls lowly. It's only thanks to the nickname that he knows for sure it's Aizawa-sensei who's with him, and not some evil pain-creating villain. He sags in relief at the realization. The low rumble of his teacher as he speaks is comforting, but he's too out of it to catch most of what he says. He registers gentle but supporting touches as he's helped to his feet, but a wave of dizziness hits him so hard his vision goes completely black. He's hot. His skin is too tight for his bones and too sensitive to the touch of his own clothes, but he's also cold, shivering, teeth clattering as the air burns his throat with each inhale. The bathroom light assaults his eyes in a way the living room lamp didn't. Whiter and brighter, it pierces straight through his skull. Hands peel his shirt off him and he whimpers at the sudden nakedness, goosebumps traveling up his arms. There are soothing words, kind and caring, but all he can really focus on is how his body feels, how sick he is. There's a wet rag that wipes his own mess off his chest, and it leaves a freezing trail behind. See cold, he whines pitifully as a hand pushes his hair back from his face. Another wet towel, much warmer and softer, wipes his face clean, but even though his caretaker is obviously trying to be gentle, the cloth makes his skin feel raw. Izuku weakly bats the rag away, a breathy, hurts, leaving his chaffed lips. Sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, he manages to grind out, but two hands cradle his head and thumbs wipes away the tears that falls down his face in mirroring sweeping motions. Airy, he whimpers, and suddenly an arm embraces him, and he's pulled against a broad chest. Trustworthy. Caring. This time, he lets his tears flow as his teacher does his best to comfort him. Grading essays on controversial topics is always somewhat a challenge. As a teacher, he needs to put his own opinions aside as he reads what his students have to say on the subject, then analyze their thoughts process instead of judging their point of view. It's difficult enough when he's truly concentrating on his task, like when he started grading the third year's works an hour or two ago, but it's outright bordering on impossible when his eyes keep leaving the texts he's supposed to read to watch over the kids sleeping on his couch. For the last 30 minutes or so, Midoriya has been tossing and turning in his sleep, contorting the blankets in hands that grapple at something invisible to Shouta. He's not overly surprised, then, when Midoriya sits up with a raw scream, most probably the result of the nightmare he's been caught in. Shouta is alarmed, however, when the kid's voice suddenly cuts off with a GG, making a mess of his own rumpled sleeping shirt and the blankets he was writhing in just seconds before. Midoriya, he calls urgently, getting up from his armchair to approach and help him, but the kid throws himself half off the couch and vomits all over the wooden floor, forcing Shouta to step back to avoid the splatters. To his dismay, the teen starts to apologize, voice slurry and speech made difficult by his ragged breathing. He's crying, tears and snot smearing his face, so Shouta hurries to take a tissue with the intent of wiping his face clean. Midoriya flinches hard, away from his hand, with a scared little whine tearing out of his throat. Shoo, he soothes carefully, okay, it's okay, problem child. This seems to help, at least a little, so Shouta continues to speak to him as he rounds the puddle on the floor to stand beside the crying boy. Don't worry about it, kid, it's not your fault. Can I touch you? There's no verbal answer, but Midoriya silently leans in towards him, so Shouta carefully reaches a hand to rub the kid's back. It will be fine. Let's get you cleaned up, okay? Gently, and with patience he normally reserves to traumatized villains' victims, Shouta slowly coaxes Midoriya off the couch. The kid sways dangerously, almost growing completely boneless as soon as he's on his feet, so Shouta bears the teen's weight as he guides him to the bathroom. He strips Midoriya off his sullied shirt, glad to find the boy's jogging still intact, protected, thankfully, by the blankets equally dirted he left in a heap on the living room floor. As he starts to give the teen a necessary sponge bath, Midoriya starts to blabber half-formed thoughts, delirious with fever judging by the overly warm skin underneath his supporting hand at his back. Apologies, whines, slurred words Shouta can't fully comprehend out of contexts, with whimpers between it all. By the time he's done cleaning the boy's chest, Shouta has dreadful picture forming from the strings of apologies the kid blurts out. Sorry. Not good enough. Airy? Stronger, faster. Useless. Okay, kid, it's okay. Shouta soothes to the best of his abilities as he cleans the kid's face with a too warm cloth. Midoriya whines, pushes his hand away with a plaintive sound. He's still crying and he's still apologizing brokenly. Shouta is not a fool. The kid might be sick, but that's clearly not why he's so upset right now. Shouta does the best next thing. He cradles the boy's head, wipes away the tears and looks straight into green hazy eyes. Midoriya, kid, listen to me. You're good. You're doing great, and you're not useless. You're not perfect, but no one is, and you're doing your best. That's all that matters. The kid starts to cry even harder, sorrow and regret in his voice as he apologizes once again, voice broken and raw. You'll be a great hero. The boy's sobs intensify. Shouta's heart aches at his student's distress, and he gathers him in his arms, rubbing soothing circles on his back while Midoriya, Izuku, his kid, cries apologies to a little girl called Eri until he falls asleep, exhausted, sick, and heartbroken, in Shouta's arms. Give him some antipyretics. I did that already this morning, Shouta refutes instantly. He's not stupid, he knows how to treat a cold. That's not why he called. Give him some more, the old woman says on the phone, and Shouta doesn't hide the eye roll he does in exasperation. There's no one to see it after all. He's almost 40 degrees. He's burning up, he argues, a hand brushing back sweaty green bangs from the pale face of his student. He's still sitting on the bathroom floor with the kid sound asleep leaning against his shoulder. That's why you need to give him more, Shizenji grumbles impatiently. It's not a miracle solution. Be reasonable. And ouch, that kind of hurts. Sure, okay, maybe he's panicking a little, but 40 degrees sounds extremely high. Like dangerously high, and he can't help but worry even if Recovery Girl herself tells him it's still entirely treatable at home. Yeah, okay, fine, he relents. Anything else? Keep him hydrated. I know that, he snaps before forcing himself to take a calming breath. Why did you call me then? Shizenji shoots back, irritation clear in her voice. There's a moment of silence, but before long the old woman sighs and starts to give a list of instructions. Give him Pedialyte if you have some. Get him to eat something light and easy on the stomach, but don't insist if he's too nauseous. Instead give him juice or a smoothie. Don't bundle him up too much even if he's feeling cold. It will only make it harder to lower his fever. Sleep is good, but don't hesitate to wake him up so he can take his medicine regularly. And drink water. I don't have Pedialyte. I'll ask Mike to go get some. But if it worsens, if he becomes delirious, or if he can't even keep water down, get him to the hospital. And call me, she adds sternly. Sure, thanks. That's much better advice, and Shouta feels relieved to know he can do more than just shove pills in the kid's hands and hope for the best. Eraserhead is usually much more cool-headed than this, he knows, but that's when he's managing rowdy teenagers or fighting criminals. Things he can directly take care of with a few words and a swipe of his scarf. Not an illness. Hell, even wounds he knows how to manage, his own or someone else's. That's easy. But a cold, something as mundane as that, but entirely invisible and out of his expertise puts him at a loss. Following Recovery Girl's advice, Shouta gently shakes Izuku awake. The teen stirs but doesn't wake up all the way. Still, the boy follows his instructions and guiding hands, half asleep, until Shouta has him situated in the armchair, a new clean blanket around shaking shoulders and 2 pills in hands. The kid swallows them with a few gulps of water, but he falls back asleep almost instantly. Now, Shouta has a mess to clean, and that's clearly priority number 1 now that his problem child is taken care of. Izuku is incredibly thirsty. It's the first thing he registers upon waking up, right before he feels the headache pounding at his temples. He finds himself, once again in his teacher's living room, except this time he's reclined in the armchair and Aizawa-sensei is the one sleeping on the couch. The lights are turned off, thank God for that, and the curtains are drawn. There's still sunlight seeping through them, though, giving a warm hue to the room. Izuku gets up and silently pads his way in the direction of the kitchen. He's thirsty, can feel his body is heated up, but he doesn't want to wake his teacher who probably has patrol later tonight. He planned to be subtle, quick, efficient, in and out. Instead, he lets out a squeak of surprise and freezes in the kitchen archway at the sight of Mike-sensei already sitting at the table. Oh, little listener, glad to see you're awake. How are you feeling? The blonde pushes away the stack of paper he was working on. Better, Izuku answers hesitantly. Judging by the worried once over Mike-sensei does right after this means Izuku probably isn't as convincing as he'd hoped. Really am, he adds as he shuffles his feet self-consciously. I'm just thirsty. Let me get you a glass of water. No, it's fine. I can at least do this on my own. Mike-sensei just shakes his head, then promptly gets up to take a glass from the cabinets. Instead of going to the sink to fill it up, though, he pulls some kind of water bottle from the fridge. It's Pedialyte, the blonde explains at Izuku's perplexed stare. It will help you stay hydrated more efficiently. Oh, thank you, Izuku says when he's being handed the now full glass of water. You hungry, kiddo? Izuku shakes his head. That's fine. Do you think you can keep down something light? Izuku mulls it over. He's not particularly feeling nauseous right now, but he wasn't either before he went to sleep this morning, and yet he vomited all over himself. And the blankets. Oh hell. The blankets. The floor. He vaguely remembers having created an outright disgusting mess, and now he feels extremely guilty for that. Sorry. He blurts out, suddenly embarrassed beyond measure even though he knows there's nothing he could have done. Mike-sensei looks surprised and a little bit confused at his apology, but Izuku is way too shy to elaborate on why he's sorry in the first place. Mike-sensei just smiles kind at him, then motions him to sit at the table. Come here, listener, let's see what easy food we can find you. In the end, Izuku settles for simple toasts with peanut butter which, he finds, go in better than he expected. He drinks another glass of Pedialyte, though by the time he finishes his meal he's dozing at the table, exhaustion settling deep inside his bones. Bile rises up his throat and that's what wakes him up suddenly. He kicks off the comforter, almost trips on it in his haste, but he makes it to the bathroom just in time to not make a mess of himself a second time in the same day. He sobs, feeling awful in all kinds of ways. His stomach keeps cramping even though all it expels is bile and saliva. He's freezing, limbs covered in goosebumps, made worse by the cold ceramic floor he's kneeling on and the equally cold porcelain bowl he's slumped over. Snippets of the feverish dream he'd been having before waking up in a hurry slithers back behind his clenched eyelids, and tears flow freely alongside the snot as he recalls Eri, the little girl, being atrociously hurt and abused and neglected by Overhaul with his nightmarish bird-beaked mask. His stomach cramps harder at the vision, but nothing comes up, leaving him dry heaving over the soiled water of the toilet. He reaches blindly with a hand to flush it all away, just as a low rumble he's starting to be familiar with speaks up from the bathroom open doorway. Midoriya wa. Sorry-sensei, Izuku croaks instantly. No, hey, we talked about this, remember? Aizawa-sensei says slowly, slinking inside the bathroom to crouch beside him. Izuku nods, the conversation replaying briefly in his head. Not my fault. Exactly. So you don't have to apologize. Sensei, he whines as he hiccups. He wants to tell him, to ask him for help so he can have someone he finally trusts to see how bad it was to have let little Eri go. Everyone kept telling him it was the best thing to happen, as if leaving a child in the clutches of her abuser was normal and the right thing to do. It's not. It goes against everything he believes. In fact, he's been scolded, of all things, for trying to help and save Eri. Sure, you're fine, problem child, Aizawa-sensei whispers, but Izuku shakes his head hard despite the bout of dizziness this causes him. No, not enough, he cries, but then he remembers he can't speak a word about it. It's bad. He's not allowed to, but he let her go and he needs someone to tell him he was doing the right thing. He needs someone to believe with him that Eri could have been saved. Kid, hey kid, just breathe for now. Take a deep breath for me, the man says, gentle but firm at the same time. Izuku tries, but he chokes on his inhale, and he can't even do this one thing right. There are hands turning him around now, manhandling his exhausted body so he's sitting, instead of kneeling, right in front of Aizawa-sensei. The hero brushes his bangs out of his eyes, then settles one hand at the back of his neck while the other gently holds the side of his face that Izuku didn't even know could be comforting. I know something happened, the hero starts, voice barely above a whisper, and I know you're not allowed to speak about it. But let me tell you one thing, Izuku. I'm here for you. God, you're just a kid, and whatever happened was tough enough to mess with your head. A sob rips its way out of Izuku's chest, but Aizawa-sensei simply wipes the tears away with a soft slide of his thumb. I know it's confidential, but you don't have to carry that burden alone, Izuku. You shouldn't have had to in the first place, and I don't want you to either. Izuku shakes his head, though he doesn't even know what he's trying to deny. He tries to pull away, but the hand at his neck holds him steady. Please, Aizawa-sensei pleads, lips pulled downwards, and brow furrowed in concern. Please tell me what's going on. You can trust me, Izuku. The dam breaks. Izuku throws himself in the man's chest, desperate for comfort and security he didn't even know he craved until this moment. Strong arms circle him, pull him closer while he wails in Aizawa's neck, the feelings of frustration, of failure, eating away at him, making him cry that much harder. Between sobs, hitched breaths, and loud cries, he tells the story of a little girl he failed to save and is rewarded with a kiss at the top of his head, followed by soft words of validation, telling him he tried his best, that he did the right thing, and that he's still alive now to help her, save her when the time comes. Izuku doesn't know when he falls asleep, but he knows it's in the arms of someone he can trust fully. Friday passes in a feverish haze. Izuku wakes up to freezing damp rags being pressed to his forehead and under his neck, and he whines when the coldness makes him shiver. Good, you're awake, Aizawa says when Izuku meets his dark, worried gaze. I need to get your temperature. Izuku nods and obediently opens his mouth when the hero brings up the thermometer. He's starting to fall back asleep already, jolting back to awareness when the device beeps. Aizawa frowns at it before he sighs and puts it away. It's a bit lower than last night, but still not where I want it. Here, drink this, he says, then helps Izuku to sit up so he can take sips of the offered water. Or Pedialyte. It's hard to say really. It's lukewarm, probably had been sitting on the coffee table the whole night in case he woke up feeling thirsty. He tries, he really does, to drink it all, knowing he needs to stay hydrated, but the water is already sitting heavily in his stomach, so pushes the glass back to Aizawa. Okay, I'll fill it up and keep it here if you want some more later, the man says, but he doesn't get up right away. Instead, he stays sitting on the low table in front of the couch, leaning forward slightly to start brushing Izuku's hair back. It feels good, soothing, and Izuku falls back asleep easily, forgetting the uncomfortable coldness at his forehead and neck meant to help his fever down. When he wakes again, slowly this time, it's probably only a few hours later. The curtains are drawn open, but the sky is still dark, only just starting to lighten up with the rising of the sun. Then the smell hits. Breakfast. Someone is cooking or has cooked breakfast, and the smell of eggs and bacon instantly catches in his throat. He only has time to lean over the side of the couch before he pukes, insanely grateful for the trash bin his caretaker left within easy reach. He whines a drawn-out note before nausea makes bile rise in his throat again, and the sound must alert someone because suddenly there's a large hand rubbing wide and firm circles on his back and another one keeping his bangs out of his face as he empties his stomach until he's pitifully dry heaving. When his stomach is done cramping, he slumps with exhaustion and the same kind hands help him lean back on the couch's cushions more comfortably. Then, they bring something to his lips and Izuku recoils, unwilling to fill his stomach only to have it rebel against him again. Please, listener, just take a few sips, his teacher says, worry evident in his tone. Izuku opens his eyes, finding himself staring directly into Mike-sensei's particularly colored gaze. Okay, he croaks, voice breaking on his now raw throat, and Mike-sensei smiles, a tiny sad little thing, and offers him the beverage once again. It's just water. It's plain. It's cold. It soothes his aching esophagus. He takes a few tentative sips at first, scared to upset his stomach again, but it feels so good to his raw throat that he ends up downing all of it. You should eat something, kiddo, his teacher tells him with a soft, kind voice. You're running on empty, he adds with a concerned frown, getting more prominent when Izuku shakes his head in denial. Don't want to be sick, he whines while pulling the blanket tighter around his shoulders. He's freezing. Oh, little listener. Mike-sensei sighs in sympathy, but then he pats Izuku's back encouragingly. What say you have a nutrient juice pouch? There's this one apple-flavored? Shouta keeps buying it even though he complains it tastes bland. Don't let him know I noticed, but that's the one he always drinks after a long and hard day when he's on the verge of being overwhelmed. There was this time when Mike-sensei starts to spew light-hearted stories about Aizawa and his nutrient pouches, barely stopping even when Izuku finally relents to the suggestion. Izuku sips at it slowly, relieved when it's exactly as Mike-sensei said, bland, only a hint of a sugary apple taste, just enough to make it good without being nauseating. Izuku doesn't really notice when he starts to list sideways, empty nutrient pouch slipping from limp fingers, until he falls asleep on Yamada-sensei's shoulder. He's woken up a few times by Mike-sensei, who coaxes him into drinking some more water and taking cold medicine. He feels groggy each time and almost falls back asleep instantly. It's only in late afternoon that he wakes up more fully, more alert than he's felt in what feels like forever, but still a bit under the weather. Nature calls, but leaving his nest of blankets is a difficult decision to make. In the end, his bladder wins, but he shivers all the way to the bathroom and back, holding his arms around himself in a futile attempt to trap his body heat close to him. "How are you doing, listener?" Mike-sensei asks when Izuku enters the living room. The man is setting another glass of water on the table in front of the couch. Better, I think," he replies as he sits carefully. He nods, grateful at the blonde when he wraps one of the blankets around his shoulders, and Yamada-sensei offers him a warm smile in exchange. His teacher makes small talk while he takes his temperature, but Izuku is still a bit too out of it to really focus on what he's saying. He still appreciates the background noise, though, so he nods and hums when it seems necessary to keep encouraging the ramblings. "Ah, that's much better. Not out of the woods yet, but your fever has gone down some," Yamada-sensei announces after the thermometer beeps. "Do you feel up to eating something?" At Izuku's reluctant shrug, the blonde's smile fades a little, though it doesn't disappear. "What about soup? I know a miracle recipe for colds." Yeah, sure, okay. You want to watch TV while I prep dinner?" "Why yes, thank you, sensei," Izuku answers with a weak smile. The blonde freezes for a second, blinks once, twice, then tells him in all seriousness, "You can just call me Hizashi, you dig, little listener?" It leaves Izuku a sputtering mess, eyes wide as saucers, as he stares incredulously at the heroes retreating back. Calling a teacher by their first name? Sure, he's in his apartment, and has been for several days now, but isn't it too weird? Though maybe Mike-sensei feels uncomfortable being called by his job title in his home, or even his hero name weirds him out when out of duty. Then, shouldn't Izuku just call him by his last name at least? That's much more respectful, right? By the time his brain stops lagging, Yamada-san is already gone to cook his miracle soup. Izuku slumps in his seat, suddenly feeling more tired already, and decides to turn the TV on while he whites lest he falls back to sleep. He spends the next moments eating a delicious salty chicken broth while watching hero documentaries alongside Yamada-san, who offers delightful comments about some of the heroes they see, including a few embarrassing stories that has Izuku stifling his laughs inside his blanket cocoon.